Good evening. This is the Village Council regular public meeting. The date is January 14th, 2026. The time is 7:30. Adequate notice of this meeting has been provided by posting on the bulletin board in Village Hall, by mail to the Ridgewood News, the Record, and by submission to all persons entitled the same as provided by law of a schedule, including the date and time of this meeting. Roll call.
Councilmember Mortimer.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Perrin.
Here.
Councilmember Whites.
Here.
Councilmember Winograd.
Here.
Mayor Vagianos.
Here, will you all please join us in a salute to our flag? Please forgive our haste in going through that. And now, I move the bills, claims, and vouchers and statement of funds on hand as of December 31st, 2025 be accepted as submitted.
I second it.
Mortimer.
Yes.
Perrin.
Yes.
Whites.
Yes.
Winograd.
Yes.
Vagianos.
Yes. I move that the Village Council minutes of December 3rd, December 10th, and December 17th, 2025, having been reviewed by the Village Council and now available in the Village Clerk's office, be approved as submitted.
I second.
Mortimer.
Yes.
Perrin.
Yes.
Whites.
Yes.
Winograd.
Yes.
Vagianos.
Yes. We have some fun stuff tonight, so we're going to go into the well and get started.
We have a very, very special proclamation this evening. Chris Rudershauser is our village engineer, and he has been with the village for well over 20 years, and he is retiring at the end of the month. And we are very sad to see him go, but we are very, very happy for he and Lori, who are going to be beginning a new chapter in their life, although you do quite a bit of traveling right now, Chris. So we're going to read a proclamation in his honor. Chris and Lori, would you please come and join us? There we go. And I have to note that all of the supervisors that work with Chris are here in the audience this evening, which is just a testament to what a great guy he truly is. So we are very happy to have you, Chris. We're going to be very sad. I remember just a year ago, Heather was contemplating that, gee, if Chris ever leaves, that's going to be a big hole to fill, because you cover a lot of ground, and you have served this village so wonderfully for so long. So with that, I'm going to start our proclamation. Whereas Christopher Rudershauser began working for the Village of Ridgewood on July 22nd, 2002 as the village engineer. In 2008, Chris was put in charge of the engineering division, the traffic and signal division, and the water pollution control facility. And whereas on April 30th, 2018, Chris was promoted to the title of Village Engineer, Director of Public Works, overseeing the following divisions: engineering, village fleet services, garage, streets, traffic and signal, and the water pollution control facility. And whereas Chris has overseen many construction projects in the Village of Ridgewood, including the renovation of Village Hall, the construction of the Hudson Street Garage, the restoration of the Zabriskie Shedler House, as well as traffic calming and pedestrian safety improvements in both the Central Business District and on residential streets. And whereas Chris is an expert when it comes to bid specifications and bid openings, as well as being the best in the village at writing resolutions. Heather once told me that she really likes the way he writes them. And ordinances for all departments due to his attention to detail and excellent research skills, which makes him a valuable resource for all village departments. And whereas Chris works diligently on a daily basis for the Village of Ridgewood, balancing competing demands on his time, which often requires him to stay well into the evening hours in order to finish his assigned projects. And whereas, among his many accomplishments, Chris is most proud of the fact that he was able to monetize and charge fees for wastewater connections on new developments, and that he established a process for accepting liquid waste at the Water Pollution Control Facility from septic system haulers, which have both resulted in significant revenue for the village. And whereas after over 23 years of service to the village of Ridgewood, Christopher Rudeshauser will be retiring on March 1st, 2026. And whereas Chris is the loving husband of Lori, the devoted father of Samantha and Nicole, and the supportive father-in-law of Matthew and Jake. And whereas Chris looks forward to retirement and improving his fishing skills in Vero Beach, Florida, while enjoying travel, relaxing, and spending time with family and friends. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Village Council of the Village of Ridgewood does hereby proclaim January 14th, 2026 as Christopher Rudeshauser Day in the Village of Ridgewood in appreciation of his over 23 years of dedicated service to the Village of Ridgewood, and on behalf of the many residents and village employees whose lives he has touched, and wishes him a long, happy, and healthy retirement on behalf of a grateful community. Let's give it up for Chris Rudeshauser.
Mayor, members of the council, thank you very much. You picked a very auspicious day. Today, my mother turned 93. I'm going to send her a copy of that proclamation, so I think that'll be a great present for her. Thank you very much.
Chris, thank you so much. Come on, you're doing the wedding line. Here you go. A photo. Where's Carol? Photo. Thank you. I always forget the photo. We can.
Okay, jamboreers, come on up. As a Jamboree alum, I'm so excited to read this proclamation because Jamboree does such great work raising funds for our high school seniors' scholarships. Whereas Jamboree was established in 1947 by Ridgewood residents in order to raise need-based scholarship funds for Ridgewood High School students. And whereas Jamboree is an annual musical theatrical production that this year will have over 150 parent and guardian participants working on scene construction, painting, journal production, filming, photography, cooking, serving, props, costumes, vocal, choreography, behind the scenes, and performing. Whereas many volunteers, including producers, scriptwriters, photographers, musicians, choreographers, Jamboree board members, and others work behind the scenes throughout the year to create unforgettable Jamboree productions. And whereas the primary source of scholarship funding is through the sales of Jamboree Journal advertisements, and the annual journal is produced by dedicated volunteers, many of whom no longer have students in the school system. And whereas Jamboree participants generously and selflessly volunteer and donate time, talent, and services to ensure the production is not only entertaining, but also generates appropriate funding in support of need-based scholarships for graduating seniors to attend college. And whereas it takes countless volunteers to make Jamboree successful, including current parents and students, many Jamboree alumni, dedicated members of our village community, and student volunteers. And whereas the theme of the 80th Jamboree this year is Lights, Camera, Jamboree. celebrating screens, scenes, and scholarship dreams. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Village Council of the Village of Ridgewood does hereby proclaim February 5th, 6th, and 7th, 2026 as Jamboree Days in the Village of Ridgewood, and thanks the current and past volunteers who have participated in Jamboree and distributed over $2 million raised for scholarships in the past 15 years to numerous graduating Ridgewood High School seniors. Let's give them a hand. I'll introduce Pat and Sarah and Greg and Janet.
Thank you very much. So we're the producers for Jamboree 2026, and we'll keep it short. We're off to rehearsal tonight. We're in the midst of getting prepared for February 5th, 6th, and 7th. We really appreciate the support. It's so important for us. We have some friends in the audience here, the supportive sponsors in Ridgewood. It's such a great show. It's a real privilege for us to be part of it, and a real privilege for us to be representing the town. I'm a Ridgewood High School graduate, so it's also great for me to kind of come back and offer some assistance to graduating Ridgewood High School seniors. If you want to come to the show, www.rhsjamboree.org, February 5th, 6th, and 7th. Thank you very much.
So this is very exciting. I'm going to read the proclamation for Lunar New Year, but I'm going to give it a big plug. If you've never been, this is a great event, also at Ridgewood High School, and come hungry. That would be my biggest piece of advice. So, whereas the Ridgewood Asian American Pacific Islander AAPI Alliance is collaborating with the Ridgewood Chinese American Association, the Ridgewood Korean Parent Community, and the Ridgewood Indian Community to jointly produce the Lunar New Year's Festival in the Village of Ridgewood. And whereas the Lunar New Year Festival celebrates the diversity in the Village of Ridgewood, promotes Asian culture, and uplifts the experiences of our AAPI friends in the village. And whereas 2026 is the year of the fire horse, symbolizing strength, independence, and a forward-moving spirit. And whereas the element of fire adds passion, creativity, and a spark for new beginnings, creating a vibrant energy for the year ahead. And whereas the Year of the Fire Horse is anticipated to bring high energy, bold action, and pursuit of dreams with confidence and speed. Whereas the Lunar New Year Festival will be held on January 25th, 2026 in the Ridgewood High School Campus Center. Now, therefore be resolved that the Village Council of the Village of Ridgewood does hereby proclaim January 25th, 2026 as Lunar New Year Festival in the Village of Ridgewood, and thanks the Ridgewood Asian American Pacific Islander Alliance, the Ridgewood Chinese American Association, the Ridgewood Korean Parents Community, and the Ridgewood Indian Community for sharing their cultures and history with the Village of Ridgewood, and wishes them the most successful event.
First, I wanted to thank the Village Council. Everyone has been so supportive. This is our 4th year doing it, and it will be amazing. Please get tickets. Do come hungry. We have a buffet of vegetarian options and lots of food. It is included with the ticket price, lots of giveaways and games. It really does celebrate a very significant holiday for many of us who celebrate. And if you don't, you'll get to hear all about what the Year of the Horse is and some wonderful events as family entertainment. The tickets are at, I'm going to give my plug too, ridgewoodAPI.org, and it will be on January 25th. Please, it's for the whole community. Everyone welcome.
Thank you all for indulging us tonight. We know that we have a very full schedule tonight. We are going to try to get to everything. And so we are actually going to be moving some things around so that we can get to everything better. And I'm going to need a motion to this effect, which is we're going to move, because they don't take long, and I want to save time for all the public comment that we can get in. I want to move the village resolutions to immediately after the Ridgewood Water resolutions. And I also want to move we have 5 public hearings related to affordable housing. And I'd like to do them in this order because I think it will allow us more time. And so we would do, hold on, get this right. Resolution 4075 first, Resolution 4072 second, 4073, excuse me, ordinances, I beg your pardon. Yes, I can. So if you go to the back of the packet, or near, actually not the back of the packet because we have resolutions there, where the ordinances for affordable housing are, we would do. Yes?
You're moving the resolutions, right, first?
I already said that.
Okay,
Right.
okay.
Right. But we're going to move the ordinances in this order. We're going to get to all of them. 4075 first, 4072 second, 4073 third, 4071 fourth, and 4074 fifth. And I am also, for the record, I am recusing myself from participating in ordinance 4074. And Pam will be running that portion of the meeting. So may I have a motion?
So I'm going to move resolutions associated with number 12 for Ridgewood Water and resolutions associated with number 14th for the village, to move them first. We do have to go back to public comment, but my motion is to move the resolutions forward for both Ridgewood Water and the village. So I'm making the motion. Do I have a second?
What about the ordinances?
I'm going to do that when we get closer.
All right, second.
Okay. Mortimer,
Yes.
Perrin, yes, White,
Yes.
Winograd,
Yes.
and Vagianos.
And if
Yes.
okay with you, Paul, to keep up, so for the public, can I move the ordinance order when we get to them?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Good.
And then we just have to circle back
Okay.
to public
And
comment.
now we're going to go to public comment. Before we do, I want everyone to understand that for each ordinance, there will be a public comment period. Excuse me, well, a public comment during the public hearing. And so there will be an opportunity to comment on that specific ordinance. And so in order for this to run as efficiently as we can get, so we can get as many people in as possible. If we can avoid commenting on the affordable housing ordinances during this public comment period, everyone will have an opportunity to comment on them at the hearing for those ordinances.
And
Okay.
this way, the record will be straight, so if someone asks for the record on a particular ordinance, the public comments on that ordinance will be there. If you comment at the beginning, then that's not going to be part of the public record for that ordinance. So I encourage you to please make your public comments for the ordinances during the public hearing.
Okay, and with that,
Mayor, if I may?
Yes.
Just so everybody's aware, I know there's a lot of interest in this meeting tonight. This meeting is being broadcast on the website through a platform called Swagit. It's also currently live and up on YouTube. However, because of the disruption in Verizon service that has affected probably a lot of people in this room, but folks all across the nation, we are not currently broadcasting on Channel 34 because that is a Verizon Fios platform, and as much as IT has tried to make it broadcast live, because of the outage, that service is being interrupted. So if you are speaking to anyone else in the community through text or email or anything of that nature, this is available on the Village website through Swagit. It's called Ridgewood TV. There's a link on the homepage. It's also available on the Village's YouTube channel and is being broadcast live on both of those platforms.
The Zoom is for the remote access.
Yeah, we are not broadcasting through Zoom. There is a, oh, we are. Okay, because there is a Zoom link that's allowing this to be broadcast downstairs in the overflow room.
good.
Paul, could I say one more thing? Just for, we have, from our vantage point, there's several open seats. So we would love for everybody to have a seat, should you want a seat. If there's people downstairs and want to come up, we'll try to accommodate you. You could also, if anybody's standing wants a seat, you can take these rolling chairs. People should be comfortable. It's not weird to move the furniture, meaning just the chairs. And if anybody downstairs wishes to join us, there's several seats for our neighbors up here. I've been up here the whole night, so I'm unaware. If anybody would like to take a seat.
The fire official is downstairs in the overflow room. He's in charge of counting how many people are permitted to be in this room. He also understands that after the presentations that were made by the council at the start of the meeting, that if there is additional seating, those folks will be invited up here to join us in the main chambers.
Oh, great,
Okay,
great.
and so let's go to public comment.
Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per person. At 1 minute, I will ring a bell. When the time is up, I will say time is up.
Anybody here for public comment?
Public comment. There are
Please
people
put your
saying that
name
they're
and
being not
your
let
name and
upstairs.
address on the record, please.
Natalia Protasevich, Ridgewood resident.
Actually, not
Ridgewood
address, just resident or
Just
non-resident.
resident.
Resident.
Thank you.
So just a side note, there are people downstairs that are not prevented by police from going upstairs despite some seats still available. Can you
And
coordinate?
the fire marshal is downstairs
Okay.
telling people that there are seats available
Okay.
up here now.
I'm just saying, you guys were wondering. Anyways, I want to start my speech. So, good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I would like to begin very clearly. I support affordable housing. I support Ridgewood meeting its legal obligations, and I support doing it in a way that is careful, fair, and respectful of existing residents. Those goals do not conflict, but the way these ordinances are written puts us on the path where they will. The legal reality is, under New Jersey's fourth round framework, compliance is measured by realistic developmental potential, RDP, and for Ridgewood, that number is 4 units. The village clearly already, and you might know it, already claims 16 affordable housing credits. That matters because once RDP, realistic development potential, is met, the village legal obligation narrows. The law does not require expanding height, bulk, or density beyond what is necessary to maintain quote-unquote realistic opportunity for affordable housing. The village retains discretion in where to zone, how much to allow, and how intense development becomes. So when the residents hear we have no choice, that is not a legal inevitability. It reflects a policy change, a policy choice about how compliance is achieved, and not whether the compliance is required. When affordability requirements increase without clear objective limits on bulk and intensity, developers respond. They ask for more height, more floor area ratio, i.e. building volume measure, more density. That outcome is foreseeable. Courts evaluate zoning not only by intent, but by whether its structure predictably produces variance pressure and litigation risk. I respectfully request that these comments be entered into the official record and that the council explain on the record why existing limits must be exceeded to meet a realistic opportunity standard rather than as a matter of policy preference. And finally, for the record, I ask the council to identify what specific aspect of fourth round compliance requires increasing height, density, or building bulk beyond existing standards, rather than adopting objective controls, such as the floor area limits and facade length controls that preserve a realistic opportunity for affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalia.
Good evening, Ann Loving, Ridgewood resident. I'm very concerned because I keep hearing the mayor indicate that we will try to let everyone speak. It is not the fault of the public that so much was on this agenda tonight. There could have been a separate agenda for all of these ordinances that everybody's so concerned about. And I am going to be very, very concerned if public comments are cut off or some people are not permitted to speak. That's really going to be wrong. We've had that over and over again with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann. Anybody else for public comment?
Shelley Rothstein, Ridgewood resident. There is an obvious effort to diminish the importance of these zoning changes by grouping them with a regular business meeting tonight. This is not regular business. There should have been a special meeting scheduled in a venue that can accommodate all of the people who would have liked to attend. Nobody should have been banished to the basement. What we see here tonight is disrespectful to the residents and to those especially who were forced into the basement. It's unacceptable.
Thank you, Shelley.
Mayor, through you, all the residents who are in the lower level have gained access to this room, and there's no one downstairs at this point.
And also, we still have several remaining seats. I'm counting 6 in the front row. So it's very important to us that people who want to attend. If you're downstairs, we can't leave the meeting, but we have space available. I know. I just want to make sure that people know.
Hi, my name is Rocio. I'm a resident, and I have a question for the council. I'm asking whether the council has adopted the findings required by NJSA 4055D-62A, explaining Ordinance 471's inconsistency with the 22 master plan, and if not, why the ordinance is moving for vote tonight.
If I may, if you're done, that's fine. I just want to make sure everybody remembers that we're supposed to be talking about things other than the ordinances, the particular ordinances that are on the agenda. There will be a public hearing, and if you want your comments on the record with regard to that particular ordinance, you have to save your comments to that time. Otherwise, they won't be on the record. So if you can remember that, that would be helpful in terms of keeping a clean record with regard to these ordinances.
Anybody else?
Seth Myonis, resident 30 years. One thing,
Excuse me, your name, please?
Seth Myonis.
Oh, sorry. Thank you,
Myonis,
Seth.
30 years. So one thing that I see missing in all this is there's a lot of impacts from an environmental perspective, traffic, and all of this stuff. So my request to you is, what work has been done with the New Jersey DEP? What is done with the New Jersey DOT? Because some of these things are really going to add, it's really crowded out there already, and you put all these new cars on, and you got all this additional traffic. A lot of concerns. I don't see anything in here about that, and I would hope that the mayor and the council will address that as part of this process.
Thank you, Seth.
Good evening.
Good evening, John.
John Fry, North Irving Street. So not thinking directly about these projects that are going on very specifically right at the moment, I think it's time that we come up with an event that talks about the town, like a town hall experience, the vision of the council, vision of other leadership within the town, to gather together, some public space, go to BF, go to a big auditorium, and have an open forum. Most corporations that I've all worked with, they indeed end up with having a vision statement from the leader at the beginning of the year. You go to the meeting, you understand what the vision is. Everybody has a stake of where they're going, what the direction is. We're ending up with a lot of surprises here. Indeed, what projects are on your long-term plans here? How do we manage the next Mountain Laurel experience? I'm sure Matt's going crazy with thinking about that at this point, where the next round is going to be. Community parks and the athletic fields. What is the direction? What is the thought? We have major projects going on with some of them. The Performing Arts Center. All the infrastructure things that the associate was just speaking about. All the list just goes on of all these things, but where do you see this in a year, 5 years, and 10 years? Right now, I feel like we're sort of out there whacking at a mole here as each topic comes up, and we don't, as a group, don't totally understand what's going on in the community. So please, let's have a gathering. Let's have an open forum with all of you and other leaders for the town. I think the water department, the engineering department, and so on should be available at the meeting, and that we can ask questions. You guys can present information. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John.
Good evening, Bill McCandless, resident. I would like to speak
Could you say your
specifically
name
to
a
what
little
was
more
just...
slowly?
Excuse me?
I didn't catch your name.
Bill McCandless.
Thank you.
I'd like to speak specifically to this idea of a gathering. I would propose we already have it. In 2022, we put together a master plan for this village that this council is not paying attention to. It's quite clear. Nothing you're doing is connected to what we've done and agreed on as a community. It is being disregarded at every turn. Intersections labeled dangerous are now open for development. Intersections that are known to be dangerous with colliding signals are ignored. The village can't even keep snow off of crosswalks. It's very clear what's going on. I would worry about how well the village would be able to spell out its plan at such a gathering. And I would encourage everyone to go back to what we already agreed to. And I would say that it's on the council to explain why they wish to set this document, this agreement, aside. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hi. I'm Susan Schreiber. I've lived in the village since 1979. I'm one of the fortunate residents who has the drain ditch in my backyard, very close to the high school. Now, there was a meeting I attended, I don't know how many months ago, in which I thought that there would be some way to deal with the ditch. Now, I understand it's public property, correct? It's my property? Well, I thought that after we had some floods, some very serious flooding many years ago, there were some agreements that the town would clean out the ditch. It does fill up with leaves, it fills up with debris. The retaining wall is falling in. Okay, it's starting to come apart. There are rocks, apparently, that were built, I don't know how many years ago, but they're falling in. And even though we haven't had a lot of precipitation, I think we should do something that perhaps might prevent a future catastrophe like we have had in the past. And with the high school right near there and the artificial turf being a problem if it floods, went to that meeting too, and I haven't seen anything since, any information, any kind of help that we might be able to get. It's not just my house. I don't know how many people are here who have that ditch in the backyard, but it can be a real serious problem. And this is the area you want to build Kensington. So thought I would say something. I tried reaching you, Mr. Kazak. I don't know if your secretary told you I tried reaching you. It was around Christmas time. Okay, so maybe we could get together and talk. Okay, that's all I want to say.
Thank you very much, Susan.
Hi, how are you? My name is Grazia Nigro Mastalone. I'm originally from Fort Lee, and I moved to Ridgewood because my town was getting crowded. And the mayor owns Greek to Me, and we own Michelle's Bake Shop from the same neighborhood. So I just wanted to say, I live by Vets, okay? And that's where this whole thing's gonna go, and we all know what's gonna happen. I just want to say that I have my daughter grown up here, my family moved here, everyone left Fort Lee to come to Ridgewood. And when we did that, it was because we wanted a neighborhood that we grew up in. Old Fort Lee was like Ridgewood is now still. And I don't think that we have to do so much building like we did there. I mean, Fort Lee's different because it's right by the bridge. It has a lot more traffic, a lot more interest, a lot more, involvement with New York City. But we're a little further out. We should stay a little further out. I mean, you can bring buildings and stuff here like they did in Fort Lee, but here you have the chance to not let it go nuts. You have the chance to control it. You have the chance to keep it nice. And Fort Lee's still nice, and we still go there and see everybody, but, it becomes a place more like a city. And this is a village. It's not a city. So I think that for all the kids and my family and all the families that moved here, mostly for the kids, and I live by Vets, and it's already hard to park, and the kids have to walk, and all these kind of things. It's an inconvenience that I don't really care if they don't have a place to park. They can walk, and they can park in my house. But I want there to be some understanding that this is bigger than people complaining about an ordinance. This is bigger than like, oh, I want to build this building, and Lapino's going to build the other one, or Nigros are going to build this, or Greek to Me is going to build this. We're all built. It's just how much are we going to build? That's the difference in Ridgewood. You don't have to do what you did in Fort Lee. We don't have to do it. Here, it's different. It should stay little. Keep it little. You have nothing to lose.
Thank you, Grazia, and I ate many of your pastries at Michelle's over the years, growing up. It's a great place. It's a good thing. Anybody else? Seeing no one, I'm going to close public comment, and we will address some or as many of the questions as we can. Matt, you want to take the lead on this?
I'll try to do it. One I might refer to Beth Manis, our planner, who is.
Oh, yes. Many of you know Beth, our planner, who is also here to help answer as many questions as we possibly can. So.
And I think the best way to do that is.
And if anybody can't hear, just let us know.
Yeah.
We'll address it.
I was getting carried away. I think the first thing to do, is to ask Beth about the meaning of RDP and how that influences our housing element and fair share plan. And the question is that our RDP is 4, and how come we're building more than, how come we're building more than 4 if our RDP is only 4? Is the green light on?
Sure. Folks can hear me. Our RDP for around 4 is indeed 4 units, and so we've satisfied that. But in addition to municipalities like Ridgewood that are taking a vacant land adjustment and therefore have an RDP, municipalities must also provide additional mechanisms to meet the unmet need. And there are 2 overall categories, I suppose, of unmet need that must be addressed. One is what's referred to these days as realistic zoning requirement, and this is a new standard or a new requirement set forth in New Jersey's Fair Housing Act that was adopted in 2024, and it says 25% of a municipality's unmet need for round 4 must be satisfied through realistic zoning of redevelopment properties. So it doesn't require an area in need of redevelopment, but it requires overlay zoning or redevelopment planning of property that can be redeveloped with affordable housing. And so that's category 1 of unmet need. The second category is just simply the overall unmet need requirements. Municipalities are in general obligated to meet that 25% and to do more than that generally, but it's not quantified in the same way that the 25% realistic zoning is. But it's generally two requirements for unmet need, 25% and then just the overall additional unmet need.
Okay. I'll go to the next one. There was discussion or comments made about the village being able to use its discretion to limit height, to limit setbacks and the like, and we should use that with our planning for affordable housing. Well, we do use that with our planning for affordable housing. Somebody mentioned NJSA 40:55D-62A. That is the general statute that permits and gives a municipality the authority to enact zoning ordinances to control such things. However, when it comes to Mount Laurel, and we've been through this many times, and we talked about this in December, when it comes to affordable housing, those aspects are cautioned with regard to the mandate that the Constitution of the state of New Jersey requires each town to do to provide that those affordable units and satisfy in compliance, because everybody uses that word compliance, in compliance with that which Beth just spoke of. And when you're talking about compliance, you can use, and you have to use, your ability to zone for a height, for setbacks, for frontage and things such as that. But that's what gets qualified. And if you look at, and we'll talk about Kensington later, but if you look at Kensington, it meets our existing height ordinance. It meets our existing setback ordinances. It meets all of our ordinances with the exception of what's there now, which is known as FAR, okay? It doesn't meet that. And that is why we're taking the position, and that's why we understand that more than likely since it meets that existing criteria that's already in our ordinances that we've used our discretion on in the past to allow development on these properties. That's why it's something that the court's going to deem compliant. Now, the issue with regard to consistency with the master plan has been brought up as well. The master plan is a policy document, and the master plan is a document that's prepared by the planning board. Planning board takes the study, does the study, they deal with all the elements, which include a housing element, and they decide what should be that policy going forward. They reviewed these ordinances at a meeting and determined that, I think, I don't have the letter in front of me, but they sent a letter to the council saying that they determined that these ordinances are not inconsistent with the master plan. So they made that determination. So that is something that has been done, and it's been part of the process. Someone mentioned DOT and DEP. Well, if this was a brownfield site or a site for hazardous waste, and we're talking again about Kensington or any of the sites that we have in our ordinances, the DEP might be involved. The DOT gets involved on state streets. In this instance, Franklin Avenue, I believe, I know Maple is a county road, so the county has jurisdiction over the traffic on Maple Avenue. All right, and any other road, Broad Street, I believe might be county, and the county may have jurisdiction over that. So depending upon where you are, the local agencies, unless you have a state highway going through, DOT is not going to be involved, okay? They leave it out of their jurisdiction. So that doesn't have it. Someone brought up the next Mount Laurel. The next Mount Laurel is in 10 years. So the next set, the 5th round, is expected to come through in 2034. When we went through the 3rd round back in 2015 through 2020 we looked ahead. In fact, Valley Hospital was still at its campus on Linwood Avenue. But they knew that Valley was moving and going to be moving to Paramus, which didn't happen until within the last 2 years. They included that in the 3rd round because they were looking prospectively. And that's what the courts do with regard to this. When they look at our housing element, they look prospectively as to what you're going to do next. And that's why it was brought up at that time. And I can tell you that I fought to keep it out of the 3rd round, thinking it would be good for the 4th round. Court wouldn't allow it. Court said it had to be included then. So I think that may answer most of the questions. But again, the issue of our discretion, using our power and authority to zone with regard to these things is limited by that constitutional mandate for development. It's not unfettered. It is limited.
Thank you, Matt. Anybody else have anything to add at this time? And I know we have a lot to get to. Excuse me. Public comment is closed. You'll have another opportunity during the ordinances. And that's fine. But we don't do it back and forth. And listen, I greatly appreciate that we don't have a colloquy back and forth, that we don't have people saying things from the audience when they're not at the mic, because this is how we can conduct our business, and we can get it done, and we can address as many of your questions as we possibly can. So I greatly appreciate it.
Through you, Mayor, I will reach out to Susan individually, just in the interest of time tonight, and bring you up to speed on both the jurisdiction of the ditch behind your home and also the Army Corps of Engineers involvement. So I'll reach out to you tomorrow, and we'll touch base on that.
I did also want to echo that with respect to the ditch, we do have a residential flood advisory committee, and that has come up, and we've addressed it. But if you want to reach out to us, we can connect you, because our neighbors already reached out. And if the retaining wall is in distress, please include a photo, and we'll address that as well. And all our emails are on the website.
Excuse me. Thank you. Anybody else?
Yes. The planning board, after meeting to consider the 5 ordinances, their issue was whether the 5 ordinances are consistent with the master plan that the village came up with in 2022. They wrote a letter to the village council saying, while the board accepted the testimony of Beth McManus, village planner, that the proposed ordinances are consistent with the housing plan, the housing element and fair share plan of the Village of Ridgewood, and that the proposed ordinances are not inconsistent with the 2022 Village Master Plan, the board requests that the Village Council consider the comments and concerns of the members of the Planning Board and the public as set forth in the minutes and the audio recording of our January 6th, 2026 public hearing. Below is a bullet point outline of these concerns: bulk items, density, traffic impact, flooding in the area, pedestrian safety, small town feel. And so we will do that.
Anybody else? And with that, I'm just going to make one comment to Grazia. Are you still here tonight? There you are. Grazia, it's nice to see somebody from the old neighborhood. I grew up in Little Fort Lee. It's not little anymore. We're not going to let what happened in Fort Lee or anything like that happen here. And, excuse me, I don't interrupt you when you speak? I do not. And excuse me, thank you. And every action that we are taking tonight on affordable housing is because it is court-ordered. We don't have a choice. That's where we are. We have fought it, and as I explained in a prior meeting that everyone was not here, the court threatened us with a loss of zoning immunity. The loss of zoning immunity is the death penalty in affordable housing cases. If you don't want massive development, you better not lose your zoning immunity, because once you do, that's when you'll get what you really don't want. And with that, we are going to go to our resolutions for Ridgewood Water. And Heather, take it away.
Okay. The following resolutions, number 26-03 through 26-17, will be adopted by a consent agenda with one vote by the Village Council. They will be read by title only. Award sole source contract, furnished corrosion control inhibitor. Award sole source contract, removal and replacement of existing granular activated carbon vessels at Carr, 20 Ravine, and Prospect PFAS treatment facilities. Award sole source contract, customer portal and invoice cloud for Ridgewood Water customers. Title 59 approval, servicing and repair of portable water wells and pumping facilities. Award contract, servicing and repair of portable water wells and pumping facilities. Title 59 approval, HVAC maintenance and repair. Award contract, HVAC maintenance and repair, Ridgewood Water headquarters, well facilities, and PFAS treatment facilities. Award contract under state contract, mass notification system. Award professional services contract, engineering services for water main replacements, West Glen booster station to Glen water tank. Award professional services contract, asset management plan development for PFAS treatment facilities. Authorized shared services agreement, testing of water samples for coliform and E. coli bacteria with Hawthorne. Authorized change order, professional engineering services, construction, administration, and observation of the Ravine PFAS treatment facility. Authorized refund of water overpayment, 500 Route 17 in Ridgewood. Accepts Ridgewood Water annual maintenance fee and establish interest rates for delinquent payments to the water utility for 2026 and set grace period for payment of water utility bills. May I have a motion for that consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Mortimer,
Yes.
Perrin,
Yes.
White,
Yes.
Winograd,
Yes.
and Vagianos.
Yes.
We'll now move on to the other general resolutions. Hold on one moment.
This is number 14 on your agendas.
The following resolutions, number 26-18 through 26-44, will be adopted by a consent agenda with one vote by the Village Council. They will be read by title only. Authorize 2026 temporary budget appropriations, general budget, water utility budget, and parking utility budget. Authorize tax assessor, tax collector to file appeals and/or settlement stipulations. Award contract, grant writer. Award contract, annual maintenance for software for finance department. Award contract under state contract, purchase and installation of additional shade systems and replacement cable systems and hardware. Award contract under Bergen County contract, untreated rock salt. Award professional services contract, elevator subcode inspection inspector. Award professional services contract, professional planner. Authorize execution of agreement, reassessment of all real property for tax equalization purposes. Reject all bids, impacted soil removal as the Shedler Zabriskie property. Mr. Kazmark, you wanted to make a statement about that?
I'll do it before the motion, if that's okay.
Authorize shared services agreement, Child Health Clinic with Fairlawn, Glenrock, and Mawa. Authorize shared services agreement for a health officer with Mawa. Authorize shared services agreement, removal of trees on county roads. Authorize 2025 budget reserve transfers. Establish interest rate for delinquent taxes and non-payment of assessments and other municipal liens for 2026 and set grace period and due date. Establish interest rates for delinquent payments for significant sewer discharger bills for 2026. Authorize electronic tax sales. Authorize cancellation of tax overpayments and delinquent amounts. Authorize tax collector to charge for mailing of tax sale notices. Authorize partial 2025 tax refund, Block 3612, Lot 2. Authorize tax overpayment reimbursement, Block 4502, Lot 46. Authorize Bergen County Police Chiefs Association Mutual Aid Plan and Rapid Deployment Force. Adopt form for notice of tort claims. Certify compliance with federal civil rights requirements. Accept donation, purchase and installation of plaque for Irene Habernickel Family Park Pavilion, appoint alternate member to the Planning Board, and confirm endorsement of Community Development Block Grant, Family Promise of Bergen County, Finding a Way Home, Moving Families to Stable Housing Program. May I have a motion?
I'm going to move it, but before we vote, I would like to hear from Keith. There's an item that came from closed onto this agenda, so I'm moving it. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Keith?
Mayor, through you, before the council votes on the consent agenda item, I would like to just bring up Resolution 26-27, which is the resolution to reject all bids for the impacted soil removal at the Shedler Zabriskie property. As everyone is aware on the council, we accepted bids on January 6th for the remediation of the Shedler property. Upon receiving those bids, the lowest bidder withdrew their bid a day or two after, or I guess the next day after the bids were due, and the second low bidder had an issue with their bid bond. So this item was held for last week's council closed session because of the legalities of awarding those bids. At this point, all of the remaining bidders exceed the budgetary amount that the council has allotted for this project. So by the rejection of these bids, we're also authorizing the engineering department to go out and rebid this project. Those bids will be due on February 3rd, and it is anticipated that the council will be able to discuss those bids at their work session on February 4th.
Okay. So I have
Thank you, Keith.
I have a motion and a second. Roll call. Mortimer?
Yes.
Perrin?
Yes.
Whites?
Yes.
Winograd?
Yes.
And Vagianos?
Yes, and now we're going to move to our ordinances that are not affordable housing. I'll let you know when we get to affordable housing. And the first few of these do not have a hearing, so we'll be able to move through them very quickly. I move the first reading of ordinance 4076.
Second.
Mortimer?
Yes.
Perrin?
Yes.
Whites?
Yes.
Winograd?
Yes.
And Vagianos?
Yes, so ordered. Will the clerk please read ordinance 4076 by title?
An ordinance to amend Chapter 265 of the Code of the Village of Ridgewood, Vehicles and Traffic, at Section 265-59, Schedule 9, Stop Intersections.
I move that ordinance 4076 be adopted on the first reading and that February 11th, 2026 be fixed as the date for the hearing thereon.
I second the motion.
Mortimer?
Yes.
Perrin?
I just wanted the public to know this has to do with putting a stop sign at the entrance to the parking lot at the recycling center, and I vote yes.
Whites?
Yes.
Winograd?
Yes.
And Vagianos?
Yes. I move the first reading of ordinance 4077.
Second that.
Mortimer?
Yes.
Perrin?
Yes.
Whites?
Yes.
Winograd?
Yes.
Vagianos?
Yes, so ordered. Will the clerk please read ordinance 4077 by title?
An ordinance to amend Chapter 145 fees of the Village Code for Graden Pool membership fees, tennis pickleball membership fees, and summer day camp fees.
I move that ordinance 4077 be adopted on the first reading and that February 11th, 2026 be fixed as the date for the hearing thereon.
I second the motion.
Mortimer,
Yes.
Perrin,
Yes.
Whites.
Yes.
Winograd.
Yes.
And Vagianos.
Yes. I move the first reading of ordinance 4078.
I second.
Mortimer,
Yes.
Perrin,
Yes.
Whites.
Yes.
Winograd.
Yes.
And Vagianos.
Yes, so ordered. Will the clerk please read ordinance 4078 by title?
An ordinance to rescind and repeal Chapter 210 of the Code of the Village of Ridgewood entitled Park and Ride Facility.
I move that ordinance 4078 be adopted on the first reading and that February 11th, 2026 be fixed as the date for the hearing thereon.
I second the motion.
Mortimer,
Yes.
Perrin,
Yes.
Whites.
Yes.
Winograd.
Yes.
And Vagianos.
Yes, I move the first reading of ordinance 4079.
Second.
Mortimer,
Yes.
Perrin,
Yes.
Whites.
Yes.
Winograd.
Yes.
And Vagianos.
Yes, so ordered. Will the clerk please read ordinance 4079 by title?
An ordinance to amend salary ordinance 4067, fixing the salaries, wages, and other compensation for the non-union employees of the Village of Ridgewood, County of Bergen, and State of New Jersey for the year 2026.
I move that ordinance 4079 be adopted on the first reading and that February 11th, 2026 be fixed as the date for the hearing thereon.
I second the motion.
Mortimer,
Yes.
Perrin,
Yes.
Whites.
Yes.
Winograd.
Yes.
And Vagianos.
Yes, I move the first reading of ordinance 4080.
Second.
Mortimer,
Yes.
Perrin,
Yes.
Whites.
Yes.
Winograd.
Yes.
And Vagianos.
Yes, so ordered. Will the clerk please read an ordinance 4080 by title?
An ordinance to amend salary ordinance 4066, fixing the salaries, wages, and other compensation for non-union officers and employees of the Village of Ridgewood, County of Bergen, and State of New Jersey for the year 2026.
Okay, did you say 80? Or
Yes.
6? Okay, I just want to make sure. I move that ordinance 4080 be adopted on the first reading and that February 11th, 2026 be fixed as the date for the hearing thereon.
I second the motion.
Mortimer,
Yes.
Perrin.
Yes.
Whites.
Yes.
Winograd. Winograd.
Yes.
And Vagianos.
Yes, I move the first reading of ordinance 4081.
I second the motion.
Mortimer.
Yes.
Perrin.
Yes.
Whites.
Yes.
Winograd.
Yes.
And Vagianos.
Yes, so ordered. Will the clerk please read ordinance 4081 by title?
An ordinance to vacate the public interest of the Village of Ridgewood in a certain property located at Block 2908, Lot 20, and transfer its interest therein to the adjacent property owners consistent with the attached map.
I move that ordinance 4081 be adopted on the first reading and that February 11th, 2026 be fixed as the date for the hearing thereon.
I second the motion.
Mortimer.
Yes.
Perrin.
Yes.
Whites.
Yes.
Winograd.
Yes.
And Vagianos.
Yes, I move the first reading of ordinance 4082.
I second.
Mortimer.
Yes.
Perrin.
Yes.
Whites.
Yes.
Winograd.
Yes.
And Vagianos.
Yes, so ordered. Will the clerk please read ordinance 4082 by title?
An ordinance to amend Chapter 145-10 fees of the Village Code for use of fields.
I move that ordinance 4082 be adopted on the first reading and that February 11th be fixed as the date for the hearing thereon.
I second the motion.
Mortimer.
Yes.
Perrin.
Yes.
Whites.
Yes.
Winograd.
Yes.
And Vagianos.
Yes, I move the first reading of ordinance 4083.
Second.
Mortimer.
Yes.
Perrin.
Yes.
Whites.
Yes.
Winograd.
Yes.
And Vagianos.
Yes, so ordered. Will the clerk please read ordinance 4083 by title?
An ordinance to amend Chapter 145-10 fees of the Village Code for use of fields.
I move that ordinance 4083 be adopted on the first reading and that February 11th, 2026 be fixed as the date for the hearing thereon.
Second the motion.
Mortimer.
Yes.
Perrin.
Yes.
Whites.
Yes.
Winograd.
Yes.
And Vagianos.
Yes, we are now going to go to two ordinances that have public hearings that anyone can comment on, but they are not the affordable housing hearings. We're going to get to them immediately after this. And I ask again that you keep if you have affordable housing comments, save them for just a few minutes. We're going to get to everything. So I move the clerk read ordinance 4069 by title on second reading and that the public hearing thereon be opened.
I second.
Mortimer.
Yes.
Perrin.
Yes.
Whites.
Yes.
Winograd.
Yes.
Vagianos.
Yes, Will the clerk please read the title of ordinance 4069?
An ordinance to amend Chapter 265 of the Code of the Village of Ridgewood, Vehicles and Traffic, and Section 265-42, Reserved Parking Spaces, and Section 265-52, Schedule 2, Mid-Block Crosswalks.
The public hearing is now open.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Boyd A. Loving, Ridgewood resident. I sent Councilman Mortimer a note this week about this crosswalk, and that is the paint has faded to the point that you can no longer see that there's a crosswalk there unless you're right on top of it. Crosswalk warning signs were never put up at this crosswalk. So people are driving down East Ridgewood Avenue, and they really don't know that a crosswalk is coming up. So now that you are formalizing this crosswalk, I do believe that some action needs to be taken to make sure that there is no tragedy at that location, because the crosswalk can't be seen, and you do not know that you're approaching one from the distance. Thank you.
Thank you, Boyd. Anyone else? Seeing no one, I move the public hearing be closed.
I second, but can I comment?
When we close it. Once we close
Mortimer?
Yes.
Perrin?
Yes.
Whites?
Yes.
Winograd?
Yes.
And Vagianos?
Yes. Frank?
That item was added to the citizen safety meeting, and that's tomorrow night at 7 p.m. in the senior lounge. We have moved rooms so we could get more people in. So I encourage everybody to come.
So you'll be addressing it at that time, right?
Yes.
Thank you, Frank. Siobhan?
Sure. I move that ordinance 4069 be adopted on the second reading and the final publication as required by law.
I second the motion.
Mortimer?
Yes.
Perrin?
Yes.
Whites?
Yes.
Winograd?
Yes.
Vagianos?
Yes. I move the clerk read ordinance 4070 by title on second reading and that the public hearing thereon be opened.
I second.
Mortimer?
Yes.
Perrin?
Yes.
Whites?
Yes.
Winograd?
Yes.
Vagianos?
Yes. Will the clerk please read the title of ordinance 4070?
An ordinance to amend Chapter 265 of the Code of the Village of Ridgewood, Vehicles and Traffic, and Section 265-29, Parking Meter Zone Designated.
The public hearing is now open. Seeing no one, I move the public hearing be closed.
Second.
Mortimer?
Yes.
Perrin?
Yes.
Whites?
Yes.
Winograd?
Yes.
And Vagianos?
Yes.
I move that ordinance 4070 be adopted on the second reading and the final publication as required by law.
I second the motion.
Mortimer?
Yes.
Perrin?
Yes.
Whites?
Yes.
Winograd?
Yes.
And Vagianos?
Yes. And now we've come to the heart of the meeting. These next 5 ordinances, which I'm going to ask that a motion be made to change the order. And once we do that, I know Matt has some things he needs to inform us about, and we'll make 1 or 2 comments and then proceed. So I would ask that council consider a motion to put them in the following order. Number 4075 first, number 4072 second, number 4073 third, number 4071 fourth, and number 4074, which I will recuse myself from, fifth. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Mortimer?
Yes.
Perrin?
Yes.
Whites?
Yes.
Winograd?
Yes.
And Vagianos?
Yes. And what we're going to do is, with each of these, Matt's going to explain the setting that we are in tonight and how this is going to go. Beth will, as we come to each ordinance, explain what each ordinance is about, because they all affect different properties in town. And once you have asked your questions, we will be writing down all your questions at the public hearing. When we close the public hearing, as we just did with that prior public hearing, then we will address those questions and move on to the next ordinance. Okay? So, Matt?
All right, I was asked to just address these ordinances from the standpoint of process, because we have 5 ordinances pertaining to affordable housing on the agenda tonight. We're going to have public hearings on each one in the order that the mayor just explained and the council just voted on and approved that rearrangement. During public hearing for each ordinance, so you get 5 minutes to speak. Please, When the ordinance is called, it's going to be explained. If you want to speak about that ordinance, speak about that ordinance during that time period. Does two things. It makes the process move a lot smoother, and it makes the record complete with regard to the ordinance itself. So if we're dealing with 4073 first, or whatever the order was, which one? 4075 first. Those who have issues with 4075 and want to speak about it, come up for that one. Otherwise, if you're talking about 4072, when we have a public hearing for 4075, it's not going to make any sense to anybody who reviews the record. Second thing we want to talk about is that with regard to the public and your awareness, I think a lot of the people in the public are aware that there is a lawsuit that was filed by municipalities in the state courts first, and then in the federal courts second, challenging the affordable housing process and the new rules, the fourth round. From what I understand, in the state courts, for the most part, any of the remedies that were requested, any of the lawsuits that were there, the courts have refuted them and dismissed that complaint. There still remains open a federal lawsuit that some recent things have come down on and may impact what we're doing tonight. Now, I know that there was a hearing on January 7th with regard to a request by the municipal consortium for an injunction to be issued by a federal judge enjoining the process of the fourth round of affordable housing in the state of New Jersey. That judge entertained testimony on January 7th and is expected to give a decision on the injunction. Injunction means to stop it and look at all the law before anything has to go further. As you know, we're under a legislative direction and a court order to get all the ordinances done by March 15th. In light of the fact that there may be injunctive relief ordered by a federal judge, and that injunctive relief, although limited in its scope, may have an impact on what we're doing tonight, I'm recommending to the council that we have the public hearings tonight, but we don't vote on them until February 11th, so that if there is an injunction that's ordered by the court that has some impact on it, we have not acted on the ordinances, and we may be subject to whatever injunctive relief is out there if it affects us. We don't know. I don't know what the judge is going to do. I don't know how far the decision's going to go. I don't know if it's going to enjoin anything. But just to be safe, that's what I'm recommending to the council to do. So I think we're going to need a motion or an action by the council at this point in time to decide that that's what they want to do in terms of holding off on having a vote on the ordinances. We're still going ahead with the public hearing. You're still making a record of what comments you have and issues you have with the ordinances. It's not affecting that at all. It's just that the vote, I'm recommending the vote not take place until February 11th.
Through you, Mayor, procedurally, I think you go through the public hearing on each individual ordinance, and at the conclusion of each public hearing, accept a motion to carry it to the February 11th meeting for final consideration.
Yeah.
This way, the public's input has been taken into your deliberations.
Sounds like a plan. Good. And Evan, you and I discussed addressing the public on some positions that we've discussed. So
yeah, thanks so much for the opportunity, Paul, because I really did want the opportunity to kind of break this down in sort of plain English and kind of speak about what it is that we're presenting tonight. And to what Matt just described, essentially there's a federal court looking at this issue. If that federal court rules in favor of the municipalities, we may be able to avoid these ordinances. That's the reason why we're holding the vote off tonight, is because we want to see if we can get some relief in federal court, because the state courts have not been helpful to us. I do want to be very clear at the beginning that there has been a tremendous amount of misinformation about these ordinances out there. And I think whomever is getting their information from social media, I think they're doing you a great disservice. In my mind, really, these ordinances that we're voting on, or we're hearing tonight, really do three things. First, it allows for senior living to be used in a property on Franklin and Marshall that is already zoned for commercial and residential use. Second, We added 20% set aside for affordable housing to any new properties, any new multifamily housing in the village. This is what was done with the Dayton, with Chestnut Village several years ago. This is pretty common. This would just affect any new projects that would come to the village going forward. And then finally, these ordinances also add several units per acre to properties within the village that are already zoned for multifamily housing. These ordinances will not turn us into Brooklyn or Queens. The info posted again on social media and some of those pictures over there, they're not accurate. And again, I would really ask folks to look at other places to get your information from. With that said, and I want to be very clear on this, we hear all of you. We know most of you do not like these ordinances. To be equally clear, none of us up here like these ordinances either. These ordinances are being forced upon us by the courts and the affordable housing mandate coming out of Trenton. A judge has all but ordered that we enact these changes. This matter was not decided by us, it was decided by the courts. Now again, as Paul discussed, we're going to have one last chance in federal court in Newark. It's my fervent hope that the judge there rules in favor of municipalities in New Jersey and allows us to protect the character of our towns. If we can get that relief, I guarantee you we will likely vote very differently than we originally were planning on voting. Now let me also be clear. I have no doubt there's a need for affordable housing in New Jersey. I equally have no doubt that the affordable housing mandates that are being imposed upon us is the wrong way to fix this problem. Like many of you, my family and I moved to Ridgewood for the character of the town and the people. There's a reason we left New York City. I did not want to raise my kids in the middle of high-density housing. We all want to protect the character of this village. However, we're all subject to New York law, New Jersey law, whether we like it or not, and we need to act proactively to protect the village. Let me provide a little background on what we've done so far. We started this fight last summer. Given how dense the village already is, we argued extensively that there simply was no room in Ridgewood for more housing. Separately, when Kensington wanted to build an assisted living facility, we unanimously voted that down this past summer based upon some very keen and very smart objections by some of you in the audience. We held a special hearing on Kensington last month. We held several other hearings as well. This was discussed really at length. We were then sued by the Fair Share Housing Coalition of New Jersey to come up with a plan to meet the state-imposed mandate. Kensington then joined that lawsuit. Again, we held numerous public meetings beginning over the summer through the end of last year, held sessions with groups of concerned residents, spent significant amounts of time meeting with our lawyers and municipal planners to basically fight the lawsuit and protect Ridgewood. We're also not alone. Dozens of towns across New Jersey are facing the same lawsuit. Teaneck, Franklin Lakes, Denville, Saddle River, and others were all subjected to these same arbitrary and heavy-handed lawsuits at the hands of the state of New Jersey. Then in December, the state judge overseeing the litigation gave us and several other towns an ultimatum. As Paul had mentioned, settle the lawsuit or lose your immunity to builders' remedy lawsuits. Now, what that means is a loss of immunity is absolutely an existential threat to the village. Currently, we protect the character of the village through our zoning laws. Certain areas are restricted to single-family homes. There are limits on how big you can build, on the density, things of that nature. These laws prevent developers from coming to the village and turning us into Montclair or Hackensack or to Fort Lee. If we lose that immunity, those developers can simply go to a court, get permission from a single judge to build whatever they want, wherever they want, and as big as they want. We cannot let that happen, and the judge knows this. That's why she put a proverbial gun to our head and basically said we had to make a deal. If we lost, we'd also be responsible for millions of dollars in attorney's fees, both ours and to the Affordable Housing Coalition. So what we did was we then worked with our lawyers, we worked with our municipal planner to come up with a way to give away as little as possible to save us from the loss of immunity. The ordinances that you're hearing tonight represent the best deal we could make to protect the village from a far worse fate. Now, I know there are numerous ideas out there about what we could have done differently. Maybe we could have come up with a different plan. I'm sure that some of those ideas are quite good, but again, we leaned on our experts to come up with the best plan and the best settlement we could. Other towns did the same. Many of those other towns that I mentioned did not fare as well as we did. Franklin Lakes is being forced to allow the building of 800 townhouses. Again, this was not something we could let Ridgewood be subjected to. So I saw we basically had two options. take no action, and leave it to judges, lawyers, and developers as to what the future of this village will look like. Or we could act responsibly, make some hard choices, and pick the locations for development that do the least amount of damage to Ridgewood. Now again, I want to be very clear. I hate this law. I dislike these ordinances, but they are absolutely the lesser of two evils. With that said, there are a few points I found convincing. These ordinances do not add any multifamily housing to areas not already zoned for multifamily housing. This was a critical point for me. Every location we discussed tonight is already zoned for multifamily housing. This will resolve, and a second point, and this is key, and Matt hit upon this will resolve our requirements for at least the next 10 years. My fervent hope is that the state of New Jersey fixes this debacle sometime in the next decade, but as many of you have seen that map that Beth put together for us, if we are able to, if these ordinances get passed, we'll be able to protect the village from future development for at least the next decade. Again, this represents the best deal we could make, and it's the lesser two evils being visited upon us by the courts. I am hopeful that the court in Newark will give us some relief, and I'm glad that we're not going to be voting on this tonight, but that we have to be prepared to move forward if need be. Now, there are just two more points before I turn it over to Paul to start the hearing. I'm hesitant to even bring this up, but I know there's been some chatter, and I know that there have been in the past some people who have not acted wisely. Let me be very clear that no one up here has ever taken a dime from any developer or special interest groups. If anyone has facts to the contrary, please present them. But I implore you to lean on your better angels and not make baseless accusations because they're convenient. Secondly, as I said before, no elected official ever lost their job by fighting developers. It would be far more politically expedient for all of us to be up here banging our fists on the dais and saying we're going to keep fighting and we're going to fight against any development. But I think none of us want to pander or none of us want to lie to you and say that that's really a realistic possibility. That task, if we did that, we'd only ensure that we lose our immunity and essentially we'd cede control to the developers in terms of what Ridgewood would look like. Again, I don't like these outcomes, but I do, and I am confident this is the best outcome we can hope for, and I'll be at the best way forward if we lose in Newark. I want to thank Beth, our planner, Matt, our lawyer. Again, a lot of work was done to try to protect the village, and I want to thank you all for having the patience to listen to us tonight and keep an open mind.
Thank you so much, Evan. And we're going to proceed. For those of you who are here for Kensington, that is going to be the fourth hearing, and I put that fourth because I think, I'm not sure, but I think the others will go more quickly, which would allow more time for discussion of Kensington. So if you have any comments about Kensington, again, we will alert you when that hearing comes up, but please save your comments to them. And so we will begin. Here we go.
Wait, Paul, could I, if I just, because there's been initial public comment, there's no more overflow downstairs. There's ample room here, so if people are watching and thinking about coming, we have seats. Please take them. We just want to make sure everybody knows they're invited, and we're going to be here for as long as we have to be here to listen to you. So if anybody thinks they're going to be in the basement, that's not happening. We have a space available here.
And there are extra seats, rolling seats over there, and you're welcome to grab one.
There's like
And there's
several
seats in the
open, too.
audience. So let's begin. I move the clerk read ordinance 4075 by title on second reading, and that the public hearing thereon be opened.
I second.
Mortimer?
Yes.
Perrin?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Winograd?
Yes.
And Vagianos?
Yes. Will the clerk please read the title of ordinance 4075?
An ordinance to amend Chapter 190 Land Use and Development of the Code of the Village of Ridgewood to modify the mandatory affordable housing set-aside standards.
And before I open the public hearing, Beth, will you please explain what this ordinance does?
Sure. This is an ordinance that affects village-wide, all properties in the village. It does not change zoning districts in any way, shape, or form. It does not dictate where affordable housing shall be planned by the village or proposed by a developer. Instead, what it does is it takes the village's existing mandatory set-aside ordinance and adjusts the required affordable housing set-aside. The set-aside as it exists today is a 15% set-aside where the units are for rent, or 20% where the units are for sale. This ordinance will adjust it to be 20% regardless of tenure, regardless of whether the units are for sale or for rent. And it applies village-wide, although it only applies to new developments that might be proposed. It has no impact on existing zoning or existing developments that have been, that are already zoned or otherwise proposed in our housing plan. And so what this existing ordinance does and how it will continue to operate is if the Board of Adjustment grants a use variance to allow for attached multifamily housing, it states that if they grant that, then affordable housing set-aside shall be imposed. They're able to deny the application just like they would without affordable housing, but if they do grant it, they must impose an affordable housing set-aside. And that same requirement applies to the village in the case of rezoning or in the case of a new redevelopment plan that might be adopted in the future.
So, Beth, in layman's terms, that means that if somebody builds a building with 10 units in it, 2 of them must be affordable.
That's it, yes.
Thank you very much.
And Mayor, if I may, through you to Beth. Beth, this is an ordinance that many municipalities, as part of the settlement, are being pushed by the courts, if not forced by the courts, to adopt, right? So this is not something that's unique to Ridgewood that's being considered tonight. This is being done by, my understanding, all of our neighboring towns as well.
Yeah. Every municipality that has vacant land adjustment, like Ridgewood does, which is most of Bergen County, are required to adopt this ordinance. We were required to as part of our Round 3 settlement and Round 3 housing plan. We're continuing to keep the ordinance in place, and quite honestly, it's really a protection for the municipality to make sure that the worst-case scenario doesn't happen, which is that a property gets rezoned, subject to a redevelopment plan, issued a use variance for, let's say, 10 housing units, 10 multifamily units, and there's no affordable housing set aside associated with it, but an affordable housing obligation will be generated by virtue of that approval. If we don't require the developer to build it, the village will be on the hook, so to speak, and will have to build or otherwise create those units. So it's really a protection ordinance for the municipality, and that is also required.
Thank you, Beth. And with that, the public hearing on this ordinance is now open.
Hello, Natalia Protasevich, Ridgewood resident. Do you need my address?
No?
So, good evening, Mayor and Council again. I'm speaking specifically on the ordinance 4075. As you said, this is increasing the mandatory affordable housing unit set-asides to 20%. At a first glance, this sounds like a positive step, right? We're creating more affordable housing. Yay. But I want to be clear, residents support affordable housing and fair compliance with the state law, but this ordinance cannot be evaluated in isolation. On practice, right, a higher mandatory set-aside, when not paired with a firm and objective limit on the height, on the floor area ratio, the bulk, and on the density, it often works against communities like Ridgewood. Why so? Affordable units generate less revenue than market rate units. And when the affordable share increases to 20%, the logical thing for developers is not to comply to absorb that cost. Instead, they will seek to restore financial feasibility by asking for more density, more height, higher floor area ratio, the bulk, reduced setbacks or buffers. If those requests are denied, the village would then face increased litigation pressure, including claims that zoning is economically infeasible or exclusionary. Over time, this becomes a familiar pattern. Affordability requirements are used to justify larger and bulkier buildings than the community would otherwise support. What makes Ordinance 4075 especially concerning is that it is being adopted alongside ordinances that already increase density, FAR, and height, particularly in the downtown and B2 and B1 districts. Taken together, these ordinances create a one-way ratchet. Density increases first, Affordability requirements increase next. Bulk concerns are demanded later in the name of feasibility. Once that cycle begins, it is very difficult for municipalities to hold the line. If the village wishes to retain 20% set aside, or as we said, we are pushed by cord to claim to retain that 20%, then it must be paired with the clear and non-negotiable caps on building height, FAR, or gross floor area, lot coverage, and setbacks and buffer near residential areas, which I don't think these ordinances are very much addressing at. We see height increasing, it's like a vicious cycle. We increase the height, then we increase the 20% requirement, and then they come back to us, oh, it's economically not feasible, you're preventing the affordable housing build, give us more height. So without those guardrails, this ordinances increase the likelihood of exactly what residents fear: larger buildings, greater bulk, and escalating demands that permanently alter Ridgewood's character. When Ordinance 44075 is viewed together with the others that we're going to discuss today, the cumulative effect is clear. These changes set the stage for future rounds of affordability pressure with fewer tools left to say no. Affordable housing compliance does not require sacrificing scale, safety, or village character, which we all know we already spoke to as a community in 2022. I urge Council to reconsider Ordinance 4075 as it is written right now, and at a minimum, adopt it only in conjunction with firm, objective zoning limits that protect Ridgewood's long-term vision as a walkable, human-scale village. So just to address some comments from the lawyer and some of the council members, courts do not force specific building height, massing, or density numbers. They evaluate whether the municipality's zoning, taken as a whole, provides a realistic capacity to meet an obligation. So, thank you.
Thank you, Natalia. Anyone else?
Hi, Elisa Becker, Ridgewood resident. I just have a question. Maybe it was explained at a former meeting, but I believe, and I don't know, talk about this now, under Kensington, that if there's a 20% requirement, that Kensington is at a 10%, and I don't understand exactly why. And partly, I don't know, maybe they would have to increase the number of units then to make it affordable, but I'm not sure why the 20% is not imposed on them. Thank you.
Thank you, Elisa. Anybody else on this ordinance?
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak again. Bill McCandless, resident. Just on 4075, excuse me. It is troubling the choices the village is engaging around height and density at those levels and the massing this will create downtown. That's my simple opposition. I would say generally, for this ordinance and others, I tire of the lectures from the volunteers and the paid staff. If you are unhappy with the information we have, then you need to fill the vacuum. Recent emails from the village speak nothing of the key elements of these ordinances. Zero. If it's so important that the information be correct, where are you? You have failed the very basic tenets of leadership. Explaining your position, making your case. Matt and Evan would like us to know that our hands are tied. If that's true, then why are we doing it in a confined space, jammed full of other items on the menu? You've done a terrible job communicating. You may have done a wonderful job legislating, but you have failed the simple binary test of the leadership that you are entrusted with. There has been zero communication about the power that you hold and you don't hold, and the nuance that you claim you are embracing. It's not evident on the page. So when you point to this picture, you point to this picture and say it won't look like that. The numbers on the page say it will. And if you're unhappy about how that's going on whatever thing you don't want to read, then do your job and speak. Not in a committee in a basement, not randomly until 1 in the morning. Step up. You've been entrusted, and you have failed that trust. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Who else would like to speak on this ordinance?
Hello, I'm Christopher Walker, resident of Ridgewood.
If you could speak, you have to speak into the mic, Christopher.
Hello, I am Christopher Walker, addressing ordinance 4075.
And Christopher, if
and
you could just delineate if you're a resident or a non-resident.
I am a resident.
Thank you.
Yes. I have grown up in Ridgewood all of my life, and I'm still living here, and now I'm in college studying data science, and I want to make an argument for the children of and grandchildren of Ridgewood and their future families. I'm going to be discussing the affordability of home ownership, as the large majority of Ridgewood residents are homeowners. And the average cost of a house in Ridgewood is $1,142,000, up 7% over the last year.
Christopher, if you could speak up just a tad. Thank you.
And the average mortgage rate for a 30-year mortgage is 6.13%, for 15 years, 5.246%, and for 5 years, 6.078%. The average mortgage rate of New Jersey, 5.875%, is within this range, and that statistic, with that statistic, the first mortgage payments when buying a house would amount to around $67,092 for the first year, fluctuating after. According to the National Association of Home Builders, 28% is the percentage of yearly income that is deemed an affordable amount to pay when it comes to housing, which brings the household income needed to stay within that range to at least $239,616 per year. The median household income in Ridgewood is $217,250 as of 2023. And when it comes to the children of Ridgewood and their future prospects of living here, according to the Department of Education's College Scorecard, master's graduates of computer science, one of the most popular and well-earning majors from prestigious universities such as NYU, Carnegie Mellon, and Columbia University, earn on average 5 years after their master's is completed. From NYU, $196,000, from Carnegie Mellon, $166,000, and from Columbia, $143,000. If both members of a couple from these prestigious universities are both in a most lucrative job, it may be feasible to buy a home in Ridgewood, but for some of the most popular colleges for Ridgewood graduates, such as Syracuse University and the University of South Carolina, it would be around $110,000 to $115,000, and excuse me, it's University of South California. It would be $107,000 for a graduate, and the goal of around $239,000 per year is clearly unaffordable. And the ordinance itself doesn't seek to change Ridgewood from a village into a Hackensack-like town, as is said on this paper from the opposition. It seeks to make a small few centers of affordable housing. Hackensack is home to 21,405 units, and Ridgewood is arguing for around 427, as mentioned on this paper, units. 1.995% of the units available in Hackensack, not accounting for the density of businesses that also causes the density of building in places like Hackensack. And I would say, if you love and care about your children and their futures and want them to be able to make families in the town that you love so much, making Ridgewood more affordable while making the population slightly more dense in very selective areas isn't a terrible thing for the future. And like the council members have said, there are grave consequences to not passing this ordinance that would take the decision-making process out of Ridgewood hands on keeping this village how you know it and love it.
Thank you, Christopher. Anybody else on this ordinance? Seeing no one, I move the public hearing be closed.
I second. Yes.
Mortimer,
Yes.
Perrin,
Yes.
Whites,
Yes.
Winograd,
Yes.
and Vagianos.
Yes.
Now we need a motion.
There's nobody here.
Nobody on hybrid?
Sorry.
Thank you.
A question from the day. So I want to make sure I have the language set here. So I'm going to move that ordinance 4075 be carried to February 11th.
I think the proper wording,
Please do.
I think the proper wording, if I can word the motion, is that I move that the vote on ordinance 4075 be carried until February 11th of 2026. That would be the motion.
I move that the vote on ordinance 4075 be carried to February 11th, 2026.
She moves what he said.
I second.
It's okay.
Mortimer,
Yes.
Perrin,
Yes.
Whites.
Yes.
Winograd,
Yes.
and Vagianos.
Yes. And so, let's see if we can, go ahead.
Are we going to add all the ordinance questions? Or are we going to deal?
I think we're going to address each ordinance question at the end of each ordinance.
Okay.
So let's start with that. And I'm going to give Matt and Beth first crack at the questions that were raised. I know Natalia raised some questions. Take a swing.
Yeah, let me take a try. I think the first question, the first comment was, had a variety of issues, but I think the question was essentially is, or maybe the concern, to better state it, but the concern is that the mandatory set-aside ordinance, by increasing the set-aside where there are rental units proposed from 15% to 20%, may result in increased density, height, FAR, et cetera, essentially larger buildings, and a concern that the ordinance doesn't contain a cap on bulk standards such as building height, FAR, density, et cetera. And there's a concern that this ordinance will lead to increased intensities in the village generally, where presumably where the ordinance is implemented or exercised by a developer. And I want to be really clear, this ordinance has no impact on any of the existing zoning standards in the village. So if a developer applies for an apartment building, whether it's in a single-family district or a commercial district or an existing district that doesn't allow a building of that size, they are still subject to the maximum building height, any density limitations that may be in place, the front yard setback, the rear yard setback, et cetera. They'll need to request relief for any of those items, just like they would have to request relief if it were a conforming permitted use that didn't meet those requirements. And the ordinance has no impact on the zoning board's ability to evaluate the requests for variances, evaluate whether or not the developer's application actually meets the legal criteria for those variances. And this ordinance has no effect on the board's ability to deny the variances if it finds that the legal criteria can't be met. And so it's just because a developer is obligated to now potentially, if the council votes in favor, now provide a 20% set aside rather than a 15% set aside. That is not an item of criteria that the zoning board will be able to use to say, well, the applicant does not need to meet the front yard setback or does not need to meet the building height, et cetera. So this ordinance simply increases the set aside where the developer is obligated to, where they're seeking an approval for multifamily housing or in the case of a rezoning from the council.
Thank you, Beth. And I'm going to ask you to address the question by Elisa Becker about the Kensington's 10% set aside.
Sure. So, yes, as we'll get to when S1 ordinance comes up, that set aside is at 10%, whereas this is at 20%. I think the question is essentially why the difference? Assisted living, which is what the Kensington ordinance and the use is operates in a very different manner here in New Jersey compared to typical affordable housing or most any other use in the state. By virtue of their licensing as an assisted living in the state, they are obligated to reserve 10% of their beds for assisted living, and they're obligated to reserve 10% of those beds for Medicaid patients, that are in the facility. So 10% are reserved for these low-income residents that qualify for Medicaid. The affordable housing rules in New Jersey recognize that. They recognize, and really through precedent, they recognize the lower set-aside that is very commonly provided in assisted living, this 10%. And it also recognizes that those beds that are reserved for Medicaid residents are specifically eligible for affordable housing credit.
Thank you so much, Beth.
Paul, if I may, just
Go
one or
ahead.
two other things.
By all means.
And just because it was, the wording was used as that there should be, we should zone it with things such as non-negotiable height requirements. When it comes to zoning and the criteria that a municipality has the authority to zone, there is no zoning criteria that's non-negotiable. You can't say it's this height and that's it, because the law permits variance applications. And particularly when it comes to affordable housing, the law allows for certain justifications for exceeding or minimizing those requirements. So there is no thing as a non-negotiable height or non-negotiable zoning criteria. To a certain extent, yes. Each time there's a new round, you're being required, a municipality is being required to up the ante again. And basically, it's a battle to try and make sure you maintain the control that you can possibly maintain over limitations on development and the way that development happens in your municipality. Each round, there's been an increase. And each round, probably after this, there may be, unless something is done to change that system. But yes, it is 20% now, but that also means that the likelihood in a place like our downtown is, I think, in my understanding and my experience, maybe more limited because the set-aside is higher and the height requirements in that area are staying the same. So it could go either way. But again, there's no non-negotiable zoning criteria that we can use to say it goes to this height and nothing more. That doesn't work. And I certainly agree with Beth with regard to the comments that she made about the 20% and also with regard to the 10% set aside on assisted living.
Thank you, Matt. I know, Evan, you wanted to address Bill's questions.
Just briefly to Bill's question, and I think, Bill, the gist of your concern was that we were legislating, I think, in a basement is how you called it, and weren't airing some of these grievances. I do take exception to that. We've had numerous presentations and numerous discussions on this going back to earlier this summer. Beth has presented to us several times in public as well as several times in private. There was a special session with residents in Kensington that was held here in Village Hall. I believe it's Village Hall. There were, again, numbers of hearings. If you go to northjersey.com, look at the Bergen Record, you'll see articles on affordable housing in general and Ridgewood specifically, again, going back the better part of the last 6 months. So while you may not like what it is that we're deciding on, the idea that somehow we're doing this in a funnel and we haven't actually been educating people, again, that's simply untrue, and I think it's a mischaracterization of how we've conducted this business.
I would like to add that we have a wealth of information on our website. And for example, our Fair Share Housing Plan tells you what we have offered to the state, and that also shows you what our negotiating tool is. This is not an easy area to understand. It's bang your head against the wall difficult. So if people aren't paying attention, it's hard for us to communicate. With regard to the master plan, yes, many of us were involved in the master plan proceedings, the visioning process, the charrettes, and At the planning board, people are very familiar with the master plan because it is their document. And I would like to read to you, since I have read the entire document, all 400-plus pages, the excerpts from the principles, the goals, the recommendations. Under principles, in the introduction, it says, work to keep a small-town village feel while allowing aspects of the village to evolve, adapt, or change if necessary and beneficial to the village in ways that maintain or complement the small-town village feel. This is on page 10. So you can see it's a balancing as we go forward. They're asking the leaders of the village to weigh and aim for the small-town feel, and that's what we're doing here. That's what we did before the planning board. On the same page, in terms of housing affordability, principle number 1 is create new housing types that would be more affordable and practical for a broader demographic. Under goals, I'm on page 15. Goal number 1, keep a small town village feel, but allow aspects of the village to evolve, adapt, or change if necessary and beneficial to the village, and to ensure that they do so in ways that maintain or complement the small town village feel. Many of the things that people are concerned about, the height, the bulk, the setbacks, the balconies, the traffic, those will be dealt with when an application comes before the planning board. They are not for the point of legislation. Goal number 2, strive to be proactive in community planning matters. That's what we're doing right here. Goal number 3, plan for the needs of long-term residents, but also understand and address the needs and preferences of future residents. That's what we're doing here tonight. I'm just going to read a little bit from page 41, which talks about senior housing options. Demographic trends show that the village's population is aging. In 2010, the American Community Survey estimated that the median age of village residents was 40.2 years, and there were approximately 2,725 residents aged 65 or older. 10 years later, in 2020, the median age was 42.1, so 2 years older, and there were approximately 3,575 residents aged 65 or older. We do have to plan for the future.
Excuse me, we don't speak when you're speaking. We ask for the same courtesy.
In addition to ensuring that senior residents have access to types of housing that they need, it's important that people can safely and comfortably visit family and friends. Visitability is a movement that supports the construction of new homes that allow the home to be visited or accessed by those with disabilities. And the last thing I'll read is from the land use section in the master plan, LU5, housing diversity. Number 1, plan for senior housing options. The village should continue to explore options for providing housing types that are appropriate and attractive to senior citizens.
Thank you, Pam, Evan, Beth, and Matt for addressing those questions. And we will now...
Paul, before, I wanted to
excuse
just
me.
say something. So
Sorry.
I want to say a couple of things because I'm torn. You know, I want to hear mostly from the public, but I also, when I ran, I've been on the other side. As many of you know, I live in the historic district close to where all the last round of affordable massive development occurred. So I've seen my neighborhood change, and I want to be empathetic to what the neighborhoods are going through. I also want to be empathetic to the point that you raised, that Ridgewood is becoming increasingly expensive. I want to, without sounding defensive, I want to just remind the public that we are local officials. Our largest investments, mostly in the community, like most of you, are our homes. We are listening. We are listening. And it's not that our hands are tied, but there is an obligation. And earlier this week, I had somebody who reached out to me on the campaign who was talking about housing while I was campaigning. And I said, look, I'm going to do the best I can because I feel Ridgewood's fairly built out. I do feel that. But it's becoming increasingly unaffordable, inaccessible for lower income and elderly people. And I'm going to do what I can legally. And that's what's happening here tonight. I want to assure you know, whatever anybody wants to say is fine, it's free speech, but we are listening, we are trying, we are all invested. But there's no one answer. So we hear you that you're built out, we hear you to the impact of neighborhoods, but this small change will make our contribution greater. So if any future developments come and we have 20%, that's a bigger set aside. We are trying, we are listening. I don't want to be like, oh, look at us, we're working so hard. I want to be empathetic to you, but we have an obligation. And I just want to remind people, we all agree we're fairly built out and we're trying to do the best, but we can't pretend that the obligation doesn't exist, and we can't pretend that we're affordable at all anymore. So I assure you we're listening. If anybody has any questions after this, because we are now carrying it, we are all available. And that's all I want to say.
Thank you, Siobhan. Everybody good? Let's go. We are now going to go to ordinance 4072, which is the one that affects Goffel Road. So any comments on Goffel Road we'll address here. Beth will go into greater detail, but we will introduce it. I move the clerk read ordinance 4072 by title on second reading and that the public hearing thereon be opened.
Second.
Mortimer,
Yes.
Perrin,
Yes.
Whites,
Yes.
Winograd,
Yes.
Vagianos.
Yes. Will the clerk please read the title of ordinance 4072?
An ordinance to amend Chapter 190 Land Use and Development of the Code of the Village of Ridgewood to modify zoning standards to create the TO-1 Townhouse Overlay District.
Beth, will you explain what ordinance 4072 does?
Sure. This ordinance creates a new zone district referred to as the TO1, or the Townhouse Overlay 1 district. It affects one piece of property shown on the screen here, which is 299 Goffel Road. It's about 1.62 acres. So first, this is an overlay zone, not a rezoning or a new district for this property. And let me just take one moment to explain what that means. So an overlay zone, what this means is that the new zone district, in this case the TO1 district, is an additional option in the form of a zone district that is applied to a property. So this property is currently in the R2 district. That zoning will continue in place, and to the extent that a developer or property owner wants to develop the site consistent with the R2 district, they'll be able to do so tomorrow, just like they could do so yesterday, or after the ordinance may be adopted. What this ordinance does, it adds an additional option, which is the standards of the TO district that I'll explain. But I just want to be clear that it allows the existing zoning to remain in place and adds another layer or another option in the form of this overlay district. And so this overlay district will permit a few different housing types. The first is townhouses. It will also permit stacked townhouses, and it will also permit single-family detached homes, a single-family house. And then it also permits multifamily buildings, or excuse me, municipal buildings. Let me say that again, municipal buildings, not multifamily. And it permits community residences. These are standard permitted uses in residential zone districts. But the main events, so to speak, are the townhouses, the stacked townhouses, and the continued use of the single-family detached homes as part of the overlay zone. It permits these units or these homes to be developed at a maximum density of 15 units an acre, and it provides a variety of bulk standards in the zone district. It includes things such as a minimum front yard setback along Goffel Road that is consistent with the R2 district, but more specifically, it's 40 feet or the mean prevailing setback. It has a side yard setback of 15 feet, rear yard setback of 10 feet, variety of other complementary standards to that. It has a maximum height of 3 stories, 40 feet, and there are some architectural standards, landscape design standards, and then parking and access standards set forth in there. And of course, it has an affordable housing set-aside of 20% that's required for any development in the district that's consistent with the overlay zone.
So this is a single piece of property that's owned by one person, correct?
Yes.
And this would allow building townhouses and single-family homes there?
Townhouses, stacked townhouses?
Yes.
Just a variation of a
Yep.
townhome? And yes, single-family homes, they can develop single-family homes with the existing district or under the proposed district, the TO district, although single-family homes are limited to 10% if they're utilizing the overlay zone.
Great, thank you so much, Beth. The public hearing is now open.
Elise Chabet for Lakeview Drive. I was going to say a lot of stuff, but you covered it. But I'm curious why you would agree to expand the initial amount of 13 dwellings that were in the resolution per acre to now it is 15. I'm also curious, how many phases are there? Because if we're on, what, phase 4 now? And phase 5 is in 2034, like when does it end? And what are you expecting the end result of the communities supposed to look like? And also these community developers.
Sorry, excuse me, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to write down your
Okay,
questions.
I'm sorry, go
I got to, when does the affordable housing requirement end?
End. When does
And
it
you said-
end?
Yeah, go ahead, I'm
Okay.
just writing them down.
All right,
next
I know in other communities, the developers come in, they put in all these units and they are then tax exempt for 10 years, sometimes 30 years of having to pay any taxes for the burden that they're putting on the system. And I'm wondering if that is the same here, if there's going to be any tax amnesty for these developers and their buildings, and then putting all the burden of the added people on the streets and the schools and everything else on our taxpayers now. The rezoning of 299 Goffel Road is also a rezoning really for all of Goffel Road as soon as a developer comes to you. I know people that live there that will be thinking of selling in the near future. Their lots there are all well over an acre. And so this is just the start of the entire Goffel Road, in my opinion. Your document with your lot width of 60 feet and a depth of a minimum of 60 feet and 100 feet and the minimum building dimensions. The word minimum I find very scary because that's the smallest it's going to be, not the largest. According to the proposal, there's supposed to be a 20-foot planting barrier on the rear of the property that will protect us on Lakeview Drive from these massive buildings that are going to go in. And the train tracks have cleared out about 20 feet on either side that have to remain clear. And I don't know why, I think as for these developers to come in, I'm wondering, has there been an engineering study to see if this new infrastructure that they're putting in is even feasible? And I'm also, when we were originally zoned, everything else was sufficient. So when these developers come in and they want to just build things up because they want to, don't they have to justify that it will not decrease our property values? Because you can't tell me that this view of Goffel Road, now you might think we don't see them. This is right from my neighbor's house, okay? And also from our house, and I've been along the entire train track. So if you're going to put a 35-foot building and think you can architecturally make it an illusion that we won't know it's there, we're going to know it's there because we're going from this to this. And if you think that this is not going to decrease our property value, you're gravely mistaken. And on top of that, on Lakeview Drive, you guys developed trying to make it more beautiful. And what you ended up doing was putting park benches and then planting trees in front of the benches and all this debris to block the lake view. So you've taken the lake view out of Lakeview Drive in the front of our house, and now you want to take out our rear view as well. So there's got to be other ways to try to stop this development, because they can't force us to change our zoning if it's going to impede our taxing, or the value of our property. And that is what it's going to do.
Thank you, Alicia.
I just want to ask the speaker if she could, if those are copies, can they leave us with us for the record? I'll hang on to them.
There's another one in here too. Oh, I forgot to address. May I address one more thing?
Go ahead.
You had a couple minutes. You had a couple.
As part of your proposal, you also want to put a playground on Lakeview Drive. And it sounds great on paper, but, okay, let me go to that part. So, all right, you want to put a playground here, which tells me you really don't have any idea what the community on Lakeview Drive is. It's because we are a beacon for the Canada goose, a protected wildlife species that no longer migrates and continually leaves behind excrement the size of a small dog's poop. And because of this, you can't even walk there. So a playground would not only increase the traffic on our street, it would also create an unsanitary space for the children to gather. And also, the biggest drug bust at the time, and maybe even in our little village, happened at the end of this street. And increasing the population of the area with this housing proposition is also increasing our risk for being used as a drug dealer's paradise once again. So, we are not a city, we are not a township, we are a village.
Thank you.
Hello. My name is Patrick Capiello. I live directly behind 299 Golfville Road with my wife and our baby. I don't believe this ordinance should be approved because of the major impact it would have on the existing neighborhood and community in the whole area. I understand that we are compelled to provide more fair housing, and that is a noble goal. But this project would be an irresponsible expression of that mandate. What will be delivered to the future residents and everyone else? Overcrowding for the lot size, security concerns with these low-income and future affordable housing residents squeezed in between the train tracks and the busy commercial road. So let's, council members and everyone else here, please keep this issue on our agenda so we can keep the pressure on our state legislators and different branches of the state government for this problem that's now at our doorstep. Thanks for all the information about the ongoing fight, and we're going to continue to get involved at that aspect as well. But it just seems that every square foot of this property is being maximized for profit at the cost of the quality of life for the future residents and for the present residents. And where there should be some more controls placed on the height. What that picture doesn't show you is how Golfville Road is so much higher than the grade down towards the lake of Lakeview Drive. It's already 20 or 30 feet above. So the additional 40 feet high, it's going to be overbearing. I came my whole life from Hudson County to Edgewater, below Fort Lee. This is going to be a Fort Lee development on the hill above our Lakeview Drive, overbearing, overshadowing behind our house. The development would be stark above the train tracks, and the whole block would see it above all of our houses, so it would be drastic on our block there. So just wanted to point it out to you guys, and what we can do to put pressure at the state level, we want to do that, and listen and how we can make this process better, because it just appears like this is a failure to all these people here.
Could I just have you talking to the microphone? Because we're not,
If this goes through as what's possible, if it's maximized, I believe everybody, all their concerns would come into fruition, and we will see, something negative from this. What we have now is a very great thing to, we're trying to protect it. So, thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you, Patrick.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. It's a pleasure to have the opportunity to speak. My name is Priscilla Monaco Marin. I am on the beautiful Lakeview Drive and live with my husband and our 3 children in our dream home. So let me start off by saying I understand, now I'm not attorney for the district, but I am an attorney, and I understand the mandates of the Mount Laurel decision, and I understand the constraints with which the village is operating. My request today is simply to understand the impact that the development that is potential on this property could impose, and really specifically the height is of greatest concern. My neighbor, who I just met moments ago, 3 kids, it's hard to get out and meet folks. He alluded to us being underneath the train tracks. And that is a very accurate description of what it is like. I invite all of you to come to my backyard if you'd like, to really get an understanding of what it's like. We are looking up above the hill. And while some folks might not enjoy the train, my children actually really love it, and I've come to grow fond of the train passing because of the joy it brings my children. But we look at the train from our bedrooms when it passes by. And if a building is erected on the property at 40 feet, that would be 8 of me on top of one another, which also means that we would no longer be able to benefit from the sunshine that oversees our backyard. We would no longer see the blue skies behind us. And to me, that's quite sad. And I understand, like I said, I grew up in affordable housing. I believe in the necessity of the doctrine, and I understand the legal mandate. But what I am asking you to consider is if the proposal at this site, at this height, whether or not it goes beyond what is obligated and whether or not it starts to really impose upon all of us that have invested. I can tell you that my husband and I, we weren't gifted our opportunity to live in Ridgewood. We fought like hell to live here. We fought like hell. I'm a public interest lawyer, and I moved to Ridgewood because I believe in this town. And I'm asking you to really consider the way in which that will impact our property. And if any of you have been on Goffel Road around Thanksgiving and don't think that this is not going to create a disaster, I beg to differ. But jokes aside, that's my ask, is I understand that the village is in a difficult predicament, and I understand that all of you are also in a difficult predicament. I understand what it's like to be on the receiving end of very angry people. I'm an immigration lawyer, trust me. I deal with angry people a lot. But what I will say is that I think everyone in here, the anger comes from love for this town, love for what it represents. And so please reconsider that. If something is put on the property, and I will also say, like my neighbor, this 299 is right behind us. It will completely eliminate the sunshine from our property, completely. And it is our life savings It is, you know, years of work in order to be able to access that which Ridgewood has to offer, and I'm asking, please, not to take away our investment, because it really does mean a lot to us. So, thank you for hearing me out, and
Thank you, Priscilla. Thank you so much.
Good evening. My name is Stacy Cleash. I'm a resident. I've been a resident of Ridgewood since 1999. I also grew up in Fort Lee. My street and my home were taken away from my family to make a larger A&P. Our whole entire block was eliminated by the town. And I can totally relate to people in the neighborhoods that are going to be affected by these changes. I had the opportunity to invite the mayor to a meeting this fall. I am an architect, and I am sympathetic to people who are in a position that need to be making hard decisions that are unpopular. But I also realize that it's very easy for written information to be misconstrued, confused, misinterpreted. And even Councilman White's brought up today that some of the graphics that are being shared through the public may not be properly representing the ordinances that we're talking about today. So especially because we have the opportunity by pushing off the votes today to a future meeting, even though Councilman Perrone brought up the fact that there is a lot of data on the website, I will remind all of the professionals and volunteers that are before us today that you've been working on this for months and months and months and months, and maybe longer. And some of you professionals know what's going on in other towns and how those towns are dealing with those things. Let me assure you that the communication is lacking. And it would be in the interest of all of you to create correct graphics that represent worst-case scenarios, even if they're horrible, even if they're things that you are embarrassed to have to be supporting. Be truthful. Let's see the graphics that show the worst-case scenarios for each ordinance. Be honest and let people know, because, you know, people can't interpret an ordinance the way that, you know, tonight we talked about our village engineer, how great he is at writing up these documents. People can't always interpret what information is being made available to them. So it's very important to provide as much information as we can, and especially when we're talking about massing, heights, volume. Having a graphic representation is going to be very important. So people know that no one's trying to pull a fast one, but that, you know, these are the realities of what we're currently dealing with, what we're being asked to deal with, and, you know, if there's a middle ground that we're being able to propose so that we have correct information. I mean, Paul called me just a couple of days ago for me to, you know, to fact check something that I'd posted on social media, and it would be great to have accurate information that's readily available that we could share with everybody. So, you know, I want to say I have friends and neighbors on both sides of this problem, and it sucks. You know, being someone in this industry, I deal with these kinds of problems all the time, and it's terrible to be, you know, in the position that you have to make hard decisions that are unpopular, but it's also very important to be as transparent as we possibly can. So I invite you to please take this opportunity in the next few weeks before this comes to a vote to come up with a new communication package that everybody knows what's going on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stacy. Thank you so much.
Hello everyone. My name is George Demby. I'm not a resident of the village, but I'm here with Nancy Cassidy, who is a resident. Nancy asked if I could speak for her. Essentially, Nancy had written a letter to the village a week or two ago and asked that the village clerk do make it available to all the members, and she did confirm that it was done. So it should be in your file. But Nancy just wanted it read here so it goes on the record of this council meeting. So I'm essentially going to read the letter, then one or two additional comments that I'll throw in. So the letter is January 5th, 2026 to Ms. Malander, the village clerk, regarding ordinance 4072. Dear Ms. Malander, I'm writing to you as a resident of 273 Goffle Road, Ridgewood, to voice my opposition to ordinance 4072, and here are my reasons. Number one, townhouses at a density of 15 units per acre would substantially change the character of our neighborhood in Ridgewood, which currently consists exclusively of single-family detached homes. Number two, the addition of 22 units on 1.5 acres will significantly increase the traffic on Goffle Road, which already has a relatively heavy traffic load. An additional comment that Nancy came up with tonight, thinking 2 to 3 cars per unit, we're talking about 44 to 66 cars, plus some school buses that may be servicing it, and Goffle Road does back up quite a bit during the rush hours. Back to the letter, number 3, lighting of the premises, especially the parking lots, will impose a nuisance on the adjacent properties. Number 4, siting of these multiple dwelling unit townhouses in the single-family neighborhood may lower the values of the current residents' single-family homes. I don't believe there's good and sufficient reason to change the current zoning. And here I do have a question for Mr. Weitz. He did mention that none of these ordinances are increasing zoning, but Nancy's understanding was that it's currently zoned for single-family detached homes. So maybe he can explain his comment that none of these are increasing the building densities for the premises. Lastly, please be sure this letter is made part of your record, that all decision makers get a copy of my letter. Thank you, Nancy Cassidy. So thank you for the time letting me read the letter.
Thank you, George. Thank you very much.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. Boyd, a Loving Ridgewood resident. Like the gentleman who just spoke, I'm a bit confused because I believe during his comments, Councilman Weitz indicated that no multifamily housing was going to be built on any zone that wasn't already zoned for multifamily housing. This has clearly been indicated that is R2. I just looked at the general code. The code does not permit multifamily housing in R2. So if Councilman Weitz could clarify his comments with respect to what is being built here and how multifamily housing is already permitted, I would appreciate it, as would others. Thank you.
Thank you, Boyd.
Denise Lima, Ridgewood resident. I wasn't going to get up today, but it came to me that when I read the Goffle ordinance, that this was in some industrial area. I'm like, oh, they're just going to put a townhouse complex in some industrial area. But listening to the residents and their expression of what's going to happen to their environment and their street and their quality of life, I had to stand up here. If you are not pushing back as council on putting in some new overlay wording in the middle of an R2 residential, where will you let them stop? When will you push back? I mean, plopping this 2-acre, 1.5 acre in the middle of a residential area is absurd. I don't understand how you can sit here and say, this is not a big deal and we have to do it, and fear-mongering the group. There's got to be some other place to put this than in the backyards of these poor people. I've been on Lakeview. I don't like the native plants either because I can't see the lake. I agree with you. I've gone in those yards in Goffle looking for historical things and been in the back of those properties and looked up to the train tracks that are there. It's going to just completely turn, and their world around that they, as you heard, saved for to get there. So my question back to you is, when are you going to push back? What are you going to do? Why isn't it Heights Road? Why isn't it on Crescent? Why isn't it on some other street in somebody else's backyard? This is not zoned for this. That's my question to the council. I have 3 minutes. I just don't understand how we're going to allow that. And I thought we satisfied our 4 units and affordable. So I think we have to demonstrate that we are going to allow affordable properties to exist in Ridgewood, but not in the middle of an R2. Not some new terminology of overlaying. I feel bad for these people. I had 2 McMansions built in front of my house as well. I know what it's like. It's a complete change of your environment and lifestyle. And I feel bad for these people. So I'm asking you, you have to push back. You have to work harder at it. Thank you.
Thank you, Denise.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ayub Nasiri.
I'm sorry, could you say your name a little more slowly?
Yeah. My name is Ayub Nasiri.
Ayub?
Ayub.
Ayub?
Ayub.
Got it.
Yeah. Ridgewood resident, in fact, living next door to this property. So my first question is, what is the rationale, what is the background to come to that decision to select this location for the overlay? Just to understand what was the among all of the other places, what were the factors that were considered? And then my next question also is, I'm not familiar with the ordinance process and all that, so I just wanted to understand if is this a done deal? What happens? Because I found out about this actually last week when I received a letter that this was happening. So I'm still unclear if this is a done deal or is something actually that is being evaluated. So if we can clarify that, and if it does go through, is there going to be any consultation to the neighbors once there is application from developers on what is going to be built? Are we going to be informed? Is it going to be rentals? Is it going to be ownership? What actually, because this overlay seems, it provides a lot of options, so it doesn't really clarify exactly, what we're going to end up with. Yeah, thanks for the time.
Thank you so much, Ayub.
Shelley Rothstein again, Ridgewood resident. I wasn't going to stand up about this, but just piggybacking on what Denise said, my question is, how many other properties of this size that now have single-family homes on them are there in Ridgewood? Because to have that number is a prediction of the future, because the precedent set by this ordinance could then be applied elsewhere. So if you told me there were only 2 more properties in Ridgewood of this size, or perhaps larger, okay. But there's a lot of properties in Ridgewood that are of this size or larger. And by putting this overlay on this property, you lay the groundwork to put an overlay on any other property should that family decide to sell. And that's a really horrible precedent to set.
Thank you, Shelley.
Hi, Anna Mormino, and I'm on Goffle Road. And I just want to say, you guys are doing like this affordable living. Most of these people that are on Goffle Road and on Lake, we worked hard to send our kids to these
Anna,
schools
if you
and
could speak
everything.
into the mic, please.
We worked hard to send our kids to these schools and everything, and you're pushing us all out. Do you understand what you're doing by building this huge building behind our homes? Do you understand what you guys are, like, think about what you're giving them the right to do to us.
I'm Ann Sharing. I live right next door to Anna at 287 Goffle Road. So I'm a resident, and I've been a resident for 21, 22 years on that road, in that house. As a single woman, I bought it. I have my own business, and I've afforded to live there by hook or by crook all this time. I invite all of you to come to my house. We can make a date and look at this piece of property that is going to be built on. I invite you.
It's not big enough for what they're talking about.
It's totally landlocked by the railroad, which is a freight train railroad, which goes through at least once a day, if not many more. And it just comes out where the gentleman that owns the property, it's another house. I mean, we're all houses in a row. We're a lovely little community. And I don't understand, I'm not a legal person, this overlay thing that got shoved through the end of December when all of us were celebrating and having a wonderful holiday. And we were suddenly told that this was shoved through as some sort of weird overlay thing for a house that's 1.6, that you're squeezing these weird buildings in behind us. There'll be lighting shining in all of our windows and on Lakeview. There'll be parking, there'll be traffic, there'll be, the next door to your neighbor, people coming in and out. I don't even understand it.
We have enough problems with traffic on Gulfport.
Excuse
Yeah.
me, if you're going to speak,
sorry.
just so that everyone can hear.
I'm sorry, we're doing this together.
I understand, it's a tag team.
Because we're
I got you.
neighbors.
Yeah.
It's okay.
We've got enough problems on Gulfport with traffic. We have small children, there's lots of small children. I don't have small children anymore. My boys and my daughter are grown. But there's a lot of small children on Gulfport Road, and it's bad enough. And I think that, like, you're doing affordable living, but most of these people that are on Gulfport Road and on Lake, we worked hard.
We're doing affordable living.
Yes.
Believe me.
So,
Yeah.
like,
We're just trying to make sure.
Again, if you could speak into the mic.
We're
so that
doing
every-
affordable
Thank
living.
you.
That's what we're doing. And
so this overlay, does that mean that everybody on Gulfport Road can make 2-family houses, 3-family houses? Is that what that means? That
We're
we
gonna,
could-
we're gonna
no,
hold,
it's
we're
just
gonna
that
answer your
property.
questions at the end
Yeah,
of the
which ruins
ordinance.
all our values.
the major thing is, I don't think any of you have seen what this property is.
Yeah, have you gone out?
Have you walked it? Have you? No. Please, I'll give you my phone number. Everybody knows it anyway. 201-264.
Hold it, 201?
201-264-6103. They know it because of my business. So, that's it. And call me and come and look. Walk out my back garden and look over. And this is a good time of year. There's no leaves, there's no greenery, there's no nothing. There's a bunch of deer back there. A lot of deer. A lot of rabbits, a lot of foxes, coyotes. They all live back there. So I'd appreciate you calling me and coming and having a look. You'll see
Thank you.
how ridiculous it really is. Thank you for your time.
Thank you both.
My name is Rocio, and I had a question. I don't know if you know, but this property, it is online being sold already. And when you read the description of the things that are gonna be happening on the lot, it's basically somebody knew that it was gonna be approved, and it says, just wait for the rezoning to accomplish the results. So they are giving all these options of what can be done, and even giving visuals about how the L shape, it becomes an enclave for the new residents to have their privacy there. But the question I have is that I do real estate. And Jersey City, the way that Jersey City has changed from people calling out the Bayonne townhomes, because they turned down a beautiful house to build luxury condos, right? So when you rezone now here, you guys are saying that as an overlay, you're just expanding what can be done. So the current home in this property on the front of the lot is a 2-family home that is actually currently occupied. And one of the things they're saying is that keep the current people living there so you can accrue the money while you wait for the rezoning to happen and you start your project. So if a good standing building, and that was a farmhouse, so I guess it looks pretty, can be turned down without any reason, there's nothing wrong with it, just to accommodate a new development because whoever buys it needs to make money. The same principle I'm applying to all the other ordinances with any future development. So how are you going to avoid that? When the developer starts building there, all the houses that are in the front, they go to each home, hey, I'm gonna give you money. You're not gonna have to go through the trouble of the construction that is gonna be 2 years here, day in and day out. How are you gonna protect those neighbors from being pushed out of the area that they've been calling home for the longest time? How are you gonna avoid that? Thank you.
Thank you, Rocio.
Natalia Protasevich, Ridgewood
Natalia,
resident. Yes.
just give me a moment, because you spoke on this. I want to make sure.
I
Did you
didn't
speak on
speak
this
on
one?
this.
Forgive
No.
me. Forgive me. I just
Thank
want to
you.
make sure everyone gets an
You're
opportunity.
going to see a lot of me tonight.
Yep, no, it's fine. Just want to make
Sorry.
sure everybody gets a chance to speak before somebody gets a second opportunity. So go ahead.
So, again, good evening. I'm speaking specifically on Ordinance 4072, which creates the TO1 Townhouse Overlay for 299 Goffel Road. Unlike Ordinance 4071, which is tied to a specific litigation settlement, Ordinance 4072 is not resolving an immediate legal obligation. I see no pressure why we need to make the residents that currently live in the neighborhood miserable. And especially, I mean, I didn't realize the height and the views until I got here. And I live close by. I live on Godwin. It's walkable. I walk there. And I didn't realize this. So, question on the record to each one of you, who walked that property before you put this up for vote tonight? Under this ordinance, the side would permit up to 15 units per acre, townhouses and stacked townhouses, building heights up to 3 stories or 40 feet, up to 75% site coverage. And we talk about site coverage, it's probably not a driveway, it's a freaking building. It's outside of CBD, just FYI, before I move on to that one, it's important to know that this is not just a change relative to this site. It represents change relative to residential zoning norm across Ridgewood outside the central business district. To Shelley's point about setting precedent, you don't need to be a lawyer to understand that, but some of you are. Outside of CBD, Ridgewood's residential zoning is primarily made up of R1, R2, and R3 districts, where the general pattern is 2 to 2.5 stories. Building heights typically 30 to 35-foot range. Additional constraints from roof form, lot coverage, floor area limits, and side and rear yard setbacks. In that context, and that's CBD, outside of CBD, in that context, the 3-story, 40-foot residential buildings are not the norm, and surely not in this location on the quiet residential street, or facing the quiet residential street. And multifamily massing at that height is generally confined to downtown or special redevelopment area, which I don't think one would think this is a redevelopment area suitable. What makes the height and the scales permitted by, Ordinance 4072 is a material increase, not just locally, but village-wide, speaking to the precedent. Residents also, and maybe not mentioned specifically, but concerned about this ordinance introduced stacked townhouse development without quarter-level planning, traffic analysis for Goffel Road. You heard the people talking about the traffic, yet we adding more traffic to it without even considering or walking that property. Once the height, density, and housing form are increased by ordinance, those impacts cannot be undone. You should know it better than anyone else here. And this matters beyond just this one parcel. By approving the residential height and density that exceeds typical limits elsewhere in the village, The council establishes a new reference point for future applications. And guess what? How many units do we have to fulfill still? 421. Get ready, everyone. When the ordinance 4072 is viewed together with other zoning ordinances before you tonight, the direction becomes clear. Incrementally higher, denser, more intensive development across multiple districts, not just downtown. The direction moves Ridgewood away from the quiet, walkable, scalable community residents chose and towards more urban development pattern that was never envisioned in the master plan. Affordable housing compliance does not require this level of intensity. Once granted, these zoning allowances become new baseline. So I urge the council to reconsider this ordinance, actually strike it, figure out a better place, or at a minimum, impose clear objective limits to prevent this overlay from becoming an escalation point. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalia.
My name is Kevin Casey. I've been a resident here in Ridgewood for 26 years. My bride has decided that we're going to stay here. And I'm one of those over 65 types. Yeah, my concern is I knew nothing about this project till I got here this evening, and I have some concerns. The first one is I don't know what the actual finished height of the building is going to be, but I'm concerned that my taxes are going to be raised if we have to put in a new firehouse or buy a new fire truck that has to reach to the top of this building. That's item one. I've seen developers build these things before, and naturally their objective is to maximize the number of units to maximize their profit. But a lot of times they don't leave enough room for parking for the individuals who will move in there on account of years ago, it was fine to have one parking space, but these days, if you have a two-bedroom apartment, there's going to be 2 cars, maybe 3. You don't know. Another thing here that I'm concerned with that might raise my taxes is if there is no place to put the snow because they maximize the square footage of the building in the parking spaces, my tax is going to go up if the DPW has to go in there and physically remove snow. My concern is it's basically for myself. There's been a lot of people here this evening that have some serious concerns, but I live on the other side of town. But at the same time, if I'm going to stay here until the ultimate end comes, I don't want to see my taxes raised by some developer overdeveloping a site. Thank you.
Thank you, Devin. Would anybody else like to speak on this ordinance? Seeing no one, I move that the public hearing be closed.
Have a second?
Second.
Mortimer?
Yes.
Perrin?
Yes.
Whites?
Yes.
Winograd?
Yes.
Vagianos?
Yes. Siobhan, you still have that language?
Yeah, I'm just, do you want me to do that now, or do you want to respond? Okay. So I move that ordinance 4072, the vote on ordinance 4072 be carried to February 11th, 2026.
I second.
Mortimer?
Yes.
Perrin?
Yes.
Whites?
Yes.
Winograd?
Yes.
And Vagianos?
Yes. And so we had quite a number of speakers, and I know Beth and Matt wrote down all the questions. So Beth, you want to take the first swing at this?
Sure. Okay. Let's see. There were a variety of questions. I don't think that these are necessarily in order of the comments that we heard, but let me offer some information that I hope will respond.
Excuse me, if we could just keep it down so that everyone can hear. Thank you.
That I hope will respond to folks' questions and some of the concerns raised. Perhaps most basic, I want to be clear again that this zoning only applies to this property, 299 Goffel Road. It does not apply to any other, any adjacent property or any disconnected property, any other lot along Goffel Road, or another single-family lot in the village. It's specific to this single property. To the extent that another property owner or developer would want the same zoning, they can want as much as they like, but they'll have to apply to the Board of Adjustment for a use variance to receive approval for density variance, use variance for the particular unit type, and perhaps a variety of other bulk standard relief as well if they sought to take this zoning and apply it to a different property. And that is regardless of whether or not they're proposing affordable housing or not. They would still need to go through that use variance process. There was a question about tax dollars that might be paid and whether or not this property is tax exempt. The short answer is no, but I think what the question is really asking is whether or not this property is going to receive a pilot, a payment in lieu of taxes. There is no proposal for that, and furthermore, they're not permitted to receive a pilot because they're not in a redevelopment area and subject to a redevelopment plan. So that is simply not an option for this property owner or for the future developer. There was, perhaps along the same lines, there was a question about property values and whether or not the developer is obligated to justify any change or presume the assumption was a reduction in property values. They are not obligated to address that, but I think more importantly, the Mount Laurel Doctrine does not allow municipalities to decline to meet their obligation as a result of concerns regarding property values in a community. Additionally, there were a handful of questions or concerns about the building height that's permitted in the district. And so this district permits up to 3 stories and 40 feet tall. In terms of whether or not new fire apparatus might be necessary for the village, I mean, certainly that is outside my area of expertise, but I will say there are buildings existing in the village that exceed 40 feet in height, so I don't see how that would be a concern. A concern to buy new fire apparatus does not seem to be applicable here.
Beth, just on that point, what is the current zoning maximum height before this?
The existing district permits 2.5 stories. This will go to 3 stories, and it permits 30 feet. This will go to 40 feet. So it's an additional half story and 10 feet.
Thank you.
In terms of similar to concerns about the zoning as a whole being applied to other properties, to the extent that another property owner or a developer would want to have that same building height of 3 stories, 40 feet, or something along those lines, any application, it needs to justify or satisfy the criteria for their relief on its own merits. It's simply not acceptable. It's not consistent with the law for a developer to say, well, so-and-so at 299 Goffel Road received 40 feet, therefore I'd like to apply it to my property, perhaps on Goffel Road or perhaps elsewhere in the community. It's simply not transferable in that way, and it's not a valid argument for them to make before the zoning board or before the planning board. There were questions about parking. The ordinance specifies that the parking must be consistent with the residential site improvement standards, and those are the state standards adopted that regulate a variety of things, but in this example, it regulates parking requirements for residential land uses and design standards, some design standards as well. So those would continue to apply. There's no relief granted. There was another question about snow removal. I will say fundamentally that is a site plan issue, but there's no scenario that I have seen in other communities or that I could foresee here in Ridgewood where the village is called to remove snow from the private property. That's something that the property owner will be responsible for. There were a number of questions or comments about Lakeview Road. Some of these in regards to the playground, I've got to defer to others, and that's just, it's not specific to the affordable housing ordinance. But other concerns regarding Lakeview were largely about the height, but certainly about the use and other standards as well. But in terms of the height, I wanted to highlight that the distance between the rear of the buildings along Lakeview Road that are closest to this property and the property line range from about 110 to 125 feet, depending on where you are along the rear property line. And so the setback is significant in this area. And I do want to note that they're small, but this property, it's not shown on this map, but there's a sliver of land between this property and the rail line as well. But that's included within the setback I just cited. And then the last item I wanted to comment on that I heard, although I'm happy to address other issues the council asked, there was a concern about lighting, and there's no relief for the lighting standards that the village has already adopted in this ordinance. So the existing requirement that says lighting is limited to 0.1 foot candle, which is it's a very low lighting level, is the maximum permitted at the property line of a residential lot. So in terms of lighting concerns, those village protections and village standards will continue to apply on this property.
Thanks, Beth. Matt, do you have anything? Excuse me. Look, we're doing the very best we can, but we can't go back and forth like this. So that's why and I'm going to defer to Matt, and I'm going to answer a few questions myself. So please give us the best opportunity to do this. We're trying to get to every question we can. We may or may not get to every single question, but we're trying, as you can see. All right? Matt, do you have anything to add to that?
The only thing I think Beth covered all the questions many of the questions that I had, particularly with tax amnesty, doesn't apply in this instance. They'll get taxed as a property that's been developed. Again, impact on property values is not a consideration that the court takes into account when deciding whether or not this is a detriment to the community. One of the things I wanted to add to is that people were worried about this being a precedent for other development in the area or throughout the town. This is exactly why losing your immunity from developer suits is the problem, all right? Because if we did not comply and the courts removed the immunity that we have and the inherent validity of our ordinances, properties like this would be developed to what a developer might want to do rather than what this has come down from. I can tell you that there is an attorney involved with this developer, and the threat of joining the lawsuit and forcing something bigger was part of the consideration with regard to this. If our zoning ordinances were not valid and we were subject to developer suits, this property could be developed much more significantly, and other ones that are of similar size throughout the town could be done the same way. So that's why it's important that this is limited. So for the purpose of this, if it gets adopted, it limits further developments of these kinds of properties or these size properties to just this one for at least the fourth round. So nobody can say that I'm going to come into another 1.6 acre property, put in 3 units of affordable units and get as my 20% set aside and get something because we are not zoned for it. This is the only property. And this is because there was pushback with regard to the legal threat and the joining of the lawsuit that we dealt with this. I didn't have any conversations, but we dealt with this particular developer. So that's why the immunity is such an important aspect.
And I'm going to address a couple of questions here. You mentioned if this was a done deal. And to that end, some of the other questions that are affected here. Heather, can we bring up the map that Beth had put together?
Dylan?
Dylan, it's the blue and yellow one.
Yeah, and several people mentioned this, that this is something that we are doing. And I'm going to refer to Patrick Tapiola's comment to keep this issue on the agenda so we can keep pressure on the legislature. As we've mentioned several times previously, and as Evan said very clearly tonight, we don't want to do this. We are being backed into a corner, and I'm waiting for that graphic to come up. Shelley, you said, how many properties could this happen to? And once we get that map, I'm going to show you how many properties that this can happen to. This is, as we've said several times, we don't want to do this. This is the state legislature that has imposed this requirement on 570 municipalities in the state of New Jersey.
There we go.
Here we go.
Oh, back it
Look,
up.
we lost it. There it is. See those properties? That's how many properties this can happen to if we lose our zoning immunity. And I will tell you, I had a conversation with Matt Rogers. I had several conversations with him today, despite the loss of phone usage with Verizon, that putting off the vote endangers our zoning immunity. We were supposed to vote tonight. We told the judge we were going to vote tonight. And now we have to explain to the judge, and Denise, you call this fear-mongering. I'm disappointed. This is not fear-mongering. These are the facts. This is our situation. As we have explained many times, we don't want to do this. Why was Gothel Road picked? It was a negotiation. And I will tell you, we voted against this initially, and we were happy to do it. By voting against it initially, the longer we drag this out, the more properties that'll be affected. I don't know that Gothel Road would have been included in this initially. We were only talking about Kensington. But we fought it because you asked us to fight it. And then the negotiation brought other properties in. The longer we fight this, the more those properties will be brought into this. Not might be brought into this, will be brought into this. And believe me, we appreciate your frustration, and we're here, and we'll take it, because that's what we're doing, and that's what we signed up for. But we don't want to do this. We don't want to build townhouses on Gothel Road, but we don't want more of those properties affected by putting this off. We're taking a chance that this litigation, I don't know if it's going to be successful, this federal litigation, but we know that if we vote on it all tonight, it's going to be, and the litigation overturns the Mount Laurel decision in some way, shape, or form, it's going to be harder to unwind this. So we're taking a chance because we don't want this to happen. There's a limit to how much of a chance we're going to take. And but for the fact that we have some insight that that decision is coming in the next couple of weeks, we wouldn't have taken the chance. We're hoping that the court will allow us the opportunity to hear what is potentially a precedent-setting decision.
Paul, can I clarify two of your points?
By all means.
This map is what would happen if we lose our builder's immunity. This is not what's happening now. We're trying to prevent this. So to be real clear, this is what we're trying to prevent, where everything in yellow could, if we lose our builder's immunity, could potentially be where a site like this could go up. Second, we didn't pick Gothel Road. The owner and builder came to us, and then as Matt said, then was bringing, was also going to sue us and join the suit. So it's not like, you know, we're not sitting up here throwing darts at where these facilities should go. The people that own the property, the sellers, are trying to get it done. And that's why when we talk about minimizing, we're trying to minimize that.
Yeah, to be clear, to Frank and Paul's point, right now that's zoned for 30 feet. This gives them an extra 10 feet. But if we did not come to an agreement, builder can come in, go to a court, and now at that point we don't have the ability to push on our zoning laws, and maybe that builder wants 50 feet. Maybe that builder wants 60 feet. And nobody up here, nobody at the village can push back on them because he's lost the immunity to the suit, which is why we've had to make some really tough decisions. But to everybody's point here, Gothel Road was picked because the developer was looking at it. And again, we made the least worst deal possible. I do just want to add to Boyd, and I forgot the other gentleman's name who I met in the elevator. You are correct. I was precise in my terminology. What I meant to say was that there's no higher density housing coming to single-family residents. So in other words, here, these are townhouses, not apartments. But you were correct to call me out, and again, I correct my imprecise language.
And two last points, forgive me. Alicia, the picture that you displayed of a four-story building going on Goffel Road, that's not going there. It's nothing that looks like that is going there. It is one of the inaccurate pictures that we talk about. Excuse me, I didn't interrupt you when you speak, and now it's my turn to speak. So that building is not going there, and if you want to talk about fear-mongering, that's fear-mongering, because that is an inaccurate depiction. Stacy, we're going to talk to our professionals to see what kind of drawings we might be able to come up with. I don't know that we will, but we will try. But we have, when you say we should push back, we're pushing back further than maybe we should at this moment tonight by not voting. Because other properties have already been included because we pushed back. How many more properties do we want to include in this by pushing back? Lastly, Ann Schelling, I'm going to give you a call. I'm coming to your house. We're going to have a cup of coffee. I'm going to come visit. Here, you coordinate with Ann because I've got her phone number. As I did in the neighborhood that is affected by Kensington. I came and spent the Sunday morning with some of the neighbors there. We talked. I saw. I understood better.
And it's your responsibility to get them out of your house.
So,
Mayor, I'm sorry.
Denise, you were saying, isn't there another industrial area in Ridgewood where we could put affordable housing?
Coming up.
There is no zone for industrial in Ridgewood. It's all 90% and more of single-family homes. So we don't have good choices, but the property owner at 299 Goffel has been calling the council for as long as I've been on the council, trying to get us to buy his property, trying to get rezoning. And so in 2024, when we started considering round 4 and our obligations, we sat down with Beth and she said, can you think of any properties? And we said, well, there's this guy who keeps calling us. And that's how it came about. Somebody asked, how did we come up with these properties? We were racking our brains to think about some place where we could do this. And we actually started coming before the council in December of 2024, when we had to file our first filing with the state in January of 2025. And in June of 2025, we filed our fair share housing plan. So we've been working on this, sorry, Evan, for a lot longer than the summer.
Mayor,
And
just quick
could I just say my moment? So in response, I have walked the property. I've said this before with the Kensington. Whenever anything comes up like this, I'm a big fan of walking there, taking it in. Sidebar, I did grow up in Ridgewood. I grew up on the upper part of Orchard. So a long time ago, I used to come from the Kings Pond side, jump the dam, go down Lakewood, and hop up to the area. So I'm very familiar with it then and now. And I do understand your concerns about the elevation. I, too, would love to be there, but I've been on all the roads many times, and we are available for walkthroughs for that. So again, invite us. We will come. Probably for the sake of time, we'll come in twos. We can all come together. I also just loosely wanted to address one other thing that keeps coming up on communication, because there's people here. When we do these ordinances, the communication becomes incredibly legal and formulaic. So for those who didn't get a notice about this. The actual notice that this hearing occurs goes to neighbors 200 feet out. That's how neighbors, so there's people watching this, and when they're saying they didn't get any communication, I just want to make sure. We sent out hundreds of letters to individual residents, and that is our process right now, so.
How many did we send out, Heather? How many did you send out, Heather?
1,088 because they had to go out both certified and regular mail.
Right. So, and we are always open to better ways to communicate, but for those of you who have opinions, like I know Kevin doesn't live in the area, we did notice many of the neighbors, and we can improve upon that process, but I didn't want people thinking we just put this on the agenda and didn't go to people that have an individual interest, which is 200 feet from the property, and that's it.
Mayor, I just have three more administrative comments to make. First of all, I want to expressly say that there are no tax abatements on any of these properties that are being discussed relative to these zoning ordinances. Commonly referred to as a pilot, which is an acronym for payment in lieu of taxes, where a municipality has the ability to negotiate with a developer to come up with a payment in lieu of taxes. Traditionally, it cuts out a portion of the payment to the county and to the Board of Education. None of that exists on any of these properties that are being discussed for zone changes this evening. So I just want to put that, it was inferred during one of the comments, I want to put it to rest that there are no pilots on any of these properties. Secondly, with regard to the playground, and this has nothing to do with the affordable housing issue, but I do want to address it because it came up. We had a diversion that existed with Green Acres that dates back to 1982. I'm not going to take you through the whole history of it. But before I arrived here, there were already negotiations with the Green Acres program at the Department of Environmental Protection to identify a location to develop a park in order to clear that diversion. Essentially, a park on South Broad Street was eliminated for housing. The Green Acres program was forcing the municipality back to the table to rectify that issue that happened way back when, and that's what created the development of the park that's proposed, that's been approved now by the State House Commission to be developed at Kings Pond. So I can fill you in on more information on that, but I just want to expressly say that that's not directly related to the affordable housing piece. And lastly, on transparency. One thing I think that I have brought to the village in my capacity as village manager is improved communication. As a matter of fact, before I even went for the interview for this position, I had already identified in my research about Ridgewood that the communication coming out of this building was nowhere near satisfactory. However, when it comes to this issue, it becomes a challenge, and we have sat with our communications director talking about how we communicate information on this specific topic to the public. But you have to understand that we were also guided by legal proceedings. We were in negotiations with multiple developers, some of which Beth was handling individually and reporting back to the council, some where folks who sit on this dais were in the room with the developers having discussions about what would be satisfactory and, quite frankly, what the residents would be comfortable with. But I just want to stress that it's very difficult for us to put out communications when we are working. I'm sorry, did someone say something? When we are working within a court mediation process that is being overseen by a Superior Court judge. We are unable to just continue to put out sources of information while the court is guiding that process, similar to if we were in active litigation in a formal court proceeding. So I just wanted to clarify that, Mayor.
Everybody good? We're going to take a 5-minute break, and we're coming back in 5. So go to the bathroom, stretch your legs. We'll be right back. And we will be going to Ordinance 4073, which is the one involving Chestnut Street. Oh, thank you so much. Wait, and I'm going to give you one. We've met this. No, we have. As soon as I show you. That's my cell number. Yeah, we'll definitely, yeah.
Make jump the
Yeah, I do. Oh, yeah, I'm staying hydrated, you know. That's all you can do. I might need it. Thank you.
protein mode?
Hey, we're having fun, aren't we? Somebody stronger than me want to break this?
You give it to muscle.
Got it.
It's the matter. You can break it more than that, can't you? Look, we're cute.
Yeah, apparently. It's all right.
How's, have any issues with the process or what you're doing?
There's
I
no-
had no idea it was going to put you on the spot.
Oh, I don't care. I just feel like that's my role here. I actually really like the way they do this. I think it's a little better than in the past, or maybe I'm thinking of different towns where there's like no immediate feeling of media people. It's like they go through all the comments. And
Better deal.
it's so much better. It is so much better. So as long as that happens, I'm happy. Because I mean, I just can't get any direct berating.
People are a lot more respectful than they have been in the past.
Yeah, I feel like that too.
They really, we spend a lot of time
Well, I mean, there's people on it.
handling these issues with the government.
Yeah.
Anything else that you think we need to cover? I feel bad about it. Honestly, I feel bad about it.
Yeah, it's you know, I get like, yeah.
Explain that to that.
You know, I mean, nobody wants change, and so I
Okay, let's find our seats. All right, we're going to get started once everybody settles down.
Friends, we're going to kick it back off again. So if you'll all take your seats. Thank you so much. I want to begin.
If I could just do a quick roll call.
Yeah.
Councilmember Mortimer.
I'm still here.
Deputy Mayor Perrin.
Yeah, here.
Councilmember Whites.
Here.
Councilmember Winograd. Here. And Mayor Vagianos.
Here.
Thank you.
I want to begin by saying thank you to everyone that is helping us all have a civil discussion about this. It's not what any of us, none of us want to be here tonight. None of us want to be here late. We're going to try and get through all of this. But most importantly, we can do it if we have a civil discussion. I think you see we want to address as many questions as we possibly can. So I greatly appreciate, the entire council appreciates being able to have a respectful conversation. And so with that, we are going to go to Ordinance 4073 that involves Chestnut Street. I move the clerk read Ordinance 4073 by title on second reading and that the public hearing thereon be opened.
I second it.
Mortimer.
Yes.
Perrin.
Yes.
Whites.
Yes.
Winograd.
Yes.
And Vagianos?
Yes. Will the clerk please read the title of ordinance 4073?
An ordinance to amend Chapter 190 Land Use and Development of the Code of the Village of Ridgewood to modify zoning standards to create the CR1 Commercial Residential District.
The public, excuse me, before we do, Beth, would you please explain the parameters of ordinance 4073? Excuse me, Dylan, just as a reminder, would you keep that map on one of these screens? It's all or none? Okay, never mind. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. This ordinance, number 4073, it would create a new zone district. This is not an overlay zone district, and it is the CR1, or the Commercial Residential Zone District. You can see the area highlighted on the screens in here in yellow, and this is an area of approximately 4.18 acres, so 4.2 acres more or less. It consists of properties that are generally from Robinson on the south. That's the street that is the southern boundary, and it continues north to the Cameron Apartments at the northern boundary. It only includes those lots which have frontage along Chestnut, so it does not include, for example, the single-family homes to the rear that have frontage on Oak. This district is going to permit, let me back up one moment. The existing zone district is the C Commercial District, and that permits a variety of commercial uses. This zone district, the CR1 district, will allow for commercial uses to exist on the property, to exist on the property and to be developed on the property. And then it also allows for mixed-use buildings, so mixed use containing commercial uses on the first floor and upper story inclusionary apartments or condos, so multifamily housing with a 20% set aside. And it also allows for just simply multifamily housing as a permitted use as well. So commercial, multifamily, or a mix of those two. And the zoning is pretty similar to the CR district that is immediately south. It's the Chestnut Village building that is on the west side or the left side as shown on the map. Immediately south of the yellow area. That's the proposed zoning. That's the Chestnut Village site. It is similar to that zoning, albeit at a smaller building height and or smaller FAR, smaller density as well. It is intended to allow for redevelopment of these properties at a maximum density of 30 units an acre. It permits a maximum building height of up to 45 feet, but there are additional design standards or architectural standards that are in place for buildings that exceed 40 feet in height, and these are standards that the village relies upon for other districts. And then there are additional standards to limit the setback of a building to its rear property line if that rear property line abuts another single-family home. So to the extent that, let's say, a property is redeveloped on Chestnut and it backs up to a single-family residence that has frontage along Oak, there is an additional setback for the upper stories such that no building within 35 feet of the rear property line may exceed 30 feet in height. And so that is intended to provide a larger setback for taller buildings. And I think it should be noted that the existing setback in the C district, this can be compared to the existing setback of 10 feet. And I will say also that the maximum building height in the C district is 45 feet today. Sorry, I just lost my place in the ordinance. I wanted to make sure I didn't miscite that. Yeah, the maximum building height in the C districts is 45 feet today. with a rear yard setback of 10 feet. What this ordinance does, it requires a larger setback for taller portions of the building, and it increases the maximum height by 5 feet up to 45 feet. And there are a variety of architectural standards, site design standards, parking and access standards as well. But one item that is that's in here is it provides for special standards to ensure that, given the small setbacks of the homes along Oak and the redevelopment that may exist on Chestnut Street over time, it limits where balconies can be located to try to ensure additional privacy for the single-family residences that might otherwise exist without those standards. So it, for example, prohibits balconies overlooking the rear yards of homes. And there are a variety of other standards in here, but I think that highlights some of the more important ones.
Two quick questions. Is this basically an industrial zone, industrial, commercial?
Yeah, I would say there are some light industrial uses. There are a variety of commercial uses. There also includes some of the village uses as well, like the road department is down there. Exactly.
Right. But this also borders single-family homes on the other side, correct?
Correct. This is really sort of a transition district in that respect, because you've got the multifamily to the rear, or excuse me, to the north, you've got the multifamily to the south in Chestnut Village, and you've got the single-family homes immediately to the east.
Good. Thank you so much, Beth. And so now I move, the public hearing is now open.
Hi, Rob Gafanti.
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
Rob Gafanti, village resident, 1912, lot 6, to be specific. So my question is very specific, and it's a hypothetical. I back into the EMS building, which is kind of strangely included in this. I don't know what's happening with that building. I thought it was going to be there forever, but change happens. Which lot line is considered a side or a front for that specific lot, lot 8? Because the way I read this document, there's several things that could happen. If I were a developer and I bought lot 8, I read this and I say, okay, well, great. I could go up 45 feet. Oh, wait. No portion of a building within 35 feet of a rear lot line shared with a single-family detached home shall exceed 30 feet, yada, yada, yada. Okay, but if my side lot, I'm a developer, is facing Oak Street, I can go right up to the property line at 45 feet. That's the way I could interpret this.
Do you understand the question?
Yes.
Okay.
So
She'll answer it later. I just want to make sure she
okay,
understands.
that's just, my question is, where is the front, side, and rear lot for Block 8? And I know everybody, it's very specific to me, but this is important because my backyard is going to be 45 feet up if this is wrong. All right? Thank you.
Thank you, Rob.
Hi, Board. So I guess in a disclosure, Jason
sorry?
Carrera, sorry.
Name and...
Yep, I'm getting there. Jason Carreri, 236 Oak Street, also
And
addressing...
we just need that you're a resident or not a resident.
No, actually, for the record, it's important that I put 236 on this
Fine,
one
oh, fine. I'm
for
saying
the
you
eventual
have to give
appeal.
it. That's
No,
great.
I have to because of the eventual appeal. I have to show the intensity of it for me. So in full disclosure, I'm a member of the Zoning Board of Adjustment, an attorney, a real estate developer, and I also drafted the public officials insurance policy that insures all of you for your D&O liability. But I'm appearing here in my personal capacity. I also have to put on the record that I'm making, after talking to some municipal attorneys, a limited appearance because I did not receive the notices, specifically the ordinary mail notice that was sent to me. It was empty. And then the certified one was sent to a neighbor, which is actually a frequent occurrence for me where the mailman puts my mailings to somebody else. The only reason I'm aware of this meeting is because I was here for my Board of Adjustment meeting yesterday and it came up during ours. My comments are specifically as applied to Block 1912, Lot 8, Block 2001, Lots 18 and 19, and they will be as applied concerning the Pheasant Bridge case law, the unique history of the specific lots, the unique topography of the land, the increase in the intensity by the ordinance language, a prima facie error in the planning board, and that has been incorporated by reference by some of the people for today, specifically on page 13 of the master plan. I'm going to start with the history. Using the Sanborn maps, which are frequently relied on in the past by the village, you can discern the history that Beth has already alluded to on Chestnut, Oak, and Douglas. Chestnut historically was serving of the railroad, and it was a light industrial area. Then it transitioned and started to go and serve the automotive needs of the village over time. As when the Maston farm was sold, Oak Street was then expanded out in the 1900s, and then Douglas was created during the 1910s, which was the road that divided the residential that you see on Oak Street with the light development that you see on Chestnut. That's of a particular concern for these three lots because as two of them are corner lots, they go and face on Douglas, and then they also face on Chestnut. The residential houses, always both of the two residential houses that are impacted by this, have Oak Street addresses. Conversely, the commercial units have always had Douglas addresses for the last 100 years. Now, as I alluded to on the master plan, if you turn to page 13 of it with the map, you will see that there was the marked notice for mixed-use residential on Chestnut. However, you'll notice that the lot 192, lot 8, the EMT, was not included in that. It was specifically noted as a government building and it did not use the same coloring as the mixed-use ones. Why do I know that? Because I was there in 2021 and 2022 to make sure that the EMT was not included in that. Yet the proposal here, and now how the map is being interpreted as the C going for that specific lot, has now included it. Now, where my main concern too here is, as someone who has experience on the Board of Adjustment, the lots themselves are undersized for what's in the statute. So what's going to happen, it's going to come to me. I'm going to have to go get the D variances and the C variances for it. I'm not going to be, the case law that I have over there is going to tie my hands on the development, specifically of the EMT one. Since it's owned by the village, you know, that property right now is probably worth like 1.5 to 2. But once you change the zoning for it and you put in this mixed-use residential, that's going to increase the value of the village's property tremendously, and it give a great value to whoever wants to go and develop it. There's not much that the Board of Adjustment's going to do that can stop that variance from coming. And then I wanted to also just bring in some specific items from the new statutory overlay, just some issues that I spotted. So,
Jason, I just have a quick question. We're talking about your residence or a piece of property that you own?
Wait, I'm sorry, which one?
What you're referring to property that you live in or that you own and don't live in?
No, I'm talking about my primary residence.
It's your primary residence, thank you.
Yeah.
Just making it clear.
No, I am a property developer as well,
Right.
but this is
I
for
just
my
wanted to
personal
see where
one,
we're
yeah.
at.
Which is why I had to put it on the record, so for the appeal I can go and show. Right. So on the statutory issues with the drafting, so this is what would become proposed 118.5. So paragraph B11, you put medical offices. We run into this problem all the time on the Board of Adjustment, right? What does medical office mean? As modern things have developed, you have inpatient, outpatient, you have people doing Botox, you have people doing other items that are involved with the hair, and it gets very confusing. That really screws us over, that language. So if you put that in over there, who knows what's going to happen. Number 17 is really poorly drafted. It says parking lots and structures. Now, I assume that the drafter meant to have the conjunctive and for the structure modified by the parking lot. It doesn't say that, though, so you should probably have a word included on the structure section so that it makes it easier. Number 18 is childcare center. In New Jersey, childcare centers have different specific statutory language that describes what's a preschool, what's a daycare center, et cetera. I'm sure some of you are aware of this. This doesn't say which ones are included, which ones aren't included, so that'll be a problem for all the development on Chestnut. Number 20, I think it's just a drafting error, but I'll just read it into the record because I can't figure out what it does, and I draft contracts for a living. Club, fraternal, recreational, athletic, political, labor, civic, and social uses located above the second floor.
Jason,
except
your time is up. If you could finish up quickly.
I'm going to go. Except the ground floor areas for access to such uses shall be permitted. The second part presupposes that that part is a negative, but since it's in the affirmative section, it doesn't make sense. It put business services as 24. What is business services? You can just
Jason,
put
I think
anything
the
within that.
issue is, how does this affect your property?
Oh, well, the statute is written very poorly, right? So under the pheasant law, case law, right? Part of the arbitrary and capriciousness that I'm gonna have to argue on the appeal if this particular lot is not taken back out is that, one, the sizing, it doesn't make sense. It's gonna have to go to the Board of Adjustment, and then under that case law, there's not much we can do about it. And then two, the statute itself doesn't fit for this particular use. So like the fact that there's these many drafting errors in it, if you're just gonna go and adopt it sua sponte, after this is all over, I've gotta point those out now so me and my attorney can go and appeal it and win. So that's it.
Thank you, Jason.
Hi, I'm Patty Maggio. I live on Oak Street. And I just want to say I am not opposed, like many other people, to the ordinances as regards to the low-income mandates that we have to follow. My concern is when this goes up on Chestnut, if this entire area is filled, or even half of it is filled, I'm really concerned about the traffic and the flooding. There's a lot of flooding in that area. If it rains a tiny bit, Oak Street floods. My house floods. My property floods. Having all this extra, I mean, I don't even know if our infrastructure can handle it. What's there now is auto body shops. There's some, little other shops, a bakery and the DPW. So I just don't think our infrastructure is ready for 30 units per acre. I see the way the Chestnut Village was built, there is always some runoff. I don't know where it's coming from. Crossing over Chestnut, in the winter, it freezes. It's not just from snow melt or anything. It's just, I don't think it was there before. I could be wrong, but I've noticed it ever since Chestnut Village went in. It's part of their north end driveway. It seems to always come from there. So I'm concerned that more housing, there's going to be more runoff, and it's going to come right down the hill to my house and everyone else on Oak Street. And the traffic. And I know you've said that you do traffic studies after ordinances are passed, which I don't understand, because if you do a study and then they say, whatever, this is no good, I don't know if you're going to listen. I hope you would, but whoever did the traffic study when Chestnut Village and the Benjamin went in, I don't think they did a very good job. Because every time I go to work, to the train station, and come home, I feel like I'm taking my life in my hands. Driving, too. That every intersection along Franklin Avenue is a disaster. Walnut, Oak Street, Chestnut, Broad. People are driving crazy out there because they're so impatient. There's so much traffic. No one wants to wait for the lights, so they go to Chestnut. And then no one can make a left off at Chestnut because there's so much traffic coming in the other directions. No one can go straight across Franklin from Chestnut. You put in those turning lanes, which in theory was nice, and it does help if you're turning, but when you're trying to cross over both of those lanes, you can't see cars coming in the other direction. It's very dangerous. And again, I don't know where any of you live, if any of you walk through these areas, what time you walk through them. If you drive through town, it's a disaster, and it's really, really frightening. And and I have a son who likes to walk in town, and it makes my heart pound thinking he has to cross Maple to get to the high school. Frightening. Even though you put in the walk signs, people come zooming off of Maple. They don't stop at the red light and wait to see if they can make a right on red. No one stops at stop signs in this town. And I know I'm getting a little off but there's a stop sign at Douglas. Very few people actually stop. They roll through it, look quickly, and go, honking constantly because people are going 40 miles an hour down Oak Street. It's become a major thoroughfare. Wow, I can't believe I
You have a
turned this
minute,
off.
you have a minute, you have another minute.
So, yeah, I am really concerned about the traffic. And just one other thing about the traffic. If I leave my house at 8 o'clock in the morning, I'm waiting a good 5 minutes to get out of my driveway. So and that's as it is now. Imagine putting 90 more units or more and that many more cars. Because like someone else said, no one has one car anymore. All right, thank you.
Thank you so much, Patty.
Amy McCambridge, Ridgewood resident. I ask that you please not interrupt me like you did 3 times the last time I spoke, because you guys keep saying when people talk to you, but you interrupted me 3 times. So I ask that you don't and let me have my very short time. I want everyone in this room to listen very carefully to the language that you're hearing. Evans, you talked a lot tonight. It's language being used not to reveal the truth, but to distort it. You've heard this council repeat the word truth again and again, but repetition doesn't make something true, and confidence does not equal honesty. What you're witnessing is not transparency, it's gaslighting. The deliberate attempt to convince people that what they're seeing with their own eyes and experiencing in our neighborhood is somehow not real. You're all here. The woman who just spoke before, these concerns are real. We see them. They are literally destroying the village. We don't have clean drinking water. We have, 3 turf fields that flood into the river. There's so many problems, but they are destroying it. To this council, to be honest, the people in this room are not neighbors to be respected. We are a nuisance to be managed. As long as we stay isolated, 1 speaker at a time, 3 minutes, 5 tonight, that nuisance is easy to ignore. And this goes to all the ordinances, and really I want to speak to you guys. As long as we stay isolated, it's easy to ignore, but when gaslighting stops working, which it's stopping, people start comparing notes. The information that's being shared on Facebook, all of you have done your research because you care, you have children, you care about your neighbors. I'm so sorry, I can't say the same for the Deas, I can't. They don't want us to talk. Evans said all this misinformation. Well, they gave us more information than we got from you guys.
Amy, could
Yes.
you please address ordinance 4073?
You're interrupting me again.
Yeah, point of order.
This is an ordinance hearing, a public comment section for an ordinance? So-
You have to be talking about the ordinance that's adjusting the zoning on Chestnut
Anyway,
Street.
so when residents begin exposing patterns instead of accepting explanations, as with this ordinance and the other ordinance, but this one in particular I can say, but I can say about everything you guys do in this town, with this one, with all the traffic that's already there, we, the residents, expose the patterns instead of accepting your explanations. This is when behavior escalates. The public deserves to understand that part clearly because that's the part no one likes to say out loud. When the exposure begins and they start talking, and Jason was freaking amazing. Like, I think we should all get together and have a meeting with Jason, and we, the people.
Point of order, this, it's my understanding
Oh,
that this is
interrupted
supposed to
twice
be
now.
about the ordinance only.
Amy.
And I'm asking the mayor to enforce how this is
Of
supposed
course
to
you
work.
guys are. You've threatened me. You've come after my job, my business.
Amy, this is, you can talk as long as you want if you're talking about this ordinance.
I am
But
talking about this ordinance.
Please focus on the ordinance.
You guys, I can't even look at you guys. I really can't.
You can save your comments to the public comment section at the end of the meeting, but this is about an ordinance.
Right, but the point is, you are lying to them about every ordinance. You do not care. You're going to do
Again, we're
what...
talking about this particular ordinance. If you've got comments on this ordinance, please give the comments. Otherwise, wait till the end of the meeting in the public comment section.
At the end of the meeting, you can say, you can make all the general comments you want.
Okay, I'll do that. You guys are
Thank you.
ridiculous. Don't trust them, and I'll speak at the end.
Thank you, Amy. Anybody else want to speak on this ordinance?
Shelley Rothstein again, Ridgewood resident. I'm speaking on this ordinance because it's high-density housing. In 2016, I was living in Paramus when that mayor and council voted for major zoning changes that would allow for high-density housing to be built throughout the town. At the time, the concept was new. Nobody thought much of it. There was little pushback from the residents. 10 years have passed, and if you drive through Paramus today, you can't help but notice the enormous amount of construction. Apartment buildings are being built throughout this zoning corridor, with more scheduled to break ground in the next few months. This didn't happen overnight. It didn't happen in a year or two, but it is happening now with no end in sight. Ridgewood is right now living Paramus's 2016. Many of the ordinances that we are talking about tonight are not bound by the legal legislation settlement. We have the opportunity to rethink these zoning changes, to put them on the back burner, to hit pause. Because if these ordinances pass, you will not see the changes right away. But just give it time. The changes will come, and when they do, there will be no way to stop them, just like what's going on in Paramus today. Our village will be forever changed.
Thank you. Anybody else want to address this ordinance?
Natalia Protasevich, Ridgewood resident. Speaking on specifically on ordinance 4073 that creates the CR1 commercial residential district affecting the portion of Chestnut and adjacent downtown blocks. So just to put it in the plain English, right? What do we have before? No by right multifamily residential. Typical height, 30 to 35 feet. What do we have after? Density up to 30 units per acre. Height increased to 45 feet. The FAR is up to 185%, which, higher is a bulkier form. And lot coverage is up to 90%. That represents an increase in downtown scale and intensity. Taken together with other ordinances, these standards allowed for substantially larger, and we keep repeating it, and I don't know how many times we have to say it for you guys to hear us, is the problem is not with the standalone ordinances, is the major problem, and every single person that spoke, at least one thing is in common, height, right? We live in a village, not in Hoboken, not in Hackensack. We want to remain living in the village. Okay, so again, taken together, the 4073 ordinance, together with others, allows standards to build substantially larger, bulkier, and more continuous building that currently exists in much of the downtown and far beyond what is permitted in residential districts outside the central business district. That is not incremental adjustment. FAR, height, and lot coverage operate together. When all three are increased at once, the result is a fundamental shift in building mass, a street wall continuity, and not just additional housing units. Again, this direction that we're taking is moving Ridgewood away from the walkable, village-scale downtown residents value and towards a more urban model that has never been contemplated in the master plan. Affordable housing compliance does not require the level of intensity you are proposing. Once adopted, these standards do not sunset. They become the new permanent rule. And I urge the council to reconsider the ordinance 4073, restore meaningful, and I say meaningful, limits on the height, FIR, and bulk, and ensure that this decision is made with full transparency and appropriate recusals based on the feedback you're getting from people, right? We hear not just, I mean, I got an impression, and I'm sure many of you guys got the same impression. We're here waiting for you to listen to our comments. They're not going to go anywhere, and I'm just going to make a stamp at the end. We heard you guys, but we already decided. I mean, show us that okay, we took the residents' input. We're going to see how can we possibly decrease that height? How can we work with that density? You're not showing it. Any comment that you make does not address the main concerns that we've told you guys today, every single resident. And specifically want to address one, as it pertains to this residence ordinance, since I'm only allowed to talk about this ordinance right now, but I want to close by addressing the repeated claim that the village is required to increase height, bulk, and density to satisfy Mount Laurel and avoid builder's remedy. That is not the legal standard. Mount Laurel requires realistic zoning, not maximized zoning. It requires that affordable housing is feasible and not that development intensity be increased beyond what is necessary to meet village's obligation. A municipality acting in good faith may choose appropriate sites, set reasonable limits on height and bulk, and require consistency with its master plan, so long as sufficient capacity exists. Invoking generalized court threats does not justify village-wide increases in scale without a clear nexus to unmet need. Residents are not opposing affordable housing. We are asking for proportional, site-specific zoning that meets legal obligation without unnecessary overreach. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalia. If you could, and I've got two people on Zoom, but if you could speak into the mic, I've got them.
Okay, because I noticed like there weren't any Zoom calls
There were
from the other
no
ones?
other people on Zoom that I saw.
Okay.
All right?
Because I
But-
believe there are for this.
Nope, I've got two people. Thank you for bringing it to my attention.
Hello again.
Evening, John.
High, Irving Street. So indeed, one of the things that I noticed, a big difference between this particular ordinance and the other ones, is this one seems to focus a little bit about greenery going on. One of the items here talks about outdoor spaces on the second story or above, such as balconies prohibited to face single-family detached dwellings. I wonder why that's not included in some of the other ordinances tonight. That seemed like it's a hot issue on some of the other ones. Solid fence and row of evergreen trees shall be provided by any lot line shared with a single-family detached or I know the next one that we're going to be talking about says that there's no greenery required at all in the back along the fence line. So why is it on this one and not on the others? I mean, planting seems like a pretty simple thing. Sign regulations. This one seems to be falling under the strict sign regulations of the town. The next one seems to have gotten a little pass on that. So why are we changing the rules for some and not for others? That's all I have on this one at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Good evening again, Boyd at Loving Ridgewood. I noticed that there are two municipal properties in this zone. One is the Emergency Services Building. The other is the municipal garage. I'm wondering why they were included in this zone. As Jason pointed out, if you rezone this, those property values are going to skyrocket. Also, if there are luxury residences, and that's what everybody seems to be building rentals as now, luxury rentals, luxury residences, that are directly across the street from a municipal garage where there is garbage trucks coming in, I won't say at all hours, but probably at inconvenient hours for people who are living in luxury housing, there is eventually going to be a push for the village to shut that down and move it to another location. So as a taxpayer, I'm concerned about the cost that would be involved in doing that. Certainly, we would be getting some money for the property, but in terms of where this would be relocated to and how much it would cost overall to relocate things such as fuel tanks, again, wondering why the municipal garage is included in that yellow print and why the emergency services building is included in that, and have you thought about the repercussions of having luxury housing right across the street from a municipal facility that is basically has not been improved in years, and people's balconies are going to have to look out onto this, and the pressure that you're eventually going to come
upon to have that moved out of that area and how much that is going to cost to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Boyd. Anyone else in the room? We have a couple people on hybrid access. No one? Let's go to hybrid access. Alexandra, you're up.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Yep.
If you could speak a little
Okay,
louder,
great.
would be better.
Louder? Okay.
Very good.
Apologies. Okay. My name is Alexandra Ferrone. I am a resident, and I am neighboring the impacted site for Ordinance 4073. I'd just like to start, I appreciate the references that there could be better communication from the town. I agree. I think that the mailing of the 200 feet is insufficient in this instance. This isn't a stop sign. This is something that has a material impact on a significant number of people well beyond the 200 feet. So I would really explore alternative methods of communication. I mean, I can get a text message every 10 minutes when there's lightning. Certainly the town can figure out a different way to post this. Had I not spoken to one of my neighbors and been on a text chain, I would have had no idea this was happening. Moving now to the actual ordinance itself. I have a number of questions and concerns about it. We need to determine the environmental impacts. The area that is proposed to be updated is at a higher elevation. Our town has high water tables. Between those water tables and the fact that we slope downhill, our streets often floods. Many times my neighbors have essentially fjords coming from their basements after heavy rains. Modifications to that area without careful planning regarding flooding will have a material impact on the safety and sanctity of our property. Further, the current usages have garages. There's going to be DEP involvement, and the destruction of the sites could have environmental impacts on our neighboring properties during any remediation efforts. Have there been studies on the exact nature of what these environmental impacts might be? Regarding traffic, the traffic in our neighborhood has been increasing regularly. Our street is inundated with workers, particularly the postal workers, parking on our street because they refuse to pay for town parking or do a vehicle shuffle to get the vans out. And they block up our streets. People speed constantly up and down Linwood and on Oak and the neighboring streets. Having apartment buildings line that street will simply just increase the traffic. It's not sustainable. I'm on the corner of Oak and, on North Walnut and Linwood. There is an accident every single quarter. I know I've spoken to the town a number of times. It's only going to increase. It only gets worse. And then there's the issue of education. We are currently zoned for Ridge. Our schools cannot support all these additional bodies entering into the education system. Applicants entering kindergarten this year, I got up at 5:45 on Saturday morning to ensure that I was registered on time because I was told by parents last year that people got redistricted to other schools because there just wasn't enough and we were at capacity. You add, 4 buildings, that's, a potential, let's say 90 kids. Where are they going to go? Are we going to get redistricted? What about our school bus? We are one of the few locations that has a school bus. Have we thought about what the financial impact or the education impact would be for that? And finally, the height. The proposal is that the height is going to be 45 feet. I recognize based off of, and I apologize, I don't recall who spoke, but that currently we could be zoned for up to 45 feet based on current zoning, but nothing really is that high. If you up it to 45 feet, it's just too high. And then, not to go onto affordability, but, this goes part and parcel. There's going to be 20% of reservation. If you allow a 45-foot building, developers are going to go for the 45 feet because it increases their ROI. So, I understand what the town is trying to do, but we're not here to appease developers. We're here to maintain the charm and keep the needs of our village. And this ordinance has material flaws. There are too many questions. There's nothing that's vetted enough. It's going to materially impact our property values and the very nature of our village. And we just don't want it. So I would really request that the town really think about this before we proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexandra. And last but not least is Jennifer.
Hi, this is Jen Williams. I reside at 301 Maston Place, which is just a block or two away from the area on Chestnut that's being discussed. And I really appreciate everything that Alexandra said. I think she articulated very well a lot of the concerns that we have, and I think it boils down to having a holistic approach to what the impact is of this beyond just adding the residentiality. There's a lot more that goes into this. Personally, I've been advocating for better traffic safety for that school bus that she mentioned since 2019 when my son started kindergarten. I know that's a very complicated measure. It's been really hard to get things as simple as crosswalks to be painted, much less stop signs, much less lights, much less any type of other safety measures. All of this area comes in really crazy intersection of responsibility and accountability between the BOE, the village, the county. Some of those roads are county roads, which makes all of that even more complicated. To add cars to that is frankly unfathomable to me. I cannot imagine trying to turn left or right from Oak onto Glen if you add any additional cars and consistent need for traffic. I also drive these roads regularly as well as walk them when I can, much like some people, and Patty included, have expressed. I don't feel safe letting my 4th grader and my 6th grader walk in our neighborhood because there is such a likelihood that they will get hit by a car. There's insufficient lighting on the streets. That's one way that we could address this as additional measures are considered. But as I take my children to local businesses up there on Chestnut, I find that I regularly am on the defensive of people walking home from the bus. If we truly want a walkable village, we have to make the roads travelable by pedestrians and cars alike. And I think that to add additional residences, additional cars to this space without proper vetting of all of the ways that that impact rolls out across the entire neighborhood and community would be a really tough undertaking. A little more consideration needs to be made to the bigger picture. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Anybody else on this ordinance? Seeing no one, I move the public hearing be closed.
Second, someone?
Second.
Mortimer,
Yes.
Perrin,
Yes.
Whites,
Yes.
Winograd,
Yes.
Vagianos.
Yes. John?
I move that the vote of 4073 be carried to February 11th, 2026.
I second.
Mortimer,
Yes.
Perrin,
Yes.
Whites,
Yes.
Winograd,
Yes.
and Vagianos.
Yes, and before we begin to respond to questions, we have blown through our curfew of 11 o'clock, and I propose that we continue, but we need a vote of the council. I'm confident we're going to get it. So I'm going to say I'm going to propose that we extend to 1 a.m. and reconsider if we are close to finishing at that point. So do I have a motion to extend this evening's proceedings to 1 a.m.?
I move to extend the hearing till 1 a.m. and also add an additional vote at 1 a.m. to continue.
Yes.
I move. Frank?
I second it.
Okay. Mortimer,
Yes.
Perrin,
Yes.
Whites,
I very rarely vote in favor of it, but I think we have to tonight, so yes.
Winograd,
Yes.
and Vagianos.
Yes. And so let's respond to questions. Beth, a lot of these are in your wheelhouse.
Yes, they are. Okay.
But before you do, there's one that I want to respond to, and it's to Jason. Deepest apologies that of the 1,088 notices that were sent out, yours were defective. There is no excuse for that. Human error. Again, deepest apologies. Obviously, it was not intended, but I know, but nonetheless, we all winced when we heard that both didn't make it to you. So, again, appreciate your understanding. Beth.
Okay. So, actually, I forget your last name, but with Jason's question, one of the earlier comments was about how the yards will work, the side yard versus rear yard, and there was a reference to Lot 8, which I think is, well, it doesn't matter. It was a reference to Lot 8. That's a corner property. And so in this example, the yard which abuts the adjacent homes is the rear yard by virtue of how the village ordinance defines side yard versus rear yard. going through the definitions. So that's one short answer to that issue. There were a couple of statements or concerns cited about building height and in lot cover as two examples, but I want to be clear, the height is not 35 feet today, it's actually 45 feet today, and the proposed building height continues at 45 feet, so there's no change to what is permitted in this area. And it's actually the same for the coverage. There was a concern stated about the cover of the properties. The cover that is existing today or permitted today in the C district is 90%, and this proposed ordinance will continue that percentage with no change. There were a lot of concerns raised about walkability, and I think the walkability is really two categories. One is an overall traffic concern about how does the walkability, how is that impacted as additional cars are introduced to this area through redevelopment. The other concern I think is about the physical walkability of the area. And right now, I think Chestnut Street is not particularly walkable. There are inconsistent sidewalks, for example. This ordinance will require redevelopment to provide the sidewalks and the street trees that the village code requires, and so the redevelopment will facilitate compliance with those items. In terms of traffic as a whole and walkability as a result of traffic, that is, and it was alluded to by some of the comments, but it's accurate that that's going to be addressed at the time of site plan. As part of any site plan application, a developer is going to be obligated to submit a traffic study, and in there we'll evaluate intersections, perhaps their on-site parking as well, and if it's found that their development is going to cause the need for road improvements, for example, or intersection improvements, the developer will be obligated to either pay into a fund to contribute for those improvements or perhaps do the improvements. It's going to be a site-specific and a condition-specific decision. There were also a number of questions in regard to the permitted uses in the district. So, for example, citing of medical office, childcare, the clubs and fraternal organizations, and essentially asking what aspect of medical office or childcare or club and fraternal is permitted, how are those uses defined? And this ordinance mimics the permitted uses that exist today in your C district and in the CR district. So I can't dispute that maybe those terms need to be defined in village code. That may well be, or amended, that may well be a follow-up exercise that the village wants to consider, but I think the scope of this ordinance is to bring these uses that were found to be appropriate for this area, to bring them into this code, into this new CR1 district so that they continue to be permitted. There were additionally questions regarding why this ordinance, I guess why the ordinance is required. And I want to be clear that the ordinance is set forth in our housing plan. And so as part of being in our adopted housing plan, we're obligated to implement the housing plan through adoption of the ordinance. There's that, but perhaps more important, it's part of the mediation that we conducted with our judge with through the Affordable Housing Dispute Resolution Program. And it's also as set forth in our mediation agreement that we will go ahead and adopt this ordinance and a variety of other mechanisms that we're talking about this evening. In terms of Mount Laurel compliance generally and what's required in order to be compliant with adjustment of bulk standards, it is not true that Mount Laurel does not require a change to building height and other bulk standards, density, et cetera. So to the extent that folks might think that that's the case, it's just simply not true, and it's really fundamental to the Mount Laurel doctrine that in order to satisfy your obligation, municipalities have to adjust their zoning. You can't simply take your existing zoning that might permit townhouses or multifamily or single family and say, and now there's a 20% set aside required. It's simply prohibited for a number of reasons in the case law, Fair Housing Act, COA's rules, but ultimately it is it requires that municipalities take affirmative actions to permit and incentivize the creation of affordable housing. And so that's exactly what Ridgewood's ordinances are intended to do, just like every other municipality in the state that wants to be compliant and not be subjected to builder's remedy. And there's a lot of language set forth in COA's rules and in the Fair Housing Act about municipalities having to create what's referred to as a realistic opportunity for affordable units, and that means that the development has to be permitted in essentially all ways, based on the maximum density. So for example, where we have a density of 30 units an acre or 15 units an acre, it's not enough to simply say, here's the density, but we're going to constrain the ability to achieve that density through setbacks, building heights, et cetera. Your zoning as a whole must work together to allow for that density to be achieved on the property, the density that's set forth in the housing plan. So that's not too much detail, but I hope it's a little bit of background for folks that feel that maybe these zoning changes are simply unnecessary. And for better or worse, I can assure folks they really are necessary. Some of the other site-specific concerns that were, or I should say district-specific concerns, were about contamination. Any property that may have contamination in this area will have to be cleaned up as part of NJDEP standards and as part of any development application for a site with an existing formal, certainly an industrial use and perhaps many of the commercial uses that exist there today. Developer is going to go through that process to determine what were the historic uses, what is the likelihood of contamination, and then go forth and clean up any of the contamination that exists on the property. And that's going to be required regardless of adoption of this ordinance. There was also a few concerns cited about the schools, and I'm sorry to say school capacity is simply not permitted to be part of municipalities' consideration as to if they're going to meet their obligation. Municipalities are obligated to provide the affordable units consistent with their affordable housing obligation regardless of their school status, and I would say that's really a very specific intention as part of the Mount Laurel Doctrine. And I think those were all the questions, all the notes I had, but I'm happy to
I
answer
just want to be
anything else.
clear. The TIA said affordable housing compliance does not require the density that we are proposing. Is that a fair statement?
There's no specific density required in Mount Laurel, I mean, at least as it would relate to these districts.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
So there's no specific minimum density that says 30 units an acre, but what is required is that we be able to meet our obligation, and we be able to do so in a way that creates a realistic opportunity or is realistic zoning, depending on what portion of the obligation the development will meet. So while 30 units an acre is not specifically required in, say, the Fair Housing Act, this is part of the variety of mechanisms that we have put together that we've advanced and we thought were compliant. And they were pretty darn close to being compliant if you think about the small adjustments that we've had to make as a result of the mediation. So the village is using 30 units an acre because I think it is the minimum acceptable in this area from the perspective of compliance. And I say that because this area came forward, if you will, because we had a developer looking at a piece of property proposing more than 50 units an acre on the site, and that was not acceptable to the village. But he demonstrated that at least he was unable to develop at less than 50 units an acre. I should also note that as part of our mediation with Fair Share Housing Center, we were required, if we were going to enter into an agreement and be able to be certain that we would have our continued immunity, we were required to find places for some increased density. And quite frankly, this was an area that had been suggested for potentially significant more density. That was, and that is not what's set forth in the ordinance. It was found that that was really couldn't be accommodated in this area. So to the extent that is 30 units an acre the minimum required, there's no straight very unfortunately, there's just no straightforward answer like that in this world of affordable housing in New Jersey. But what I can say is that our plan that we put forward was minimally compliant, or perhaps just not compliant if you think about some of the adjustments that we've made. And we've tried to identify a density that is not only achieves compliance with the overall obligation, but also meets our realistic zoning requirement, which unfortunately is not quantified in terms of minimum density or any specific guidance from the Fair Housing Act, but it's very clear that it must be met with sites that are able to be redeveloped and at densities that are thought to be high enough to actually induce redevelopment intention from property owners and from developers.
And another statement was made that many of the ordinances that we are proposing tonight are not part of our legal settlement. Is that a fair statement? Is that
No, I
accurate?
don't think so. We have so it's a couple things. One, they're all in our housing plan. And so while that's not a settlement, they are, as I said before, once we adopt our housing plan and seek approval of it, we're required to implement it. Adoption of the ordinances is part of that. But also, each of these sites and the densities are set forth in a mediation agreement with Fair Share Housing Center, and they're also consistent with the mediations that we had directly with the judge and what we had said that our housing plan does and how we're proposing to amend it to ensure compliance.
So these are part of our settlement agreement?
Yes, yes, I'm sorry. The short answer is yes, they're part of our settlement.
Thank you. And John asked a question about why is greenery and some other things included in this ordinance and not in, I think he's going to refer to the Kensington ordinance.
Well, so this is a different scenario in the sense that the Kensington ordinance is a mediated ordinance that is directly, has a settlement agreement directly associated with it that addresses the specific zoning parameters. And so we were specifically tasked by the judge to work with that property owner or with that developer to find zoning that was acceptable to the court, to the developer, and I guess minimally acceptable to the village. So it's so for that reason, our ability to maneuver and to put forth perhaps ideal standards was very limited. Here, we don't have a developer that we're forced to mediate with, and so we have a bit more flexibility to work with.
Got it. Thank you very much, Beth.
Beth, somebody had asked, how long do we have to keep affordable housing?
Oh, is this about the
And
various rounds?
So this ordinance, tell me if I'm reading it wrong, says that if it's rental units, it's 40 years, and then they'll be let off. Then they can go back to market value, right? And maybe I'm wrong about that, and then for sale units, it's 30 years.
Yes, so those are the required affordability control periods. Essentially, a deed restriction will be applied to any of the properties that we're talking about this evening. And it says for the next 40 years, if the units are for rent, or for the next 30 years, if the units are for sale, they shall be affordable. So it can only be rented to somebody with an income that's income qualified or sold to somebody with income qualification. At the end of that time period, the controls are essentially released. I'll just leave it at that. It's sort of complicated, but essentially they are released.
Anybody else from the dais? Matt, go ahead.
I wanted to ask Beth, I get to ask you a question. I wanted to ask you, with regard to the Dayton and the Enclave, what's the density in those two projects? Is it 30 or 35?
Yeah, I want to say approximately 35 units an acre.
Yeah, so I think in that second round, and particularly in Chestnut Village, I think that too was 35 units per acre, correct?
I believe so.
Yes,
The density for Chestnut Village, which is just at the bottom of the screen, is at 35 units an acre.
Right, so we basically, and then people have always asked about pushback, we basically pushed back on this one, and we were asked to go higher than 35. And-
Yes, and I should say also the Chestnut Village is at 50 feet. So just to the extent that folks wanted to do a comparison, it's 5 units an acre and 5 feet higher.
Okay, so we have pushed back and tried to get this. One of the other questions that was brought up was regard to potential for flooding and things like that. I know that those are site plan issues, and they'll be handled if there's a site plan application. If the property owner on this particular project or property ever decides to develop it and consistent with the ordinance, every year, it seems that the municipalities in the state of New Jersey are required to revisit their stormwater management ordinances and runoff ordinances, and the village is up to date on that. These are geared for zero runoff from any development that comes in and retaining it on the property. So they'd have to meet that strict standard, or it's as strict as it is in the state of New Jersey. In fact, Ridgewood's was deemed to be probably on the more conservative side than 90% or a greater percent than all the other ones that have been passed by other towns. Let's see. And I said this before about a question about the DEP involvement. Unless there's some type of contamination on the property, the DEP doesn't get involved. When there's a transfer of property or a sale, usually there's a phase one done. If it's commercial, there's usually a phase one environmental study done. Depending upon the results of that, there may be a phase two done, but the DEP gets involved. If there is contaminated soil or other issues with regard to groundwater that need to be addressed, they have jurisdiction over that. And that's also something that probably comes around during site plan application. But that's applicable regardless of whatever this ordinance does, so.
Yeah, thank you. I forgot to note that, and I just want to reemphasize that the coverage has not changed. It's 90%, it's permitted today, it'll continue to be so, and all stormwater management regulations will apply.
Right.
And Beth, did you, and forgive me if I missed it, did you address the question raised by Rob about his side lot?
I did.
She did,
I
okay,
think
good.
so.
Just want to make sure, good.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I might have messed up who made that comment, so I apologize. But yes, I did.
Good, then.
Okay.
Then we are done with 407.3. We're about to move into 407.1, which is, of course, Kensington. I have been alerted that Swaggit, which is our Zoom supplier, shuts down at 11:59.
They rectified that situation in the IT room, so we're fine. We're fine till 1 a.m.
Till 1 a.m.
Good job.
Good, great, thank you. Thank you very much. Good. Then let's move on. I move the clerk read ordinance 4071 by title on second reading and that the public hearing thereon be opened.
I second that.
Mortimer?
Yes.
Karen?
Yes.
Whites?
Yes.
Winograd?
Yes.
And Vagianos?
Yes, will the clerk please read the title of ordinance 4071?
An ordinance amending Chapter 190 Land Use and Development to create the S1 Senior Overlay Zone District.
I think that everyone is familiar enough with this issue because we've discussed it that we don't need an explanation from Beth. So with that, the public hearing is now open.
Thank you. My name is Rosillo. I'm a resident. I submitted a letter for you with Ms. Heather, and I was told I needed to stay here so my testimony can be actually added to the record. So everything I'm saying tonight, I'm requesting that it be entered into the official municipal record. And this is my formal and written and also oral objection to Ordinance 4071. This objection is submitted to preserve issues under the New Jersey Municipal Land Use Law and applicable Mount Laurel and Settlement Review case law, including South Burlington County NAC versus Mount Laurel Township, Hills Development versus Berners Township, and Fairshare Housing Center versus Cherry Hill Township. Point 1, the New Jersey Municipal Land Use Law consistency requirement. Under NJSA 4055D-62A, zoning ordinances are required to be substantially consistent with the land use plan element and housing plan element of the master plan. Where a zoning ordinance is not substantially consistent, the government body is required to state the reasons for that inconsistency on the record. The Richwood Master Plan adopted in 2022 is the village controlling land use policy document. While the plan acknowledges senior housing and housing diversity as general planning objectives, it does so only at a policy and conceptual level, calling for studies, evaluation of best practices, and future ordinance updates of general applicability. The master plan does not identify any specific parcel for assisted living, recommend parcel-specific overlay zoning, or endorse assisted living as an as-of-right principal use at the scale and intensity authorized by Ordinance 4071. Point 2, site-specific overlay zoning. Ordinance 4071 applies to only 3 specific lots and establishes a bespoke zoning district that supersedes the underlying zoning standards, fixes use, density, height, coverage, and setbacks in advance, and substantially limits planning board discretion. Courts have consistently treated such site-specific zoning with heightened scrutiny, particularly in the settlement context, to ensure that it reflects independent planning judgment rather than expediency. Piazza Martin Group versus Township of Randolph. Point 3, Mount Laurel and settlement review standards. While municipalities are required to provide a realistic opportunity for affordable housing, the Supreme Court has made clear that Mount Laurel compliance does not suspend the municipal land use law or eliminate the requirement for sound planning. Mount Laurel 292 NJ 279-80. In Hills Development versus Bernards Township, the court emphasized that compliance must be implemented through sound zoning and planning techniques, not ad hoc or arbitrary zoning. Similarly, the Appellate Division has held that settlement ordinances remain subject to the land use law principles and must be grounded in legitimate planning considerations. Fairshare Housing versus Cherry Hill. Point 4, bulk intensity and planning impacts. Ordinance 4071 authorizes increased site coverage, significant building heights, reduced setbacks, and elimination of rear yard buffers. These provisions conflict with master plan goals emphasizing buffering, scale, neighborhood compatibility, and transitional design, and raise concerns under NJSA 4055D-2, including the purposes of providing adequate light, air, and open space, and to promote the establishment of appropriate population densities. Mount Laurel jurisprudence doesn't require municipalities to maximize development intensity beyond what sound planning supports. Traffic and access. Master Plan 2022 emphasizes minimizing congestion on major corridors, avoiding site designs that force traffic into surrounding neighborhoods, encourages traffic planning as part of a broader corridor strategies. Ordinance 4071 prohibits driveway access from North Maple Avenue and encourages traffic flow through surrounding neighborhoods, pushes ingress-egress impacts onto side streets by default, and these decisions are project-specific, no corridor-wide. Can I just do my conclusion? I've been waiting the whole night. I just need less than a minute.
Go ahead.
Require findings and record preservation, that's the last point. If Ordinance 4071 is deemed not substantially consistent with the Richwood Master Plan, the governing body is legally required under NJSA to state the reasons for that inconsistency on the record. Absent such findings, the ordinance risks being viewed as arbitrary or inadequately grounded in planning, notwithstanding its settlement context. In summary, Ordinance 4071 implements an affordable housing settlement, but is not substantially consistent with the land use element of the 2022 Master Plan. establishes site-specific zoning not contemplated by the plan. It creates an as-of-right assisted living use not recommended in the plan, permits bulk and intensity inconsistent with adopted planning policies, restricts planning board discretion in a manner contrary to the municipal land use law purposes. Traffic study and decisions are project-specific, not corridor-wide as recommended by the plan. Prioritizes settlement implementation over comprehensive land use planning, and lacks clear findings reconciling these departures with the master plan. I respectfully request that the governing body explicitly address whether Ordinance 4071 is substantially consistent with the Rich's master plan, and if inconsistencies exist, clearly articulate the planning rationale for those departures as required by the municipal land use law and Mount Laurel settlement review standards. Please include this letter in the attached Appendix A that I provided with all of the jurisprudence that I attached as part of this record. Thank you.
Thank you, Rocio.
Shelley Rothstein, Ridgewood resident. It's midnight. Earlier I spoke about the fact that this should have been done as a special meeting. This is why. We should have started on these 5 ordinances at 7 a.m. and we would all be home in bed. This is incredibly inconsiderate to the people in this room, to the people on Zoom, and to the residents who are already sleeping and were not able to speak tonight because it's midnight. This is the most controversial ordinance, and here I am standing up here at midnight after sitting here since 7 o'clock. You should all be embarrassed. Embarrassed. In any case, since August, concerned residents from all areas of the village have stood at this podium and stated repeatedly why Kensington's proposed assisted living facility does not belong at the intersection of Franklin Marshall and North Maple Avenue. Yet here we are tonight. We have listened to Beth McManus, who admittedly has spent less than 1 hour at the site and lives hours away, tell us why we must allow for high-density senior overlay spot zoning at this intersection, despite the fact that it goes directly against our village's own master plan regarding pedestrian safety. Pam, you quoted earlier from the master plan. That plan also specifically mentions this intersection and labels it as an unsafe intersection. Page 87. Residents have spoken repeatedly about the dangers of this intersection, the unsafe pedestrian crossings, the lack of basic safety features, the large amount of school-aged children who walk and bike these streets daily. No plans have been brought to the table to make this intersection safer. Kensington admitted publicly that they have no plans to protect the residents of Ridgewood from the chaos that this project will bring. None. Zero. The traffic study that they presented at their public session did not even mention the word pedestrian once. If this ordinance passes, a medical facility that stretches for an entire block and towering almost twice the height of the buildings that are on site now will be built. No other building in our entire downtown takes up an entire block at this height. Voting yes for this ordinance will not only forever change the character and charm of the village, but it will leave a permanent scar on our community. This decision cannot be erased. There is no going back. You cannot say, oops, we made a mistake. The zoning changes are permanent. How will construction trucks navigate the narrow streets? Where will they stage construction vehicles, equipment, and building materials? Where will the construction workers park? Kensington has no plans. They have no plans for overflow parking once the facility is built. They have no plans because there is no space. The intersection and the residential area it borders cannot handle any more vehicles. There is limited street parking and no municipal lot. North Maple Avenue is one lane in each direction without a shoulder. The disruption to residents' quality of life and the future impact of this project on our entire village is immeasurable. The surrounding residential area will be sacrificed, all to gain a handful of beds labeled as affordable housing. Mayor and council members, tonight you carve into stone your legacy and the future of Ridgewood. This is what you will be remembered for when the history of Ridgewood is written. Keith, we all received your email in December as you proudly stated all the wonderful accomplishments that have been made under your leadership. None of that will be remembered. None of that matters now. What will be remembered is what happens tonight, or perhaps February 11th. The future of Ridgewood is in your hands. We, the people of this community, the community you represent and have been elected to protect, demand that you vote no on this ordinance.
Thank you, Shelley. Anybody else?
Cynthia O'Keefe, Ridgewood resident. There's not much I can say that Shelley and Natalia Rosillo and the other people who spoke about Kensington, not just tonight, but on other occasions when this topic was brought up, they've addressed very salient points. I wholeheartedly object to this ordinance and object to Kensington coming to Ridgewood. It is a terrible location, and, you know, honestly, I feel like this is a page out of the Shedler playbook. All this work was done with this affordable housing plan. The plan was put together and, you know, maybe formally or informally voted on. It went before the planning board. Everyone thought this was a great idea. But resident input was not taken, nothing was taken into consideration. You may have walked the properties, but just like Shedler, you came up with your plan and you're going to cram it down the throats of Ridgewood residents. To their detriment, it affects property values. You will all go home to your respective homes and put your head on the pillow, but look at what is happening to these people. They are in fear for what is happening to their residential properties, their biggest investment that any of us have made. You know, sure, people can move or decide maybe, oh, we're not, you know, going to miss a tax payment here or there, or whatever, you know, happens to people when they're upset. And what I would recommend to you is, you know, Shelley brought up a good point, don't stack the deck with a meeting that commingles different topics. This should have been a special hearing tonight just on this topic. The only good news was you didn't limit the amount of speakers like you did with the Shedler vote when you voted on that plan. And, you know, there are residents in that neighborhood that are still very upset. And the reason I came forward tonight is because I feel like you're doing the same thing to these neighbors. Input should have been taken into consideration and not put a plan, you know, working in a vacuum and putting a plan together that you then submit to the court, and the court's going to say, now you have to mediate, now you have to settle, because you've already promised to Kensington. The camel's nose was under the tent, okay? Now, what I find interesting is Kensington sent a letter to these neighbors saying, we want to work with you, and the next day they filed suit with Ridgewood. Does that seem like a genuine company that wants to come in and work with people and be appreciated and valued? so that Ridgewood residents can go and live there and pay whatever the, I've heard it's $16,000, some crazy amount, that I don't know who can afford that a month, but that's, beside the point. I just think that it was handled very poorly, and maybe feedback for going forward is not just do what you're legally responsible to do, just email people or certified mail people within 200 feet. It's unconscionable that people have to be on a text chain finding this information out about things that are happening in our village. It's very disappointing. And I might not agree with a lot of you on many things, because I've been here for 2.5 years objecting to, a number of things that you're coming up with. But I think it's having respect for people in your own community, that you're not treating people respectfully, and now the damage has been done, and you're hoping that the court will decide something so that you can get a out of jail free card. I find it just insulting to people. We're all mature professionals who work very hard, and, we appreciate the homes that we live in, and we'd like for you not to, ruin our neighborhoods. And I think what you're doing is a shame. And one last point, that bell is just ridiculous. We are adults here. We do not need a bell to tell us when we have one more minute. I mean, interrupting is bad enough. The bell is just insulting. So that's really all I have to say. I object to this ordinance, and I hope it gets shot down. Thank you.
Thank you, Cynthia.
Jeanette LaRocco, a longtime resident. Just a couple of things. One is, it's said to be commercially zoned already. I'm sorry, apartment building, the apartments there and doctor's offices are not the same as assisted living. Assisted living is not apartments. It's not like Christian Living Center, which a neighbor went to, which has apartments the size of the first floor of your house that she left, okay? It goes from $5,000 all the way up to, depending on your needs, $16,000 per month. How is that affordable for Ridgewood residents? What residents want that? Every senior citizen I've ever spoken to over the years and heard at meetings want apartments. How does that serve Ridgewood? It doesn't. It serves other towns. It serves Kensington's own financial needs. They don't give a damn about this town. They don't give a damn about where they're putting it. Don't tell me this was the only location. I cannot believe this was the only location they could build. It's the worst location. I've never seen any kind of centers like these, any assisted livings in this kind of location. Our roads are too narrow. It's a dangerous intersection. People don't follow the rules, the lights. It's insane. And all these ordinances are not beneficial to Ridgewood residents. They're only beneficial to the developers, to those who will profit from it. We will lose if any of these are passed. And I beg of you to really consider us and do your best for us, not for them. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeanette. Who else?
Kelly Morgan, Ridgewood resident. I live on Franklin Avenue. I'm the first residential home that will back up to Kensington on Franklin. I've stated that over and over, so you're probably familiar. I also, in the August meeting or July meeting, I can't remember at this point, had extended an invitation to all of you to join me on my front lawn so you can see what it looks like on a normal day at the end of a school day when the buses are coming, cars are coming to pick up their kids from the high school, and I can't get in or out of my driveway. I have to drive on the wrong side of the road and force my way in, or I have to go into Bank of America, park, get back to my home office so I can keep working, and then move my car once the traffic has moved. So, Ms. McManus, respectfully, you said at a previous meeting that no traffic was going to be added to Franklin Ave if this facility was built. And I play that kind of note over and over in my head because I cannot wrap my head around how that is even possible. If we're directing all traffic on Franklin and Marshall, and you're saying it's not going to increase traffic there because those were the words that you used, that you did not believe there would be an increase in traffic to Franklin Avenue. Which brings me to my next point. There hasn't been a formal traffic study that has been issued by the village. I believe that has not happened yet. We met with Frank from Boswell Engineering back at, over here on this floor, somewhere in the depths of the hallway here. We met with him, and he was preparing a report. He stated in that meeting that it wasn't really a good time to do a traffic analysis because it was around the holidays, it was, leading up to Christmas and Hanukkah and New Year's, and it was not ideal for a traffic study. He mentioned he was going to use some ad hoc information to take a look and see what he could find. He mentioned he was going to use several different information sources, but no live study was ever done or funded by the village. So in my job, I can't make a decision on something until I have all the information that I need to do so. And I would think that you would operate in the same manner, that you're not going to make a decision on this. I know you already said at the start of the meeting, we're not voting tonight, but I prepared this speech before I heard that comment. So if you were going to make a decision on this tonight without having all the information that you need, my question to you is how can you look yourself in the mirror and do that and say, did I take everything that I needed to know about this site to make that decision? Because you don't have it. You don't have the traffic study. The other thing, I have a couple of other questions because I guess this is how we have to ask questions about the site. We can't have a dialogue. I have to ask it and then I have to sit down and then you're going to answer it. So, a forum, and to what John said, a town hall, some sort of discussion would be really beneficial. Instead, I'll just go back to my seat and wait for my answers to come up. But how many units in Kensington will actually be affordable? We heard at the planning board meeting that it was 115 units and 10% would be affordable, so maybe 10 to 12. But I think earlier tonight it was disclosed that our fourth round was already satisfied because it was 4, and I just want some clarity on that because I'm not a housing expert. I'm becoming one very quickly through this process, and I just would like clarity on how many units in Kensington will be deemed affordable and how many were required for the fourth round, and has that been satisfied? And then in terms of the 10% number that's been thrown around about Medicaid patients, that is what is required of a healthcare facility, which is what this is. This is not an apartment building. This is a healthcare facility that's going to operate 24/7, and a healthcare facility requires 10%. So let's just get that straight because I think there's some confusion there. I also want to just confirm on the record, will these be deed restricted? Beth, thank you for clarifying the difference, hate the bell, between the 30 and 40-year duration of these affordable units. What's the backup? What was the backup plan? I know you guys wrote this into the plan, but if Kensington backed out, what would we do then? Like that, it just seems like we put a lot of our eggs in this basket without having all of the information that we needed to make an informed decision. My last and final point has already been touched on, but I can't walk away from this podium without saying it. My kids were here tonight. Thank God they did not stay and that they're home sleeping in bed, but having those terraces and overlook our property, having no buffer is completely inconsiderate. It is completely inconsiderate. And when you come to my property, I'm going to bring you to the backyard and you're going to see where my kids play basketball and you're going to look up and you're going to see what's going to be. And you're going to hate it just like I will.
Thank you, Kelly.
Can I just ask that the correct image be put on instead of their flipping back and forth and leaving that ridiculous yellow spotted thing, please?
Do we have? There you go.
Ready to go? Andy Welch, resident. Can you put up the fair map, the yellow map? Yeah, yellow spotted map.
Sure. Dylan, put up the fear map.
The fear mongering map, yeah.
The fear-mongering map.
Yeah. The reason I ask for that is I've been in Ridgewood for 40 years, and the 40 years that I put there is being sacrificed so we don't fight these other ones. We gave in. And we gave in, it started 2 years ago, according to records, that we were having discussions with Kensington about this particular location. And we know that Kensington is very predatory. They were coming after council members, probably before you guys were here, individually and privately. I know they're aggressive. But this really comes down to what's right and what's wrong. I know nothing about your world. I think I don't want to either. But you can tell what's right and what's wrong when you start changing language to obscure what's going on. This isn't affordable housing. This is a predatory builder that's going to give you a few. And nobody in our whole group has ever objected to affordable housing. So I hate hearing neighbors cast this as affordable housing. It's not. This is the developer that let you off the hook for work that you haven't done for 10 years knowing this needed to be done. All right? We talked, Evan, I heard you talk about multiple family housing. Is this multiple family? It seemed like it was alluded to as multiple family. This isn't multiple family. You're going to put 115 people in this building, and you're going to have 120 staff. That's not multiple family. So I think we need to be precise with the language. Otherwise, it looks wrong. I think I can go on. You talked about this being an exaggeration.
And if you could talk into the mic, because people can't hear you.
Evan, you mentioned that that was an exaggeration, that shouldn't even go with it. Have you been to White Plains Hospital? White Plains facility for these guys?
We're not answering questions until the end.
Has anyone here been to the only regional facility of Kensington? Anyone?
Andy.
What? Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I'd like to hear that one, though. Also, Evan, you said we don't want this fear map to be settled by a single judge. Was our case settled by a single judge? And how well did we fight? And why aren't the transcripts available? I think we're all entitled to that. We've got 50 homes, 25 homes at least, that are going to take a big hit financially. And lastly, I've stood up here for the last 6 months, maybe not consistently, but we've asked questions, important questions about traffic, about safety, about water runoff. We asked them of Kensington. Nobody here has answered those questions. We've had 6 months to have answers. Kensington blew us off. Kensington stood there while John asked them questions and just locked their jaw without responding. These people are ridiculous, and we pay some of the highest taxes in the nation, and I can't believe that we're stooping to deal with these people under the guise of affordable housing.
Thank you, Andy.
John Fry, North Irving Street. Andy, you stole some of my lines there. So, indeed, Kensington has simply weaponized the Fair Share Housing Act as the way they approach the town and have manipulated things. They're working the state rules to manipulate our community, and to the end, I expect that they're going to make a boatload of money on the whole deal if it all goes through.
John, if you could just get a little closer to the mic.
Okay,
Thank
how's
you.
that for you?
Better.
Okay. The residents, we've all reached out to them for months, to Kensington. Evan, actually, when I knocked on your door, you suggested that I reach out to them back in July, I think it was, or early August, and we did. We had multiple emails and so on, and they basically blew us off until a few weeks ago when we had our meeting over at the library. And that was the first communication. Of course, we had the lawsuit that got slipped in between. So where is Kensington tonight? Where's the executive leadership from Kensington? Are they taking part? Are they out here in Zoom land someplace watching us, listening carefully? I would hope they are, because indeed, they're hearing about how they're being welcomed to this town. And we're not a really friendly crowd right now. Ridgewood's is a great town, but we're not thinking too fondly of them. What a way to join the neighborhood. I feel sad for them. It's a bad statement. I expect our fellow residents You guys have all mentioned a lot of key things here tonight. We talked about the traffic and the pedestrian safety. Continues on. Same conversation from July. Flooding continues on. Privacy, oh my God, that's a real killer here for the people that live next door. I mean, the whole concept of having terraces being proposed, and they were proud when they presented that they had a clean front going down Maple Avenue and all access. When they discussed it at the library, Pam, that's when they were very happy with us and said that we have this clean line going down Maple Avenue. Well, indeed, they've put everybody on the back looking out over Kelly's house, Shelley's place, the Donnellan's house immediately behind. I can't imagine I was looking this morning, and I went in my backyard and I measured from my back door to my garage is about the distance it will be from their property to these terraces. And all I could think of was what would happen if a 45-foot building was where my garage is. It would be horrible. And then terraces looking down on my yard. The building facade going down on Maple Avenue, once again, they presented it as a wonderful thing. But as I was with a developer this past weekend, he explained to me very carefully that that is a very urban environment, creating a straight facade down a long stretch. Yes, they're doing some 2-foot setbacks, about the width of this lectern. That's really not much of a setback. That indeed, in a suburban environment, which we live here in Ridgewood, at least I hope we still call it suburban, that indeed we should have more of the garden apartments and so on. The Mayflower apartments that are behind my house, they're much more spread out and much more relaxed, and they fit into the community. They look like they belong here. But this is just another massive structure. The folks on Marshall and Franklin Streets, we've talked about the traffic over there, and I have great respect for the residents there. I also have great respect for all of our emergency services people, but I understand just back in November, one of the fire trucks was backed into one of the residents' cars and had significant amount of damage to it. It was an emergency call, it was an accident, but it shows you once again how narrow the streets are, how accidents happen. Now we're talking about emergency vehicles because that's what happens in these medical facilities. They're going to show up on a regular basis. What's going to happen? We have the potential of many more accidents like that. Thank you very much. The emergency vehicles, I know on Irving Street we have a lot of the fire department and the ambulances going past on a regular basis, serving the other part of town. You see the lights flashing, you hear the sirens. This is going to be in their backyard all the time for a medical facility like this. Another really hard neighborhood situation. The closed-door settlement was a high cost to our town. I mean, we didn't really get to partake. You guys took care of it. We're all now seeing what the cost to us as residents is. It's a shame. Kensington is really going to profit off of us. The settlement should be considered and worked out before approval, as once it's approved, we must expect Kensington will continue to weaponize the village. I don't believe anything they say anymore, because they've lied to us as residents anytime through any communications. We need to be careful of what we do, because once we put it down as an ordinance, they're going to push the line again, just as they pushed it with fair share housing. We've got to be careful. We've got to hold that line. Kensington is the new neighbor you never want to have and should be ashamed of their own approach to trying to join our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. Who else?
So I know Natalia Protasevich, Ridgewood resident. My neighbor's already taken care of majority of the points. I mean, this topic has been discussed at length. The only problem was that length wasn't happening with you guys. It was happening with us on the sidelines because we're not included in any conversations. There's no visibility whatsoever, no transparency that you guys keep talking about. And if we had that, we wouldn't be here today at like past midnight trying to get to the ordinance that is very important to all the neighbors. And for the, I guess on the record, this does feel, and everyone, I'm sure, agrees, that was intentionally all these agenda items beyond what we already have with 5 ordinances that stand alone probably accumulate like 5 hours discussions. Those extra agenda items were intentionally jammed in to just wear us out, get people off, and so not everyone has a chance to voice their concerns. So that's my impression, that's impression of many people here who I spoke to, that we are just our voice is suppressed. Yes, you might hear, you might listen to us, but you do not hear us. So, I mean, we know that it's all these extra height, and we've been told that this is because of all the lawsuits, but I'm just wondering, I have a couple questions, and none of them, we had an answer about this ordinance. I would list them out. I would like them to go into the record and would like to hear back what the answers on to those questions are. So I will start question number 1. Which elements of the ordinance 4071 are legally required and which are discretionary choices made by the village? Number 2, how does the ordinance limit bulk, height, and density to remain consistent with surrounding neighborhoods and the master plan? Consistent is the key word. Number 3, what caps on building mass, height, FAR, lot coverage, continuous facade length are included to prevent overdevelopment beyond what is strictly necessary? This is an important one, and that's been raised by many people. I have not heard any answers. Nobody did. What traffic, pedestrian, emergency access, and public safety studies support the scale of development enabled by this ordinance? Number 5, if full studies were not completed, what safety mitigation measures are required as conditions of approval? I'm intentionally stopping so you're taking notes, but I don't know if you're memorizing my questions or...
I'm writing everything down,
Okay.
and so are they.
6, how does the village ensure zoning concessions made to resolve one lawsuit do not set a precedent for future developments? Question 7, what guardrails prevent this ordinance from being used to justify additional density or height elsewhere? And how do we, as a village, you guys as elected officials, ensure that court-driven zoning minimizes impact and protects public safety? Thank you.
Thank you, Natalia.
Good evening. Matthew Bandelt, Ridgewood resident. I first just want to state for the record that I'm here solely as a resident, speaking only for myself and not on behalf of any body or board that I may be affiliated with. I'm also a licensed professional engineer in the state of New Jersey and have spent significant time with zoning and land use regulation. I mention that only to be clear, my concerns tonight are technical and rooted in established engineering and planning principles. This is not an argument against senior housing, and it's not an argument against affordable housing. It is an argument that Ordinance 4071 is fundamentally inconsistent with Ridgewood's master plan and in direct conflict with the requirements and purposes of the municipal land use law. The MLUL states that zoning must promote the public health, safety, and general welfare, must secure safety from fire, flood, panic, and other natural and man-made hazards, and that zoning ordinances shall be substantially consistent with the land use plan element of the master plan. Those are not aspirational statements, they are legal standards. Ridgewood's master plan repeatedly calls for compatibility of development, meaning meaningful transitions in scale and intensity between different land uses, protections of established residential neighborhoods, and the reductions of traffic hazards. This ordinance authorizes a 50-foot tall building with 88% lot coverage directly against homes in the R2 zone that are limited to 30 feet with only a single 50-foot wide lot transition. That's not a transition, it's a zoning cliff. More importantly, this ordinance does not implement a planning policy. It creates a tailored zoning district for a single site with a custom rule set that oversides the underlying zoning. That is not how comprehensive planning works. That is the structural hallmark of spot zoning. The site makes this even more troubling. The MLUL requires zoning to promote safety, yet this ordinance intensifies development at an intersection the village itself has already designated on page 82 of its own master plan as a high crash location, and then deliberately channels traffic into surrounding residential streets. We are told this is necessary to satisfy settlement obligations and to avoid something worse. But a settlement does not suspend planning law. This facility will generate staff traffic, shift changes, deliveries, visitors, and emergency access at precisely the wrong location. This is the wrong site. If this ordinance is adopted, it establishes a deeply damaging precedent that master planning policies and zoning standards can be set aside for individual parcels when litigation pressure is applied. That transforms zoning from a planning system into a negotiation process and makes every neighborhood a potential bargaining chip. The municipal land use law does not permit that, and Ridgewood's master plan does not envision it. Mount Laurel requires compliance, not this site, not this property, and not this developer. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Who else? No, we have no one on public access. Anyone else? Are we considering, or are we done? Okay. With that, then, I move that the public hearing be closed.
I second.
Mortimer,
Yes.
Perrin,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Winograd,
Yes.
Vagianos.
Yes.
I move that the vote related to 4071 be carried to February 11th, 2026.
I second that.
Mortimer,
Yes.
Perrin,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Winograd,
Yes.
Vagianos.
Yes. And now we're going to address questions. I'm going to start. Shelley, I apologize that we ran late. I apologize that the village has a lot of business to attend to. We do. Could we have dedicated a single night for this? It's possible. There are a lot of things that we have to get done. And so forgive us, because we also are here late tonight, and many of us have to be up very early for work. Nonetheless, I sincerely do apologize for that. I wish we could have done it differently. We tried to do it differently. There were ordinances and business and bills that needed to be paid, and we did that tonight. As you saw, we moved through them as quickly as was humanly possible in the hopes that we could get to all of this. Blew through our 11 o'clock curfew. None of us really want to be here. More importantly, I want to address something that you said. Beth McManus is not telling you what needs to be done here and what will be done. Judge Sapp Peterson is telling us all what has to be done here. Beth is here. She's got a very long drive home tonight, but she's here to help us to understand. She's here to help us all understand what the issues are. And she answers every question as best as she possibly can. You want us to vote no for this again. When we voted no the first time, which we did because you asked us to, the only property involved was the Kensington property. As a result of saying no, Chestnut Street is now involved. Goffel Road is involved. And as we have explained many times, which I'm not quite sure, I guess I know you're frustrated, I know you're tired, I know that you want to take this out on us, and that's fine. But as we've said many times, you want to take this out on somebody? It's the state legislature that has instructed Judge Sapp Peterson on what to do. It is in the state constitution. She has no choice. And Andy, the fear map. We're already getting into it. Goffel Road, Chestnut Street. The more we say no, if you really want us to say no tonight, then what you're saying is, well, we don't care about the other neighborhoods. We're getting hammered here, and you are. You don't want it, we don't want it. But if we continuously say no, we bring more neighborhoods into this. We may have already done it by putting the vote off tonight. I am hopeful that Kensington, who is watching tonight, will hear what we are saying and not push for that. You all understand the enormity and the weight of the loss of zoning immunity. And I understand your frustration, I really do. And if you want to vent at us, by all means do. But we have said it unequivocally. We don't want this. And by saying no, we will get all the things that you don't want. Beth, there were some other more substantive questions, if you would be kind enough to address them.
Sure. Let's see. I heard there were a handful of comments in regards to master plan consistency. And ultimately, I think this is a legal issue. I'm going to defer to Matt. But I want to be really clear that the planning board found that the ordinances, including this one, but all of them, were consistent with the housing plan and the land in the master plan. And so I'm not comfortable suggesting that the council can substitute the planning board's findings, but with their own. But as I said, I'll defer to Matt for more commentary on that. There's also a concern cited regarding spot zoning, and that is typically barred in New Jersey. But in affordable housing, it's a very different scenario. What people refer to as spot zoning is a very common technique for promoting affordable housing in New Jersey. It doesn't fall under the category of spot zoning that is prohibited for New Jersey municipalities, but it certainly feels like spot zoning in the sense that you're applying zoning to a single site. But I just want to be clear that that's not a concern for Ridgewood or for any other community as they try to meet their housing obligation. I also heard some concerns that I had said that there would be no traffic coming on to Franklin Avenue, and I'm sorry to say, there you are, thank you. I don't recall saying that. I don't think that I did, but I can't tell you that I remember the specific quote. What I think I may have been referring to is about the level of or the extent of traffic volumes that may result on these side streets like Franklin Avenue that you had cited. I recall at an earlier meeting, I talked about traffic projections for the assisted living as compared to the existing buildings on the site, and also for buildings that are permitted on the property today as a result of just being in the B2 district. And the existing buildings generate significantly more traffic than the assisted living, and many of the permitted uses would generate significantly more traffic than the assisted living. And so that may have been the testimony that, or the testimony that the anticipated traffic is less than what would exist today with the existing buildings at occupancy or redevelopment with permitted uses. In terms of the affordable housing commentary, yes, the units will be deed restricted. They will have to follow all of the applicable rules in the for assisted living for affordable housing credit, which does go beyond what is simply required for licensing at the state for assisted living, but they will file a deed restriction and provide 10% of those assisted living beds as affordable, and it's up to, the development is now up to 115 beds as opposed to, had been anticipated up to 125 beds. So there's a small reduction, and that should result in approximately 10 or 11 beds from this development that will contribute towards our obligation. There was also a question about essentially, if we've already satisfied our RDP, why is this site in our housing plan, or why are we required to adopt the ordinance for it? And so, yes, the village has satisfied its RDP with other affordable housing developments, but we have this other component of our Round 4 obligation, which is unmet need, and a subcomponent of that is our realistic zoning requirement. And so we are required to meet our 25% realistic zoning requirement as part of a larger unmet need response. And so this site contributes to that component, that unmet need component, and not the RDP. In terms of being a backup plan for this, I suppose if Kensington walks away, no, there's no backup, but this is one of several components in our plan, so we're not obligated to have a backup for every site that may go awry. There was some continued commentary about what the developer has constructed in White Plains, and I just want to be really clear, it's just not relevant to what's being considered here. Regardless of what they've built in New York or perhaps other states or elsewhere here in Jersey, they're going to be subject to the standards that we adopt in the future that sets forth what their building height, bulk standards are, et cetera, as opposed to what White Plains may have permitted them to construct. There was also some questions about what's occurred at court and transcripts for that, and I don't think that they are available specifically because we're in a mediation setting as opposed to a hearing setting, but again, that's another topic I'll defer to Matt on. And then there were a handful of comments regarding the bulk standards and how the site may be developed. And I think it's worth highlighting, I think some introductory comments which were made which are that the zoning is, in terms of the bulk standards, is almost entirely consistent with the B2 district, the existing zoning district. And so that includes things like building height, 50 feet is permitted today, and it continues to be permitted under this ordinance. The lot cover, for example, is permitted at 90% today. It'll be reduced a little bit down to 88%. The rear yard, the minimum rear yard, will actually be increased as a result of this ordinance. Today, it's required to provide 10 feet, but this ordinance requires 45 feet. And the other setbacks are consistent or greater than what was previously proposed. In terms of traffic study, et cetera, while that has been discussed as part of putting together the ordinance, those traffic studies and that discussion will occur at the planning board. The planning board will have its ability to make findings regarding their traffic study, whether it's adequate, and if improvements are necessary as a result of the application, just like they would for any other applicant that came forward. And then there were questions regarding the ordinance, such as what elements of the ordinance are legally required, which are discretionary choices made by the village. I would say, similar to some of the commentary I had regarding the Chestnut Village area, it's not that the Fair Housing Act requires this specific assisted living facility at this site with these bulk standards, but it is obligated as a result of being in our housing plan that must be implemented, and obligated as a result of our mediation with the judge, where we committed to facilitating and implementing this ordinance. In terms, there were questions about how does the ordinance, or in the resulting development, how does that remain consistent with the surrounding neighborhoods and the master plan, and what caps on some of these intensity standards are included to prevent overdevelopment beyond what is strictly necessary. So as I said just a couple minutes ago, the ordinance is almost entirely consistent with the existing B2 district that exists on this property and in the surrounding lots to the west along Maple, with some limited exceptions. But again, for example, the building height is consistent with that. And so, so that's that consistency. it's fair to say it's clearly not consistent with the surrounding residential or the T districts. Instead, this ordinance reflects the existing zone district and surrounding properties in the other direction. In terms of any mitigation measures that may be required, again, I would say that's going to be subject to the planning board hearing. To the extent that the planning board has safety concerns, they'll have the ability to impose those as part of any conditions of approval, as part of that public hearing process. And I think that's it for, I'm happy to answer any other questions, though.
Okay. Matt, did you have anything to add?
Yeah, I do. First of all, the first speaker cited a few cases, and was reading from those cases. Those are older cases. They were back from the 80s, and I'm familiar with them. And each one of those cases, two she cited, Fair Share versus Cherry Hill, and Hills Development, I think, versus, I forget whose Hills Development is against. Both of them found that the municipalities' ordinances were in violation of the Fair Housing Act, and they determined that the developer was able to build what it wanted to build. So both of those went the other way from what would be applicable, if you want to vote against this ordinance, what would be the decision. The courts found that the developer's position was properly suited. One of them, I think, was spot zoning. The other one was what's called exclusionary zoning. Spot zoning is where you take a piece of property and say, all right, we don't want that developer, we're going to zone it this way so that it only gets developed the way we want it. And if it's just a single piece of property that you're zoning, the courts have said that you're not allowed to do that. However, when it comes to affordable housing, that rule is off. You're allowed to do it for affordable housing. So that's just one of the many preferences that affordable housing gets. But both of those cases came down both of them came down from the Supreme Court of the state on the behalf of the developer, and they form the basis for what all the courts look at these days, and the precedent for the court's decisions on the cases that still come through. Somebody brought up construction. I think Shelley brought up construction. What are you going to do about that and how that works? That's not part of the ordinance. That gets dealt with at site plan. And construction routes and things such as that, timing, that can be addressed by the planning board at site plan. People have asked about the traffic study. And I think the traffic study issue was basically answered by the person who questioned it. They said that Frank Dobrzewski, who was the traffic engineer that we brought in, said that he was going to wait for the better time than the Christmas holidays and the Hanukkah holidays in these past couple of weeks to complete his study. Well, that's what he's doing. So we don't have the study completed yet, although he has given us indications of what his findings are with regard to that. So once the study is done and completed and written up, it'll be shared, so you'll get a chance to see it. But he's going to get the information with regard to other aspects of his study that he has to complete soon enough. I expect it by the end of the month. I have a quick question for Beth, if she can answer it. What is our present unmet need from this round?
It is 423.
So our present unmet need is 423 units, okay? And you'll know and recognize that every town, just about, has an unmet need that is unapproachable, all right? So that's the issue. When I was saying prospective before, I was talking about they make you look look ahead so that you can try and meet that unmet need. Obviously, we're not going to meet it with 400 and whatever number of units of affordable housing with these plans, but they want you to. That's what you want to work for. That's the second component of compliance that we're talking about. Some people may not feel that assisted living is affordable housing. Courts have them, and they consider it affordable housing. And they are the ones who make that decision. Settlement conferences and the mediation. We did ask that your citizens group be entitled to participate in that. That request was denied by the court. Also, the mediation sessions that we had, and there were 3 or 4 of them, they are confidential. They're on the record, but they're confidential. No transcript is given for them. And we couldn't order it either. So that is one of the aspects of the process that we have to deal with. There were a number of questions with regard to traffic. Obviously, that's going to be an issue, not only with our report from the study, but also traffic on site at the time of the site plan application. The precedent issue, again, everybody's worried about if we do this here, it's going to be allowed elsewhere. However, nobody else is going to be given the same leeway and the same type of approach unless they're putting in affordable housing. And if the court maintains our immunity from developer suits, we don't have to worry about a developer coming in and saying, you did it here, so I can do it over there. Our 4th round, once we get compliance and get what they call a period of repose from the court, which hasn't been issued yet, but we hope will be, we're going to be safe from that. We're not going to be able to, there is no builder that's going to come in and say that I can do it on this other property because you're doing it here. Because we're put up our affordable housing, our plan has been deemed complete and satisfies the requirements. And that's what this period of repose and the grant of immunity is. Again, master plan's been dealt with. The planning board, if you're familiar with the municipal land use law, the planning board is the body that not only constructs and puts together the master plan, but they're the body that reviews zoning ordinances to determine whether or not they are consistent with the master plan. And in this case, the planning board has done that. I may be mistaken, but somebody brought up the transitional aspect of it. And I know in that area of the residences, and this doesn't minimize the impact, but I think the transitional zone in that area does extend to a couple of the residential properties. And I think that's all I have.
Thank you, Matt. Anybody else? Matt said something, and I heard a remark that affordable housing, some people believe, assisted living isn't affordable housing. And I know I explained this last month, because I remember when Shelley asked the question. And think for just a moment, if you are in your 70s or 80s or 90s, and you are alone, and you can no longer care for yourself, and you don't have any money, and you can't afford to have someone come in and take care of you. That's why this is affordable housing. It is to assist older people and handicapped people who cannot afford to take care of themselves. So you can snicker at it, you can sneer, but I hope that no one in this room is ever in that situation. And with that, I still want to thank virtually everyone for being civil and being respectful in what is an incredibly difficult situation.
We have one more.
Sorry?
We have one more.
I know, I know. However, I am, as I said, I am recusing myself, so I'm going to stay, but Pam is going to take over for the next public hearing.
We just need a motion and a second to continue.
Well, that's going to be Pam. So
Okay.
I'm done. Thank you all
Okay.
so much. I appreciate your time, your understanding. Thank you.
I'll take a motion to extend the curfew to 2 a.m. I hope we don't go that long, but we are
1:30.
nearing 1 o'clock.
I'll make a motion to extend the remainder of the meeting till 2 a.m. and reconsider again at 2 a.m.
I second it.
Okay, Mortimer,
Yes.
Perrin,
No.
Whites.
No.
Okay, Perrin said yes.
Yes.
Winograd?
Wait,
Winograd?
Say yes.
I didn't hear you. I didn't hear you.
I'm going to make my joke now.
I think, Vagianos, I think the mayor can vote as to
You can
whether or not
vote
we
in this,
extend it.
Paul.
I'm out.
But, no pizza?
All right, well, we have a majority anyway, so
Yeah.
we're going to extend it.
Okay. So, I move the clerk read ordinance 4074 by title on second reading, and that the public hearing thereon be opened.
Second.
Mortimer,
Yes.
Perrin,
Yes.
Whites,
Yes.
Winograd.
Yes.
Will the clerk please read the title of ordinance 4074?
An ordinance to amend Chapter 190, Land Use and Development of the Code of the Village of Ridgewood to modify zoning standards for the B1 and B2 districts.
The public hearing is now open.
No, have Beth talk about it first.
Yeah.
Oh, right, okay. Beth, can you describe this ordinance?
Okay. Last but not least, we've got ordinance 4074, and what this ordinance does, it adjusts the B1, B2 district. It's not technically standards in that zone district in terms of how it's organized in the code, but it's a reference from those districts. And what it does is it has a couple of changes. So first, I should say, for properties that are that include affordable units, those properties are permitted today to have a density of 18 units an acre. This ordinance increases that to 20 units an acre. So it goes up 2 units an acre for the B1 and B2 district where you're providing affordable housing. During our mediation, during our mediation with Fair Share Housing Center, their finding was that 2 units an acre was not consequential, and they saw more opportunity. That additional opportunity that was necessary to get through the process has been targeted to an area of about 2.17 acres. And that is on the, and this is an exception to the permitted density, lots with lot frontage on the west side of South Broad Street and are not located within the historic district or are a historic preservation site. Those properties may increase to a maximum density of 24 units an acre. And so there's a small area of, like I said, about a little less than 2.2 acres that's permitted to go to 24 units an acre. The rest of the B1, B2 will be limited to 20 units an acre. And I should say also, the affordable housing set aside has been increased in all cases to be 20% rather than 15% for rent and 20% for sale.
Thank you.
I move the hearing, where am I? The public hearing is now open.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Boyd A. Loving again. There's been a lot of speculation, confusion regarding this ordinance, a lot of talk around the village about it. I would just like to make this comment first. I appreciate the fact that the mayor has recused himself from voting on this ordinance tonight. However, I did not appreciate the fact that he voted to introduce the ordinance in December. At that time, I objected to it, and I'm not sure whether my objection is what prompted him to recuse himself this time or whether it was something else, but I did believe at that time it was inappropriate for him to vote on it, and I still do believe that. So back to my original comments, there seems to be a lot of speculation about this, a lot of misinformation perhaps. Somebody referred to it as misinformation, perhaps misunderstanding. So I heard what Beth McManus said, but I'm still confused as to what this will entitle property owners in the B1 and B2 district to do. Some have said that any building in the B1, B2 district that currently has 1 story will be permitted to add a 2nd story so long as that story, the 2nd story or 3rd story, has housing, makes affordable housing. Others have said that no housing needs to be incorporated into the addition of into the second or third story, that you could do anything you want with it. So if we could just have some clarification as to what might the CBD look like, particularly for those buildings that are currently one story in the CBD. Will this entitle somebody to add a second story onto their building and provide housing on that second story? Or for those people who have a two-story building, will they be allowed to add a third story so long as there are housing units in that? Again, just a question as to what the CBD might look like in the future if these rumors are true that second and third stories will be able to be added onto buildings. There is also some talk that the Stop and Shop and the entire, what was the King Shopping Center, I don't know what it's called now, will be able to add a second story onto both of those buildings, and those buildings, now those properties could be converted into housing because they are in the B1 or B2 districts. So there is speculation as to whether, you know, they always talk about closing unperforming supermarkets, whether this might give the Stop and Shop company an opportunity to sell the property and turn it into housing, and the same thing with the King Shopping Center right across the street here. What could happen to that as a result of this ordinance being enacted? There has also been talk, particularly in the CBD along East Ridgewood Avenue, that if additional housing is added to the buildings there, what does that do to parking? I believe I heard in this room several meetings ago that the current parking requirement would not be rescinded. In other words, if you added units to your building, you would have to have parking provided for the residents of those units. But then there was some talk about, no, you wouldn't need to do that as long as you contributed to some sort of fund where the monies would be used to build a new parking garage. So if we can have clarity to all these speculations, rumors that are going around, particularly in terms of how much housing can be added and what happens to that, particularly in terms of parking, what will happen if you do add housing to your building? Where are the people going to park? Will you be required to provide parking on your property, or will you be required to contribute to a fund which would go to the village, monies will go to the village to increase public parking someplace? That's it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Boyd, for all the questions. Good thing that we have transparency so you know all the answers. But anyway, Natalia Protasevich, Ridgewood resident. On 4074, obviously we have similar concerns, and you heard some of them about what is exactly, the ordinance is not very specific as what height it adds to the existing landscape and the build. So if in case anyone calls this misinformation, this is the direction where you guys are taking us. We start with the round 4, we add 1 or 2 stories, then we move to the round 5, then we add a couple more, all under the, I guess, the scare of we're gonna get a builder's remedy. But as everyone already cited and mentioned, and I know we've mentioned that the planning board reviewed the master plan, which they obviously didn't, because if they did, we wouldn't be talking here about adding height and bulk. It does contradict the master plan. And if somebody says it is aligned with the master plan, then they have to go back to the elementary school to learn how to read, okay? But anyways, on the 4074, as expected, we are increasing density here. And I mean, 18 to 20 might sound not very significant, but it is pretty sizable change on a smaller lots, right? And we're talking about downtown. And increasing it to 24, making it even more impactful. So while the higher affordable housing set aside is commendable in principle, raising density without objective height, caps on height, FAR, and bulk predictably leads to larger buildings. Variance requests, litigation pressure, and based on all the questions that we heard, there is no stated specific, or at least mentioned clear enough for everyone not to have these 100 questions of what exactly the height is, what exactly is required, why do we have to ask all these questions, why can't it be laid out in a way that is transparent and easy for people to understand. So ordinance, okay, here. So as in other ordinances, this one also is moving Ridgewood away from the village center downtown and towards a more urban development pattern that is against the master plan, never contemplated there. I would encourage council, and again, we are not here saying, I know the mayor mentioned that if you want us to reject it, if you want us to vote no, this is what's going to happen. We're asking you not to vote no, we're asking you to assess and add specific caps, limits, to maintain the feel of the village that we so much love, right? I don't know why it's a yes or no. Maybe because you never considered resident input when we were considering all these magnitude and massive sweeping ordinances. Then we wouldn't be having a discussion between a yes or no, because now, during process, maybe that's a procedural thing, we can only say yes or no, we cannot amend. I don't understand why I can't amend. And if we knew we can't amend based on the residents' feedback, why don't we seek the feedback before those ordinances were introduced? These are some of the questions I have. But another question and another thing that I wanted to address is, and it pertains to this ordinance too, I would like to have a rebuttal to the earlier statement that our planner said that my statement about Mount Laurel not requiring additional bulk and height is incorrect. The claim that Mount Laurel's the realistic zoning requirement forces village to increase building height, bulk, and mass is misleading. What the law actually requires is that zoning make affordable housing realistically possible. It doesn't have to be 5 stories, it can be 3 stories. I don't know why affordable housing can't be at this 3 stories height. Not that the buildings made taller or larger than necessary. The courts do not set specific height, which, Beth, I think you confirmed. They do not set height, bulk, or density rules. The choices are made with the municipality. Height and bulk are tools the village may choose to use, or may choose not to use, as we see here, to regulate the height, but they are not legally required, unless the village can show that more modest zoning, I have a 1.5 paragraph, more modest zoning would make affordable housing impossible. Simply using the phrase realistic zoning does not by itself justify large increases in building scale. Village is required to act in good faith and provide good zoning capacity, but still retain the ability to choose appropriate sites, set reasonable limits, and follow the master plan. When height and bulk increases go beyond what is needed to meet the obligation, they reflect policy change and policy choice, not a legal mandate. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalia. Any others?
Kelly Morgan, Ridgewood resident. Couple of questions just to help clarify with the exhibits that have been up tonight. Are these available publicly anywhere on the Ridgewood website? Because what's circulating, like any of the maps that have been shared, and if I have to sit down for the answer, I'll sit down, and that's fine, but I'd like to know, number one, my question is, are all of these exhibits that have been shown, the maps, the fear map, aside from like screenshots that are circulating around in text chains, like where can we direct our neighbors to get this information that it's clear and it's labeled and they can zoom in and see their streets and figure out where they land on the map? So that would be my first question. Where can we find this repository of information? The second, if you can clarify, because it's very late in the evening and my eyes are not working that great right now, what those two buildings are that are, I think one is the town garage, or the former town garage site. I would just like clarity on that. If that's what the hole is in the center, and then if the other one is the NOMA, if you can clarify that, okay. And the third question that I had was, this also includes the Kensington site, I believe. So how does that work? Does this, we're all here to learn, and I don't know this, does the Kensington plan, it's zoned for B1, B2, does this ordinance that's coming in take precedent, and then the S1 overlay would just go over that? Is that how that works? I'm not sure what is priority with those. So if somebody can clarify that, that would be great.
Good evening again, Ann Loving. I have a couple of questions myself. Further downtown, like let's say in the block of between the post office and Walgreens, up above there are some offices. What you're proposing here, if a property owner wants to put on a second or a third floor, it's only going to be for housing, or can it also be for offices? That's one question. Another question is, if you own a property in this area and it's a single height with a store or a restaurant, and you want to build up, let's say, one floor or two floors, you might only be able to get one or two apartments. How does the 20% work there? I mean, if you're only putting up two apartments up over, let's say, where It's Greek to Me used to be, then how does the 20% work there? And the other thing I'd like to say is I'd like to reiterate what Shelley said so clearly. This is really bogus that this is going so late. You could definitely have done this in a separate hearing. People suggested it repeatedly. We're all exhausted, you're exhausted, but it's your fault. You didn't start till 9 o'clock with this. So, this could be much earlier than it is now, and you're responsible for that. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Ann.
Andy Welch, Ridgewood resident. So I haven't seen that map, but does that mean Kensington will be able to build higher than is currently proposed 45 feet?
Anyone else?
Shelley Rothstein, resident. Just looking at that map, and once again looking at what our master plan says is an unsafe intersection, is that now those buildings, the other buildings, so Mavis Tire and the Realty that it's in, like a little house, I think it's a Caldwell Banker. So those potentially can be rebuilt with housing on top and add more problems to this intersection than we're already going to have from an assisted living, which, despite what Beth McManus says, is not going to cause as much traffic as what's there now, which is false, because what's there now are vacant buildings with exits onto North Maple. There will be no more exits onto North Maple. Every bit of traffic from that assisted living will be on Franklin and Marshall. And that's the end. And an assisted living that operates 24/7 will have more traffic than what is there now. And this again shows the little amount of time that you spent on site because you failed to realize the obvious.
Point of order, that this is about this ordinance only? And I'd ask the deputy mayor.
It's related because it deals with the traffic at that intersection. And allowing more housing to be built at that intersection without repairing the intersection, which we all know we've talked till we're blue in the face, the intersection is not being repaired, is adding more fuel to this fire.
Thank you, Shelley. Anyone else? Okay, we have no remote public speakers, so
Close.
I'm going to close the hearing.
Make a
Oh, I
motion.
move to close the public hearing.
I second it.
Mortimer,
Yes.
Perrin,
Yes.
Whites,
Yes.
Winograd.
Yes. I move that the vote for ordinance 4074 be carried to February 11th, 2026.
I second that.
Mortimer,
Yes.
Perrin,
Yes.
Whites,
Yes.
Winograd.
Yes. So Pam, I'm just going to go quickly with some things. I don't believe these maps are posted on the website, but we do have them and you want to write us, unless you want them printed on engineering documents, that would require an Oprah. We can just send them to you, no problem. Just email us. We even have, I love these maps because I was determined to put them up because they show the location. So just email us, we'll get them to you. I'm just going to keep going because it's late. I have not participated in or taken part in any discussion to have any type of public parking utility for any type of housing. I just want to say, again, I apologize for the late hour, but I do want to say that we held many meetings to buffer this and get this in. And while this is not ideal because we have the business and the important ordinances, I do just want to remind the public that we did have a timeline imposed by the court. So again, apologies, it's late for everybody. We did do our best. We put a third meeting on in December, and we're going to do this, and we're trying to be as expeditious as possible. But when we have the order of business for the village, which has to occur, like we have to make sure things keep going, and it's just it's a timeline. And I do agree it's been rushed, which is why we're going to move it to the 11th, but just as a gentle reminder, we did have the court come in December and assign us a timeline. So I think those are my only comments.
Beth, did you want to, oh, I'm sorry.
I believe that the center gray square on that drawing is the town garage and the village's lot, and that is the redevelopment zone.
Yeah.
And I think, Matt, you were the only person who was here when that was determined, when that was set.
Right.
I think that's the redevelopment zone, and then the NOMA, I don't remember, but I think it has special zoning. I forget why.
Yeah, we can, Beth can answer those questions. I can
Okay.
answer them.
All right.
So just to follow up on that, the town garage area, that is in the North Walnut Street redevelopment area, and that's why it's carved out of the B1, B2 district. And then, yes, the NOMA site is in the B3R district. BR3, no, it's the B3R district. And that is one of the village's round 3 affordable housing sites. And so that's why it's subject to special zoning.
Beth, just to go back to the North Walnut piece, that is from corner to corner, right, from Walnut to Oak,
Correct.
correct? And that was, just for the public's edification, that was previously established by a prior council as a redevelopment zone, which is why it was carved out of the B1, B2 changes for tonight.
Yes.
Okay, just want to be clear.
And Beth, what about the carve-out that's on South Broad Street?
Oh, for the AH2 district, that is the Dayton building, and that's, that has its own zone district for the same reason as the NOMA site. It's a third round affordable housing.
And the
inclusionary
Benjamin's
site.
carved out of it too, even though it's on the outskirts of the.
Yes.
Right, so all the third round developments are excluded, and the previously existing redevelopment zone for North Walnut is excluded.
Yes.
Thank you.
So,
There were there's several questions I heard, and I think part of the concern and the questions I'm hearing is really a lack of understanding about what's permitted today and really what is permitted in these zone districts even before I think before the round 3 even occurred. And so these zone districts, they already permit multiple stories today. And to the question about whether or not offices or non-residential uses can be located on the upper stories, yes, that's permitted today and has been in place for quite some time. So the standards are such that if there's no inclusionary development proposed, the maximum building height is 45 feet.
And when you say inclusionary, you
It's a
mean?
mix of market rate and affordable units. So essentially, if you're going to do upper story residences, if you include if you do not include affordable housing, you're limited to 45 feet. If you include affordable units, the maximum building height goes to 50 feet, and that's been in place now for perhaps 7 years or so. So this ordinance has no impact. It does not change the permitted height, the permitted uses, the various bulk standards in the district. It has no impact, no change to those. The only thing it does is it changes the density and it changes the set aside for rental developments in the sense that it goes from 18 to 20 units an acre, except for that small portion of South Broad Street, which goes to 24. And it allows for, or requires a 20% set aside whether the units are for rent or for sale. There are no other changes to the zoning district. And so with this, with these density standard changes of 18 to 20 units an acre, if it's a half-acre lot, just as an example, this means that today the lot can be developed with 9 units. If this ordinance is adopted, it would go to 10 units, so 1 additional unit. And oddly enough, because of rounding, if it's a quarter-acre property today, it can be developed with 4 units. If this ordinance is adopted, it can go to 5 units, so still 1 additional unit. And the 24 unit per acre portion of South Broad Street, that permits a total of 11 additional units beyond the 20%. So that's the impact of that increased set aside. Another aspect of this ordinance which does not change is the parking. So parking is required to be provided for residential and non-residential uses. Today, it would continue to do so or be required if this ordinance is adopted. In terms of the Kensington zoning, it's not a conflict. So what we have is that the Kensington ordinance will be an overlay to the existing B2 district. The B2 district will be amended if the council adopts this, and it will allow for an increased density, increased affordable housing set aside, and that will just simply apply to the property, and the S1 overlay ordinance would also apply to the property. So the developer would be able to, if both ordinances are adopted, would be able to construct the assisted living consistent with the S1 overlay. If they chose not to, they would be able to construct commercial or mixed-use development consistent with the B2 district as may be adopted. Somebody asked, how does the 20% set aside work with a really small project, such as maybe 2 units? Well, if you're getting access to that increased density and increased height, going to 20 units an acre, going up to the 50 feet that is permitted, then not less than 20% of your units need to be affordable. And what that means is that 1 out of 2 of those units will need to be affordable. And yes, that's a 50% set aside, but the alternative is that none of the units are affordable, and that is a 0% set aside. And that means they don't get access to the enhanced zoning. And then I just want to reiterate, I really think it's a mischaracterization to suggest that bulk standard changes, whether it's height, density, et cetera, are not necessary if it's for Mount Laurel and inclusionary housing. I think that's the allegation, but it's really a mischaracterization. So yes, affordable housing can be in a 3-story building, but municipalities can only regulate and permit that 3-story building if that building will create a realistic opportunity. If the zoning that exists today or the buildings that exist today already permit, let's say, a 3-story building, municipality cannot simply add a 20% set aside or even a 10% set aside to the building. It simply doesn't work. It does not create a realistic opportunity. It does not provide the compensatory benefit. So you've got to be able to adjust the zoning in order to create an incentive for creation of the affordable housing units by the developer. It is it is fundamental to this Mount Laurel process and COA's rules and the Fair Housing Act. And then I think those were all the notes I had, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Matt?
Yeah, just for the record, I think these were issues that needed to be addressed by Beth. There isn't anything that I can call, add to that, and I think certainly answered them all.
There was a question about the King's Shopping Center, Matt. Like, could that become housing?
I suppose with a developer, eventually it might be able to become housing, yes. I mean, but the likelihood and when that might happen, there's no way of telling that. You need somebody who wants to buy the shopping center, buy that whole area, and we'd be doing something similar to what we're doing right now, so.
And this ordinance really doesn't change that. They could go up a story, they could
They
redevelop
could do
it
that.
today.
They could do it as it is.
Yeah.
Okay. And at this point, I think we go back to public comment.
Thank you. I'm Amy, Ridgewood resident. I just want to clarify, because there were comments that I've only lived here. I came from an orphanage in Columbia in 1979 to Ridgewood. The only time I left this town was to join the Marine Corps and serve this country, and I came back to Ridgewood because I loved it. But I've lived here for 40 years. I love this town, and it's changed so much. And I hate what I see, what's happening to the residents, to the people. In the Marine Corps, I was surrounded by the best, the finest leaders. And then I come back, and Mayor Viggianos, the way you speak to the residents, a year in the Marine Corps would have done you really well. You put them down, you fear-monger them. It's disgusting. You literally blame them for all the other ordinances by saying that they forced you to vote no, and now they're basically gaslighting them. It's insane. Military should be mandatory for these reasons. I wanted to speak about transparency because if you want a clear example of how it breaks down in this town, you can look at Shedler, which is where I was involved and still involved. It's not just a project, it's a pattern of information released in fragments instead of full context, a pattern of reinsurance replacing disclosure, a pattern of residents being told not to worry while fundamental questions still remain unanswered. Questions about soil conditions, questions about environmental review, long-term impacts. Currently, still to this day, there has been no publicly presented comprehensive stormwater management plan for Shedler. There has been no completed publicly vetted environmental impact study presented to this community that evaluates the full scope of the environmental consequences before decisions were advanced. There's been no traffic study. Those are not opinions, those are absences by you. When a project of this scale moves forward without a transparent stormwater plan and without an environmental impact study and traffic study, disclosed to the public, it's not oversight, that's a choice that you made as our so-called leaders. And when residents dared ask about those gaps, they were not answered with documents, they were answered with assurances, or they were gaslit. That's not transparency, that's control. When residents got close to stopping Shedler, when scrutiny increased and people began connecting the dots, your behavior changed. Positions stopped being used to inform. Instead, you weaponized your positions, which is the ultimate betrayal. This matters beyond Shedler because the same lack of transparency now shows up in discussions about Kensington. Residents are told projects are necessary. They're told there's no alternatives. As I said, our mayor uses fear and blame tactics, gaslighting the public by saying because you asked us to vote no, all the other issues arrived. It's our fault. You're told that impacts are minimal, but again, details arrive late and the context is narrow. But to the public, I'm so proud of you all to be united and step up and be here at 1:30 a.m. You could have done better, but Mayor, again, there's always an excuse. I'd love to see like real leadership from you. I really would, but I don't think we're going to. Good faith welcomes scrutiny. Good faith answers questions. Good faith does not require the public to fight for basic information. As for Shedler, right now, I believe it's inevitable, but it's not. The momentum is already decided. That belief is what failed this council before.
Time is up.
When we stay engaged. So just stay engaged, keep showing up. They will do everything to try and stop you. But I'm so proud of you all.
Thank you, Amy.
Hi, John.
Good morning. This is John Fry, North Irving Street. So indeed, I think we all know at this point that whatever change is made here, it's a very pivotal change here for the town. It's really going to affect us in the long term. The fair share housing experience, nobody seems to like the idea, except for we're happy to support the people that need it as far as the low-income housing. But the whole concept that the developers are pushing on us, that really sucks. And the fact that the state is behind this really, I guess our votes really matter in the Trenton department here. I do wonder who's going to be responsible, though, for all the actions that all the new development over the next years, however long this takes to actually for all these homes to be built. You know, it might be a 10-year program before they're actually all in place. But how that's going to affect all of our infrastructure that we have now. You know, if we talk about the 115 residents here at Kensington and maybe another 100 or 200 families moving into these other apartments, it's going to have a huge, that becomes significant numbers in our town. And one of the very simple ones to me is every spring or every summer, we're all under water restrictions. Well, we know that the Ridgewood Water Department, I mean, they work hard pumping that water out and they're filtering it and doing their thing. And we appreciate that, and we obviously keep investing in their operation. But with our growing town, Glen Rock's growing town, Waldwick's growing town, Midland Parks, or whatever other towns that they're supplying water to, and that whole relationship and how we work with the other towns that have reservoirs. Are we going to be short on water? You know, that's just one example of, geez, what's going to happen here as we start to add all these additional people in? Or are we going to be like Arizona and we just can't water our lawns at all during the summer? I don't know. I don't know how that plays. Yeah. The voting here, it definitely is going to forever change the community. In a lot of meetings, I hear instead of the word change, I hear destroy. And I think that that's the sentiment that's coming from the gut of people, that we're really having a hard time with it. So we've got to figure out a way to make it so this community can all work and do things. That's why I encourage if we can figure out a way to create more direct input, direct conversation.
John, could you wrap it up?
Excuse me?
Could you wrap it
No.
up? Oh, it's one more minute. I'm sorry. My mistake.
Okay. I want to go home too, so. I expect one of the comments that was made to me earlier was they expect everyone on the council has felt a little bit of a sigh of relief that their home is nowhere near the Kensington site. I know some of you have been near some other sites that things have happened you might not have been happy with, but that's a real, you know, that's a sentiment there. Good night. Good morning.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Natalia Protasevich, Ridgewood resident. I know before I move to my main conclusion point, I wanted to address on some of the comments that were with regards to, I believe specifically Kensington side, maybe other sites as well, is that a lot of those instances where we change the zoning, we actually don't really change the height, don't really change the lot coverage ratio, but we are changing the character of the building. And what we are not taking into consideration is certain other things that maybe we didn't implement in the zoning, like continuous facade limit. If we are forced to add stories, how do we make it that the village remains a village, not a Hoboken or Hackensack, right? Continuous facade limit, if we don't have it now, that's maybe the time what we can better spend preventing things from being forced on us the way they are, because we would already have that ordinance regulating that, right? The same for the, I don't know if we have that, floor area ratio for the Kensington site. Is that the same? Because right now, majority of that lot coverage ratio is a parking lot. It's not going to be after this ordinance is passed. But, so that's kind of like these small main points before. But to conclude, I just wanted to step back and look at the full picture. Right, residents are not here tonight to oppose affordable housing or specific ordinance, I mean, except for the Kensington because it's so massive. But we are looking to restrict any kind of massive feel that these ordinances bring to the village. We see across these ordinances increased building heights that exceed typical residential norms, higher density, FAR in downtown and commercial districts, village-wide baseline changes that will apply to future projects, and affordability requirements that, without firm caps, will be used to justify even more scale in the name of feasibility and in the name of future rounds for the Mount Laurel. But one thing, and I think I've already mentioned that, but I do, in the other speech, I think opening one, but I do want a clear on-the-record response from the village council or attorney is with this clarifying question, the specific aspects of fourth round affordable housing compliance, what specific round or what specific aspect of affordable housing compliance for the fourth round requires village to increase the height, density, and the bulk beyond the existing standards, rather than adopting objective controls that I mentioned already. And I want to pass for the record the notes that kind of summarize what I spoke to tonight.
30 seconds. Don't you think it would have been appropriate to announce the primary vendor here was conducting surveillance of this meeting without participating? That's my only question.
I don't know what that means. Oh.
It's a public meeting. Anybody on Zoom?
Okay, is there anybody else in the room who wants to speak? All right, we'll go now to remote speakers. Rurik Halaby, you're up.
Rurik Halaby, 55-year village resident. A couple of comments to people who complain about the being forced to stay up late in the courtroom. You do have something called Zoom, and I have been enjoying this meeting, watching it on Zoom on my iPad, which I mirror to my TV, so I'm in bed watching every word that's been said. So, and Zoom is something that the five of you are responsible for. It's a great way of bringing in people from around the village and frankly, all over the place. This is one. The second thing is, one thing I admire about the five of you is that, yes, you are transparent. Yes, you are honest. No, you do not lie. You are people of the highest integrity. But you do stand for what is good, what needs to be done for Ridgewood long term. And it's ironic that 8 years ago, the first time I heard about Kensington was when they wanted to build their facility on Broad Street. But there's a split vote on the council because one member, the third vote, just couldn't stand the idea of the poor village residents who were facing so much change that they couldn't face any more change. So that person kicked the can down the road, which to me is absolute cowardice. The third point I want to make, and the last point, and Evan, I apologize to you and the rest of you, and this is a question for Matt Rogers. I wish there's a way we could change the designation of the town we live in from the village of Ridgewood to the township of Ridgewood. There is nothing villagey about the village of Ridgewood. Out of 500 municipalities in New Jersey, the densest state in the union, we are at 26,000 people. We are the 100th largest municipality in New Jersey. We have a budget between the school and the municipality of 200 million. Nothing villagey about the so-called village of Ridgewood. Yes, we have a lot of charm, but believe me, you have to do things to maintain the charm. And for instance, the big battles that took place way back when they wanted to build these apartments to replace boarded up car dealerships. Nothing charming about boarded up car dealerships. Anyway, to the five of you, as a 56-year resident of Ridgewood, I say thank you for doing the tough things that you do. And thank you, thank you, thank you. Good night.
Thank you, Rurik. Anybody on the dais feel
That's
prompted
nice.
to respond? Yeah, I'm going to close public comment. And does anybody on the dais feel the need to respond?
I think we've set it up tonight.
I was just going to add one thing with, just because, to answer the question, in terms of the B1, B2 aesthetics, a significant portion of that is in the historical district. So when you talk about facades, in that zone, which is the historical district, there will be reviews on aesthetics there.
Motion?
Okay. A motion.
Who wants to make a
Do you need a
motion?
motion
So moved.
to adjourn?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.